hearts of men. Peter's voice bold, unbroken, preaching the word again and again. From Pentecost, the Spirit descends, a torrent of power to loose and bind. The lame shall walk, the blind shall see, the light of Christ for all mankind. Glory for the righteous, the faithful sail. The gates of Hades will not prevail. Through trials and heresies, triumph over lies. The Orthodox succeed, to heretics demise. The truth of the word continues to rise. The Arians rise with corrupted creed, denying the sun, sowing bad seed. Homoousios, the banner unfurled. Alexander, Athanasius teach the world. Eunomius, Macedonius, dimmed by doubt. Constantinople, cast all of them out. The Cappadocians rose to fight. Trinity, 3 in 1, let there be light. Glory for the righteous, the faithful sail. The gates of Hades will not prevail. Through trials and heresies, triumph over lies. The Orthodox succeed, to heretics demise. The truth of the word continues to rise. Nestorius seeks to divide the Lord, but Cyril stands with strength restored. One person of Christ, Theotokos crowned. The voice of truth shall resound to natures divine and man. In Christ united, the eternal plan. Leo's tone, the faithful cheer. The church stands strong forever clear. Glory for the righteous, the faithful sail. The gates of Hades will not prevail. Through trials and heresies, triumph over lies. The Orthodox succeed, to heretics demise. The truth of the word continues to rise. False teachings sway the unfaithful. Vigilius repents and is grateful. Christ has two wills and two energies. Maximos and Agatho, eternal memory. Icons raise, the faithful sing. The image of Christ, a holy thing. Honor the saints, the faithful see. John Damascene, holy orthodoxy. Through fire and trial, persecution and flame, the Orthodox Church marches on in Jesus' name. Martyrs and fathers, voices of might, defenders of truth, uncreated lies. Glory for the righteous, the faithful sail. The gates of Hades will not prevail. Through trials and heresies, triumph over lies. The Orthodox succeed, to heretics demise. The truth of the word continues to continues to
Welcome everybody to tonight's stream. How we doing, everybody? We got Blake No here. This is gonna be the best stream of 2026. Frate, thank you, my Romanian friend. In the Filth is here. He's huge. I hear strong boss music. That's right, guys. Tonight I have a special guest. He is the final boss of the doctrine of the Trinity, and I'm gonna pull him up here in just a second. But see who else is here. Actual need to dodge roll required, like Dark Souls or something. We got a question. We'll come back to that one. How about that? Dr. Beau, back to the box Branson. If you guys don't know about the box, maybe Doc Branson can tell you about the box later. This song is awesome. Father Timothy is here. What's up, Father Timothy? Is this a debate? No. And I would not want to be debating Doc Branson. But if you guys don't know who he is, you guys will know who he is, and you guys ought to know who he is. He finished his graduate school PhD in philosophy from Notre Dame University, professor of philosophy at Brescia University, and he specializes in the doctrine of the Trinity. And if you guys want more information, I have all the links in the description. But here he is, Dr. Beau Branson. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing?
I'm well. I always feel like invigorated after my intro song. It's like I kind of want to make something that's like, all right, it's time to fight.
Maybe the worst thing I've ever heard. It takes me back to my like old contemporary Christian music from the 80s, you know. But now, yeah. Applied to
well, they have like all of these AI tools, and I was like, people use them for so many stupid things, right? Like, why don't I use it to make like something orthodox, right?
Yeah,
but sort of. Yeah. The words are orthodox.
Right.
But
I was surprised he managed to like rhyme things with St. John Damascene. And,
it took a lot of a lot of writing and rewriting. I had a boss one time who said, he kind of mentored me in litigation. He said, Alex, there's no such thing as good writing, only good rewriting. The first time you write something, it's almost always bad.
It's actually really true. Yeah. I wish my students knew that, but yeah.
We already got some super chats here, guys. Miss the Fist, $20 says, how is 1 + 1 + 1 equaling 1? Christians refuted. Alhamdulillah. Mr. Fist is one of my mods, so I know that he's just trolling. Thank you for the $20. And $5 from Spartan Speedrun. Hey, Alex, catechumen here seeking clarity. If forced to a yes, no, did Jesus take our sins and nail them to the cross? And did he die for them? That's a very nuanced question. If you look at the Synodicon, it says that you have to believe in the entire economy of Christ's incarnation, his sacrifice on the cross, and importantly, his ascension. So it's the entire economy of the incarnation that we believe saves us. That's how we get theosis, right? Doc Branson, anything to add to this one?
I don't know. It said you forced to yes or no, so I think you lost that one. Just say yes or no.
I object. It's falsely premised.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. In some sense.
Yeah. So you helped me, at least in your writing and in like some conversations that we had for this debate that I had recently with a Unitarian, which you are very familiar with Unitarians, I gather. Yes. A metaphysics Mike. What were your general impressions of the debate? Did I blunder this whole thing, Doc Branson?
No. To be honest, like an overall impression of the debate was, I sort of thought this is why I don't do debates anymore. Because it is a lot of I don't know. I think these kind of formats aren't really very useful. I mean, it was nice that like by the very end, you sort of became both like more cordial towards each other, and there was some just sort of like actual discussion. But obviously, I think you defended the position pretty well, and I think I watched the reaction thing that you did with Father Stephen DeYoung too, and I think the consensus is right. Like he didn't really give a positive case for Unitarian. I think Father Stephen was right about this. Like Unitarians tend to kind of just assume that their view is the default, and so like unless you can sort of knock it down, then they just kind of win by default, and that's just not tenable anymore. I don't know. I guess that's my impression of it. I thought for that reason, I thought you won the debate, but Yeah, it'd be nice if people could be more cordial to one another.
I would if you would just answer my questions
Yeah.
directly.
Yeah,
Nixie says, wait for it, Jake the Muslim
yeah,
metaphysician, probably watching and lurking in the chat. Well, I don't know if he actually, gave you the check for that free lecture that you gave him. Oh, wait, my bad. That was supposed to be a
oh,
debate.
Jake, yeah. Well, that's another. Yeah, that's actually one of the reasons I stopped doing. I just kind of made a rule for myself not to debate anyone that doesn't have a PhD. Basically, because that's what these things kind of turn into. It's just like free online tutoring. Um, you know what I mean? I mean, that really is
Yeah.
kind of what it ends up being. And it's like except that if you actually have someone who asks for tutoring, they at least will have the manners to like acknowledge that that's what's happening instead of. But
To
anyway,
actually try to understand what you're saying.
yeah. But yeah, I'm just looking at some other stuff here. So I guess we had written some notes down, kind of like about just sort of worldview. It is one of the things you and I, when we were talking about it beforehand, I kind of mentioned this that, like at the end of the day, I don't, aside from just like Trinity bad, I don't, I don't really know what Unitarianism amounts to, if anything. Like if it is like it's does it comes across a lot of times as just kind of like it's just the I hate the Trinity club, and like that's the only thing they really know is like I'm pretty sure the doctrine of the Trinity is not true. But then like yeah, you get into like atonement, like how does the atonement work for you, and like it's kind of a weird thing because there's not like there just like isn't a view like I have I mean I've made friends with some people that are Unitarians, and like
Uh,
almost inevitably when I ask, like, well, so then what do you believe about this? What do you believe about that? Almost always the answer is, well, there's lots of diversity. It's very diverse. Which basically just means everybody just believes whatever. It's like the only thing that unites this whole movement is just like we just think the doctrine of the Trinity is not true. But it's
yeah,
like I
everyone
mean, you can't
does
really.
right. Everyone does right as they see in their own eyes, so long
Yeah.
as it's not the Trinity.
Yeah, which I think, I mean, if you're coming from a certain kind of Protestant background, like that's kind of what you're doing anyway, right? So
Yeah,
it's like we're just,
it's a good point.
like there's a kind of Protestantism that's like really serious. Anyway, they claim to be serious about tradition, and it's like, well, we just want to reform, like an old school. We just want to reform the Catholic Church or whatever. Um, but there is a kind of Protestantism, especially prevalent in America, that's just like we're doing archaeology on Christianity. Like we've just got this book that's the only thing that remains from this once great religion, and we're just trying to reconstruct, and it's everybody just kind of trying to reconstruct this thing that sort of doesn't really exist anymore, and it's just all their own theory. So like if that's what you're doing, you're already engaged in that anyway, then this is just like one more thing in your theory to sort of fit in, right? But yeah, like if you're looking for well what's the whole worldview, like there's not one. It's just
Yeah,
Trinity.
there's like no system level, like paradigm level thinking or system or anything like that. But I think that's really important in the Orthodox view because like the Ordo Theologiae that we have, like every single other like doctrine that we have kind of trickles down from our doctrine of God. And I think that's why it's
Yeah.
like it's so important to have that in our worldview. But that like creates a lot of big problems, at least for like Unitarian views, right? So like as Christians, when you look at the Bible, I know throughout your writings, you mention like different problems or like dilemmas that need to
Yeah.
be addressed, like the Theophanies problem or the three gods
Yeah.
problem,
I
or the
was
three F's problem.
right. Yeah. In that book that came out not too long ago on the Trinity with me and Dale Tuggy and William Lane Craig, and there you go, Bill Hasker. Yeah, I kind of brought up a handful of things that like, these need to be addressed. So one of them is the theophany, but partly the reason I wanted to cover that too is like, again, because Unitarians tend to just present their view as like, this is the default. And a lot of times they present it as like the only thing really behind the doctrine of the Trinity is like just the weight of tradition. That's it, you know. And so if it causes a bunch of problems and you can't really understand it, then it's just like, well, look, this is
The
just a
church said
tradition.
so. So
Like
yeah.
as though there was no reason that people endorsed the doctrine of the Trinity. Like it's just this weird thing that had sometimes this, and he, well, I don't remember if he really got into this much or not, but a lot of times this happened with the whole kind of mythology about how Constantine like just shoved this on the church, where like, but it's a weird story because it's just kind of like, but there's no real reason why Constantine believed that, or there's no, you know, or like these people forced it on the church, but like, well, why were they so into it? Like, I don't know, like they got it from, you know, Egyptian whatever or something, but it's like, but why would they care about that? Like, just, I mean, you know, it's like, it's not, it's just a historical, like the story just doesn't really make any sense. But anyway, so people, I mean, they kind of act like that it's just the tradition is on the side of the Trinity, and the default really would be Unitarianism. So, like, if there's all these problems with it, why are you sticking with this tradition that doesn't make any sense? But the reality is, like, there's reasons why people believe in the doctrine of the Trinity, and a big one that was motivating a lot of like the two powers theology was the problem of the theophanies. Like, it's just very blatant. No one can see God and live, you know, and then, hey, yeah, you can see me. Like all the elders of Israel saw God. Like, you know, Moses sees
They went
God.
up the mountain, they had lunch
Yeah,
together, you
I
know.
mean, it's just like tons of people see God. Isaiah saw God. All kinds of stuff. People seeing God.
Yeah.
So, how do you reconcile that? Well, I mean, that part of what two powers theology was doing was solving that issue and saying, well, there's an invisible Yahweh and a visible Yahweh. I mean, that's even the terminology that's used sometimes. Or big Yahweh and little Yahweh, which sounds like Yahweh Senior and Yahweh Junior. Like that's literally like that's going on in late Second Temple Judaism. People are talking about, well, Yahweh Senior, you know, can't be seen, but Yahweh Junior can. And then you come to Christianity, it's like they talk about the Father and the Son, and it's like no one has ever seen the Father, but the Son has revealed him, and the Son is the icon of the invisible God, and all the same terminology. So when you see that, it's like, well, it becomes pretty obvious like where the doctrine of the Trinity came from. It's just, and that's what people like that you mentioned, like Boyarin and Siegel and Schaeffer and these guys like that. It's, I mean, that's what scholars think because it really is pretty obvious. So yeah, so I just made, and I was kind of, yeah, it was just weird. Like at the very end there, that came up, and metaphysics Mike, where it was just like, yeah, that was the Father, like yeah, like just
Yeah.
and let me just be clear too. I mean, like, so there's a lot of passages that say no one can see God and live, which number one, Unitarians themselves really are big on the fact that that probably means the Father. Like the word God in the New Testament refers to the Father, like 99% of the time. So like they should be interpreting those statements anyway to mean no one has ever seen the Father. Right. So that's what they should be saying. But also on top of that, Jesus actually phrases it that way. He just says, no one has seen the Father at any time. Like you have neither
Right.
seen him nor heard his voice, which is another thing that, you know, like there is a voice on Mount Sinai. And at one point in Deuteronomy, like that's the, you know, it emphasizes that it's like you didn't see a form, you only heard his
Yeah,
voice.
you saw no form.
And
Yeah.
Jesus is just like, you've never heard the Father's voice. Right. I mean, so it's well, whose voice is it? What was that? So anyway, I just kind of was surprised that he just would say that was the Father when Jesus is clear, like no one's ever seen the Father. So, I mean,
Yeah, I think that
that's
was one of the enormous blunders that he made that contradicted kind of a lot of what he said earlier in the debate.
Mhm.
But when we use this term like Trinitarian, and I guess we'll get to like the opening statements and like other parts, maybe some like highlights from the debate in a moment here, and just some general reactions to get the take of a professional on this stuff. But like Trinitarian can mean many things. Like you have William Lane Craig's three-headed dog analogy. Apparently, like that's Trinitarian. And on some level, you know, like the Eusebians, the Arians, the Eunomians, maybe perhaps even they might be considered Trinitarian in some sense, right? So like when we say Trinitarian, like what exactly does that mean? Like
I think primarily Trinitarian means whatever happens to be on the website of your local non-denominational church. That is the doctrine of the Trinity. It's just whatever they farted out one day and just asked ChatGPT, like, write me a statement of faith. Or
Beau, Doc Branson, you're going to be a fan of my soundboard here, as I have some.
Okay. That's amazing. That's amazing.
It's amazing.
No, so my, I mean, I'm a simple-minded man, I guess, but my take on this has always just been like, it's just a truism that the doctrine of the Trinity is a doctrine that was debated during the 4th century, and that the Catholic Church, the Roman Empire, like ultimately adopted, right? So I mean, I think it's just to me seems crazy to deny that or say like, well, that's not really, I mean, it just seems like that's, if not true by definition, then something pretty close to just true by definition, right? Like, so yeah, this is why, and so I think some people have kind of misunderstood my position on this, especially Protestants. I think they just sort of assume that if you're going back to the 4th century church fathers, that means you think that they are infallible, or like they are the authority that we, you know, and that's why, and because I'm Orthodox, like I'm going to the church fathers because I think that's who, like, as Christians, you know, we all need to believe. But my reason for looking at the church fathers and the Cappadocians in particular is just, it just seems like by definition, more or less, like that's what the doctrine of the Trinity is. So, I mean, and if you're going to tell me the Cappadocians weren't really Trinitarians, or like Athanasius wasn't really a Trinitarian, like I just don't know what you're talking about at that. But then I've just lost my grasp on what the doctrine, what we would even mean by talking about the doctrine of the Trinity. But the bizarre thing is that ends up being basically the position that like both Dale Tuggy and William Lane Craig essentially take, is like what English speaking people mean by the doctrine of the Trinity is non-Trinitarian. Like,
I think so in this book, you know, I was going through the responses to you and I was shocked that like literally right at the beginning of where was it? I think Dale Tuggy's response to you.
Yeah, he's just like, this is really a Unitarian view. Like, the view of Saint Gregory of Nyssa, who for people who haven't read any of my stuff,
can I get the quote real quick though? This is what Dale Tuggy says word for word. In Branson's view, the one true God is not the Trinity, but rather the Father alone. I say that makes him a Unitarian, one with views broadly similar to famous early Unitarians, sometimes smeared as Arians. And he goes on, he gives some examples there. But how on earth is it that the view of the very fathers that put to rest like a lot of these controversies, they too are Arians somehow?
Yeah. Well, okay. Here's what's weird. Dale has actually said that Saint Athanasius was an Arian. I don't know what, I mean, at that point, I don't know what Arian, I mean, like this is the guy who, I mean, he's basically famous for just calling everyone he doesn't like an Arian. Like he's the guy who just like, he just uses Arian as like a curse word. He's like, you Arian, like, it's just, and so yeah, but he basically is an Arian, like, okay. I think he says the same thing about Saint Basil.
That's incredible.
Because the thing is, when you go to actually read their texts, it turns out that like 99% of the time when Saint Athanasius says God, he's referring to the Father. And that's kind of how Dale's argument for Unitarianism works. What it really amounts to is typically Western Christians have this happened in the East too. Like people kind of changed the way they formulated things, the language changed. So you hear people saying, the one God is the Trinity, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of the evangelical view. That's the popular views. Okay, God, that means the Trinity, right? And Dale just basically has an argument against that, and it's basically the same thing that metaphysics Mike. A lot of his arguments are kind of seem to be taken from Tuggy, or they're kind of from the same, swimming in the same pond, sort of. So they've kind of got an argument against that, and for the claim that, okay, the one God, that's the Father. So basically, just like if you just talk that way, then you're a Unitarian. But when you go and read the Church Fathers, like, that's how they talk too. In fact, the first person, and this is not me, I think Dale sort of thinks like I just like to bash St. Augustine because I'm Orthodox or something like that. Like Louis Ayres has a book, about Augustine on the Trinity, and Louis Ayres is Catholic, and he says this, like, St. Augustine's the first person to say that when Jesus in John 17:3 or wherever it is, says to know thee, the only true God, and your Son,
yes.
Jesus Christ.
Their favorite verse. Yeah.
Yeah, but like all the Eastern Fathers and the pre-Nicene, everyone before St. Augustine just agreed, like, yeah, that he's talking about the Father is the one true God, and then Jesus, his Son. Like, they just argued about what that meant and what does that logically entail, right?
Mm-hmm.
St. Augustine's the first person to just say, well, the only true God, that means the whole Trinity. He's referring to the whole Trinity. And actually, Augustine had this kind of, it's not true. Like, he sort of thought that maybe the Arians corrupted some of the Greek manuscripts or something. And he has this kind of view that, like, what Jesus was saying is like, you, the Father, and your Son are the only true God.
Mm-hmm.
But like the Greek grammar, it's not how it works, and there's no manuscripts being corrupted by it was just kind of something that Augustine, I think, I don't know if it's because it was in Latin translation or what, but anyway, he just kind of came up with this. But that he's the first person to say that. But also, interestingly, he doesn't say that outside of the De Trinitate, or like,
Mm-hmm.
maybe I think there's like a couple of letters that he wrote about it or something. But like in all of his homilies and other commentaries and other works, he doesn't do that. He just, when he's talking about God, it's 99% of the time it's the Father. So anyway, basically they're put in a position where they just kind of have to say everybody's Unitarian.
Yeah.
Like St. Athanasius is, like, they're Unitarian or Arian, whatever we call it. And then he kind of does this thing where the Gregories, he wants to say, are Trinitarian, but that they don't really talk that way either. So the arguments that he gives for them are just kind of.
Yeah, that's something that you covered in one of the first papers that I read of yours. I'll share my screen here so you guys can see it too. Bear with me, chat. This one God the Father, the neglected doctrine of the monarchy of the Father and its implications for the analytic debate about the Trinity. This paper helped me a lot. And guys, the link to it is in the description if you want to find it. But there was particularly on like how we name things and like how we use the term God, and like a big error of Unitarians that you point out, particularly like Dougie's species of Unitarian, is how they use definitions.
Yeah.
And here I thought I'll just read it out for the watchers. I think you explained like what was kind of obvious as to the fathers, but not so much to us today, where you said humanity only, like the term humanity only ever refers to the human nature. And Paul, you're talking about an earlier St. John Damascene quote, and like Paul, the name Paul refers to a particular hypostasis, but man can do either one, like referring to either nature or a particular hypostasis. So in a sentence like the man walked down the street, it refers to a particular human hypostasis, like a particular human person. But in sentences like man is a rational animal, or what is man that thou art mindful of him, or man's days are as the grass, it refers to the nature of mankind as a whole. In that sense of the word man, we could say that man is a multitude of hypostases. John here indicates, referring back to that St. John Damascene quote, so John here indicates that he uses the word God in both of these ways as well. In other words, for John, divinity only ever refers to the divine nature, and Father and Son and Holy Spirit refer to particular hypostases. But God, like the term God, can do either one. But in a sentence like God, thy God hath anointed thee, it refers to two hypostases, first to the Son, then to the Father. But in sentences like God is an incomprehensible essence, it is referring to the divine essence, not referring to the person named God, and then bizarrely identifying him within essence. It is presumably in this sense of the word God, the sense in which it refers to the essence, that we can say that God is trihypostatic, or that God is a Trinity, just as we could say that man is a multitude of hypostases when we use the word man to refer to the entire species. Apparently, when I pointed out that the term God can be used in different ways in the debate, that's a unique and novel view, according to Mike.
Yeah, well, it is new. I mean, it only came about, a couple of thousand years ago. So in terms of the history of the universe, depending on if you're like a young Earth creationist or old Earth, but maybe relatively recent. More recent than like dinosaurs, right? So it's fairly fresh in that.
That's right.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, the thing, it's an interesting thing. I mean, how language. I really think that in the modern period, with the rise of nominalism, the way people started using language changed to sort of be more nominalist friendly, kind of. So think like right now, if you say something like man is a rational animal, or the lion is the king of the jungle, or something, like it sounds really stilted and archaic and old fashioned. It sounds just weird, right? Like in normal conversation, you wouldn't expect to hear someone say man is, man's days are as the grass, or what is man that you are mindful of him. It's just kind of this old fashioned way of speaking. Like now we would just say men, right? But if you think about it, right, that's conducive to nominalism, because if you're a nominalist, there's no such thing as the nature of man. There's just a bunch of individual men. So you just talk about the men.
Yes, for the slow boys
that way, in
for the slow boys in the audience, can you do like a quick little primer on nominalism and like why that's important?
Nominalism basically just says if I call you a man and I call me a man, man is just a name, right? So nominalism, it's just a word, and it happens to apply to you, and it happens to apply to me. And there's nothing more. There's just the only thing that exists in reality is you, the individual man, and me, an individual man. And then there's just this word, right? Realism is the view that the word man corresponds to something real. So it's a thing, right? So there's you and there's me, and there is something real that we have in common. It's not an individual. Like we don't have parts of our limbs that we share something, but there is an intangible nature and that's real. Like that's something real, and that's what.
So for the Orthodox Christian, is that like grounded in the divine mind, like that thing that's real that we all share in common?
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, most people would. I mean, yeah, typically like Saint Maximus the Confessor's whole view about
That's what
the
I was getting
Lady,
at.
that
Yeah.
sort of thing, yeah, would say. I mean, that's kind of been that's always a question for realists, is like, well, where are these things? How that's weird, but yeah, like a pretty common Christian view throughout the medieval period, East and West, is like, well, these are ideas in God's mind. So yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to sidetrack, but like for people in like the chat, because like I had like a lady who, like, she's a mom, she has like a 12-year-old. How do I explain this stuff to like my kid? So, but like this is a very important thing to understand, this difference between like realism and idealism, to where like natures are not just like a label or a name, like there's something real grounded in God.
So a couple of things, like a standard sort of way to explain this or argue for it in contemporary philosophy, like you might, if I say something like spiders and insects have many features in common, right? Well, they don't have physical parts in common. Like there are many, or if I say something like there are things that we have in common. But there's not any physical things that we have in common, right? So what are the things that we have in common? Well, they're properties, features, sizes and shapes and colors and what, right? So you're kind of, by saying something like there are things that we have in common, you're saying they exist. There exist things that we have in common, right? And basically nominalists are going to try to find ways to explain how that can be true when really there doesn't exist anything, right? That there's not anything real that we have in common. A way that this plays out, that you can see how it plays out practically, is with all the kind of gender debates these days, right? So
that's a really good example.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a fascinating thing to me to see like how just like metaphysics has become a political issue. Like, who would have thought? Like, but yeah, like, I mean, basically the whole like trans thing it's a form of nominalism, right? So a nominalist is, because a realist is going to say it's true that you're a man and it's true that I'm a man, and that those statements are made true by something real, right? Like a real feature that you have biologically, right? A nominalist says there are no real features. There's just words. There's just language, right? And it's, for whatever reason, it seems convenient for us to like group you and me together under this category, this label of man, with some other people too. But like, that's all just arbitrary. Like we're just the only thing that exists are individuals, right? And we're just humans come up with language, and we just group some individuals under this label and some under that, because for whatever reason, right? So if that's what you believe, then yeah, there's nothing about you as an individual that makes it so that you're a man or a woman, right? It's just, we just have these labels, man, woman, and we find it convenient to group certain people together. But if this person says, I don't want to be grouped in with these people, I want to be grouped in with these people, like, why don't you all call me woman or man, then, hey, yeah, I mean, we can do that too, right? As you're just grouping individuals together. There's nothing real about the individual that makes these statements true or false. There's just this individual. One way that people put it sometimes, the way they describe it is blob theory. Basically, like that it on this kind of view. I mean, there's realist views that are blob theories too, but basically it's just like there's a bunch of individuals. Those individuals are in themselves blobs. Like there's nothing, they have no size or shape or color or form, like it's just these, right? They in themselves, they don't have any features, right? They just, so we just label them, right? So if that's how you think about it, then yeah, you just, I mean, just, I want to be labeled a woman. So, hey guys, come on, like work with me here, you know, because I want to be in that group. And the way that I get to be in that group is that that's how we use language. So if I can kind of get you guys all on board with calling me a woman, then that's how the language works now. And that's so I am now. So that's a way that it kind of works out practically. It also, I mean, is at the root of Protestantism. So, you know, there's a whole debate. I mean, if you believe in absolute divine simplicity, so you can't make a distinction between God's essence and his energies, then you get this question of like, what is grace, or like what, more precisely, like what is the property of justification, of being justified? And I mean, it can't be the divine nature. You can't literally have the divine nature and be another person of the Trinity, right? So if you believe in absolute divine simplicity, like that's the only way you could really participate in God's holiness or righteousness, or it would be to be God, to be a person of the Trinity, right? So you can't do that. So for Roman Catholicism, the answer is created grace. Like God creates this property of righteousness or holiness or whatever in you, but it's not God's righteousness. It's and it's created, right? It's a creature. So if you think, well, but that's, you know, nothing created could save me because that's, you know, I need infinite merits or whatever, right? It has to be God's righteousness, but I can't participate in God's righteousness. So Protestants come along, and Luther was very influenced by Occam, who was the big nominalist in the Middle Ages. And he said, well, it's basically a form of nominalism. It's just like, well, I'm just going to take God's righteousness and I'm just going to say that you have that. God just imputes that to you. And that makes it true because God says, I'm going to consider you to be righteous, right? Just, I mean, a lot like I'm going to consider you to be a woman because whatever, I, you know, think it's going to be better or whatever. So I'm just going to consider you to be righteous, even though you don't really have the property of being righteous, but right. So you kind of get to that dilemma, right? In Orthodoxy, the idea is, well, you do participate in something uncreated, which is God's, because God's holiness is an energy. It's not his essence, it's an energy, and we can participate in divine energy. So we kind of, you know, the worry that some Protestants have with Catholicism is like, well, your grace and your righteousness is a creature, it's created, and it can't really be infinite and whatever. Well, we can say it is uncreated and infinite, right? That's the righteousness, the holiness, the whatever that you participate in. The problem that, you know, Catholics raise with Protestantism is like, well, this is just fiction, right? You're not really right. He didn't really justify you. You're not, you know, it's just, he's just saying it and it's not really true. But we don't have to say that either, right? I mean, we can say, no, it really is true. You participate in, and also notice, I mean, for a nice feature, I think, about Orthodox Christianity is like, you can be participating in God's energies without yet like being super far along, right? Like ideally you should be growing in it, but it's like, you know, as soon as the thief on the cross like repents and turns around, he's started to, right? Just like you put a sword in the flame, like it's now participating. Like it maybe hasn't taken on a lot of heat yet, right? Like that'll take time, but as soon as you stick it in there, like it has begun participating in that, you know, in that energy. It's just, it'll take time to fully absorb and kind of transform it. So same with you, like you may not be a saint yet. You should
Far
beyond,
from it, in
way
fact.
towards that, right? But so I think it also kind of, anyway, that I'm kind of getting off topic, but anyway, those are some kind of just practical things where the difference between realism and nominalism kind of comes up. And yeah, that was another thing I couldn't quite figure out, whether Metaphysics Mike is a nominalist or a realist, and he kind of seemed to think it didn't really matter. But I think that there were some arguments that came up where it does matter.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can get into that. But I want to acknowledge Father Stephen in the chat. He says,
Hey,
Doc Branson is the man.
right.
You guys need to
Well,
all
right.
listen to him.
Okay.
I concur.
Well, I don't know if you really should, but I appreciate the vote of confidence.
No, you should. Otherwise, Doc Branson will use his rhetoric on you and he will destroy you in a debate. Annihilated by Doc Branson. That said, I mean, like, one of the Trinitarian views that's like really common, that's like wrong, is this like social Trinitarianism view.
Yeah.
That William Lane Craig is kind of, he has like his own, idiosyncratic thing going on, but it is kind of in that same vein. And I don't know if you care for me to bring it up, but in your response to him, you called it, instead of social Trinitarianism, socialist Trinitarianism. And I was like, oh my gosh,
I thought it was clever.
Doc Branson just destroyed William Lane Craig.
He should just embrace the label. It's gives it a little color. The reason I said that, I think it's just a observation about like kind of modern day evangelical Christianity. So like the view that the Father alone is without cause in absolutely any sense of the term, whereas the Son and the Spirit, although they're eternal and they're uncreated and yada yada, they in some sense have their source in the Father, right? So the Son is eternally begotten and the Holy Spirit eternally proceeds from the Father. Like that was the view of everybody, like Orthodox, Arian, whatever. I guess you can't really say that if you're a modalist necessarily, but everybody, basically it was just everybody thought that from antiquity, and everybody up through the into the Middle Ages, and even into the Protestant Reformation. That's Luther's view. It really is Calvin's view, but Calvin kind of just wanted to. So Unitarians started arguing with Calvin about, aseity, meaning, not having a cause in any sense or whatever. Mm-hmm. The Unitarian argument was that's a property of the divine nature. It's got, to be fully divine, you have to be without cause in any sense. So Calvin wanted to kind of have the word aseity and say that the Son and the Spirit are also ase. But the way that he does that is he says that the Son and the Spirit are ase because the Father makes them be ase, which means they're not. Like that's, to be ase, nothing can make you be anything. You just are.
Yeah, there's no cause. Yeah.
And he makes this whole distinction between like, the nature and the person. So you can be like they're ase because the nature is ase, but they're not like hypostatically ase and this stuff. So he kind of makes all these distinctions, and ultimately, really, I think, there's some debate about this, but I think basically Calvin's view, as I understand it, is just only the Father is ase, but he likes to have the word. So he's got all these kind of ways to do that. So I think even he didn't really, reject this view. And as far as I am aware, based on scholarship that other people have done, like Herman Alexander Roll, who was in like this, it was late 1600s or 1700s or something, was the first, and he was like a Calvinist and also kind of a Cartesian and whatever. But he and maybe a couple other people kind of around the same time were like that was the first time anyone just flat out denied that the Son and Spirit are eternally from the Father. And he just said they're all on kind of an equal footing.
That's wild.
And when that happened, when Roll came out with that, like I mean, like laws were passed to like, I mean, literally, like people like I forget what country he was in, if it was Germany or where, anyway, whatever. But people like passed laws to prevent the spread of Roellianism, you know, like
well,
after
because I think
died,
like the defense of the Cappadocians against the polytheism,
yeah, is that
claims
there's only
against
one
them was
first principle. Yeah.
only the Father is I say. We have one God, the Father. Yeah.
Like Basil says there's, whoever has two first principles has two gods. So we have,
and it
there's
seems
one
like
God, there's one Father. So,
and if you have three Ases, that's tritheism.
yeah. And that's what everybody said at the time too. And it was kind of just this really tiny minority view in the Reformed tradition. Like Lutherans didn't accept this, Anglicans didn't accept it, obviously Orthodox Catholics, nobody. So just like a minority in the Reformed tradition kind of had this view until basically like B.B. Warfield and these like Princeton theologians in the late 1800s, like early 20th century, kind of brought, because they also had these debates with Unitarians, with these like New England Unitarians who were making the same sorts of arguments, right? And saying like the Calvinist sort of shell game wasn't, like they didn't buy that. So it really was then that Warfield and other people around that time started saying like, okay, yeah, let's just say that they're all three Ase. There's no eternal generation or eternal procession of the Spirit. That's just, there they are, right? And that really is the first time. I mean, so it's just like barely over 100 years ago that like it started to become a thing. And then it's not until, I mean, probably, I don't know, the last 50 years or I don't even know how, but anyway, I mean, it hasn't been that long. And since it kind of started to become a popular idea among like evangelical Christians. And now it's this weird thing where like in those circles, like they don't even remember that there was a time when this like everyone just unanimously would have said, you guys are blatant heretics and you're just tritheists. And they think like that's their view is orthodoxy. Like that's what, and so then it just throws them all for a loop because they go and you read the actual church fathers in the 4th century. It's like, well, no one believed this. And they're like, well, they're all Arians. Like, so everyone, so like, no, no, like they think that's not Trinitarian. Anyway, that's where I came up with the label socialist Trinitarianism. Like they just want everyone to be equal.
Right. By taking away from the Father.
Yeah. And that's the thing about like, people make I'm not an economist, so I'm not weighing in on this, but the argument that, people make about socialism is like, well, it makes everybody equal by making them equally poor. Right.
Yeah.
And my point was just like, evangelicals will do this thing where it's like, well, if you say that the Father is absolutely uncaused and Ase, but the Son and Spirit, well, that's putting, it's making a distinction and they're not all equal. Right. So it's like, and in particular, they want to say like with William Lane Craig, I mean, he doesn't like the idea that the Father is God, like in some, different sense, or there's something special about the Father that, right. But I mean, on his view, he just says that God is the Trinity.
Yeah.
Right. And so the Father, Son, and Spirit are basically like parts or aspects or sets of mental powers or something that God has. So like on his view, the Father's not, I mean, on his view, the Son and the Spirit are not God in that sense either. Right. Mm-hmm. So it's not like he's giving something more to the Son and the Spirit, right? He's just saying the Father is not that. Right. So it's like, now we've got them all equal because we've just flattened them all out. And we've given this label to the Trinity instead of to the Father, but like you're making them equal by just demoting the Father, right? To he's not you know.
And then you have socialist Trinitarianism.
Oh yeah,
The chat says William Lane Craig needs to call in. William Lane Craig is coping right now.
Well,
You guys are great. Let's go through a few super chats and then we can like react to the opening statements here.
yeah.
Yeah, $5 from McMix. Doc Branson is the GOAT. His 5-part lecture on the Monarchia should be required in catechesis, in my opinion. Greatly helped my understanding of the Trinity. Mine too. You'll see I took some of my stuff right out of that series.
It's been like almost 10 years or so, and I feel like I need to go back through it because I'm sure I basically just farted that out like I was I told someone I would write a blog post, like a guest blog post, and that post ended up turning into like book length, and I was like, I just need to like say this all, record it. So I just did, and
just get it all out there.
I'm sure I said many things that are not right, but I need to kind of go back over it, and I don't know.
Well, there's actually
I'm happy to hear that,
There's something I learned about that series recently that I didn't know when I first listened to it, was that actually that was a back and forth between yourself and Dale Tuggy, like informally. Is that true? I heard that at the same time, Dale Tuggy had a podcast where he was responding to the videos you were posting. And I kind of realized, like, in the later videos, you're like, well, there are some folks out there like Dale Tuggy who they claim to have, read Zizoulis, but it seems like they did not, in fact, read Zizoulis.
Yeah. No, what happened was so he had like a Facebook group and stuff. I've deleted my Facebook a long time ago, but anyway, I kind of tried to get his attention and talk to him about some of the stuff, and like point out, well, some of these arguments don't really work, but I never sort of really got any traction with that. And I talked to someone else that like I knew he kind of read this guy's blog, and I was like, I'll do this like guest blog post, but yeah, really the whole thing is like a response to Dale Tuggy. Like he's sort of made a career out of like trashing the doctrine of the Trinity. Basically, he's just almost every paper he ever published was like just attacking the doctrine of the Trinity. Maybe he wouldn't use the word attack, but critiquing or whatever. But anyway, so yeah, really that was directed at like his particular arguments and why, if you understand, some of this stuff in a little more detail, like his arguments really don't work. So I put those out, and then of course it got to him pretty quickly, and he's actually a super nice guy. I actually like Dale.
Honestly, same thing with Mike. Contrary to what you may conclude from anybody, I'm saying, just anybody may conclude from the debate, I like Mike. Like, we got along. It's just like in the debate, of course, like in the heat of the moment, you want to make your point. So, there's passions there, but we got along. I like Mike.
Okay, well, good. But he actually just offered to me, like I think he cut his version of it. I think he cut down some stuff where he thought I was just blabbering, and I probably was. But so he made it like short. So he just kind of released those on his podcast, and then he did like a response. I think maybe a couple of part response to it. So yeah, that was what it was. And by the way, I do think if you understand that background, it might help make sense out of some. I've noticed that sometimes people have kind of misgivings about things that I've said in there, but like if once they kind of understand that's the context, it sort of makes it maybe make more sense to them. But
got $5 from Shane. Thank you, man. Thank you, Dr. Branson, for introducing me to the Cappadocians. I found my patron saint, Saint Gregory the Theologian. God bless.
Nice.
Well, thank you.
Nice. Very cool.
Cool, dude. $5. I was listening to your songs exercising until it dawned on me this might be the dorkiest ortho bro activity I've done yet. Another great stream. Thank you, cool dude. Appreciate it. $5 from Mojo 77777. Alex, you the man. Doc Branson, thank you for your lectures on the Trinity. Question: in John 17:5, can you explain what glory means in this verse? Good question.
Oh,
I think that's the glory that Jesus had with the Father before the creation of the world.
Yeah, well, yeah. So I assume glory is the divine energies, right? Maybe maybe what they're really asking is, what does the word glorify mean?
Yes.
And I will punt to Father Stephen DeYoung because he's here in the chat, and I just defer to him for these guys.
Father Stephen, if you're still here for the Q&A portion later, I can send you a link and we can do that. Thank you for the $5, Mojo. Yeah, I was just saying it refers to the divine energies, and that's what we participate in as well. $10 from Green Emperor 3022. Thank you very much. I could see a Lutheran countering, saying with the righteous being not fictitious, since it's like credit or money that Jesus gives us, like into your merit bank account. I do not think that that's right, but I would think that they would say that. Well, Lutherans say all kinds of things.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, it's a classic critique, right? Well, it makes it all just a legal fiction, and I mean, absolutely, like Protestants reject that. I'm just saying at a surface that, like, these are kind of the arguments that come up. But
right. Okay, let's get to these opening statements. I got it on 1.5 speed, so that way we're not here all night. But if whenever you want to jump in, Doc Branson, just say so, and I'll pause it.
All right. But without further ado, we're going to give it over to Alex for the first half here. Whenever you're ready, Alex, I'll start the time.
Sure. I just shared my screen here, so let me know if we're good to go. Side point, I took this right out of your book, which you say God and his word and his spirit, which you took right out of like John Damascene and the other fathers. So this title is just right from Doc Branson's work as well. Like there's meaning in this title too.
Yep.
Okay, so the topic for tonight's debate is Trinitarianism or Unitarianism, which is correct. Now, Mike and I both believe in one God, and we both claim to believe in the God of the Bible. Nonetheless, we've come to different conclusions about our doctrines of God. So I'll briefly explain the Orthodox doctrine of the Trinity, and then I'll show the history of how we got there. The Orthodox doctrine of God is monarchic. Just like we say in the Creed and in John 17:3, we believe in one God, the Father Almighty, who is a true, one, only, unchanging God. We pray this during our services, as you can see in the anaphora of St. Basil right here. It reads, O Master, you are Lord God the Father Almighty and adorable. It is truly proper and just and befitting the magnificence of your holiness to praise you, to sing to you, to bless you, to worship you, and to thank you, to glorify you, the only true God. It's very important in the Orthodox view to emphasize that God is a father. This is part of his identity at all times in all possible worlds. In John 17, we see that even before creation, God was a father to Jesus, the Son of God, and that the Father shared his love and glory with the Son even before the foundation of the world. It's probably worth mentioning, too, that the heretic Arius, who was known for rejecting the divinity of the Son of God, was actually deposed primarily for denying that God is eternally a father. If God is... I think this is a point that I got like directly from your work. I never really realized this before. In the deposition of Arius, he's well known for saying that there was a time when the Son was not, right? But like their first priority in the deposition of Arius, which you guys, if you want to find it, it's just on New Advent. It's just section 2. Like the synod's top priority was that he's saying God was not always a father, that there was a time when God was not a father. So like that jingle he's known for.
If you read it and you're not really thinking about it, it just strikes you as odd. Like it's weird that that's the first thing that they mention. It's kind of like you might appreciate this. Like I always ask students if I'm going through like John Locke's political philosophy, I'll ask them like in the Constitution, in the articles, like what do you think is article number 1? Like what's the most important part of? And everyone's like, I guess this is probably the president, right? The president's the most important, right? And it's like, no, Article 1 is Congress, and then Article 2 is president, and Article 3 is the Supreme Court, right?
It's kind of an afterthought.
And that's because, in Locke's political philosophy, the legislative branch is the most important. But people don't think of it that way, so it just seems weird to us and kind of out of order, And it's a similar thing here. It's like you read it and it's like, well, they've kind of got everything in there, but it's just like weird that they started with this like kind of off topic thing, and then kind of worked their way down to what was really important, but that's because that's kind of how we've reconceptualized the whole debate. And like for them, that was the issue, is like, is God always a father? Which this didn't really come up, by the way. And I mean, I guess it's the sort of thing that people can reject and avoid. But I think if you're just thinking about it for yourself and want to think about what's actually true, like think about in the Bible, like what is the greatest blessing that God ever gives to anyone? Children. Like that's what Abraham and Sarah had no children, and they, and God said, I will make you a father of many nations, and it's like, whoa, even in their old age, and Hannah, prays like people, if you're childless, like that's the worst thing in the world. And the greatest blessing is to be a father, So it's a really, it is a really awkward position, right? To think like God hasn't always been a father, when that's like, biblically, like that's the greatest joy and blessing and happiness you can have is to have a son. Anyway,
let him cook, chat. Let him cook. That's awesome. Is eternally a father, then it follows he must eternally have a son. The Son or Word of God was begotten by God outside of time from everlasting. In a similar way that a human son has the same nature as his father, the eternal Son has the divine nature from God, the Father. John 1 employs the Aramaic theme of the memra, the Word of God, to communicate the preexistence and divinity of Jesus, which is confirmed by John the Baptist, who, when he sees Jesus, says, "This man is greater than me because he existed before me." Jesus affirms his preexistence and divinity in John 8. Jesus says that he saw Abraham and Abraham rejoiced. And the Pharisees said, "What do you mean? You're not even 50. And Jesus says to them, "Before Abraham was, I am." And they tried to stone him for that. Later on in John 10, they make clear that they're upset that Jesus makes himself equal with God. Jesus doesn't take it back and he escapes. In Acts 20, St. Paul refers to Jesus' blood as God's own blood, demonstrating that Jesus is a divine person. And Micah 5:2, prophesying about the birth of Jesus, says that his goings forth are from everlasting, again, showing eternal pre-existence. Like John 1, Colossians emphasizes the existence of the Son, the image of God, before created things, making him uncreated. Colossians 1 and 2 emphasize that the fullness of God and deity was in Jesus. Which I think these passages are so powerful. And this gets to like what you refer to as the 3F problem, right? Where like you have a lot of passages in the New Testament that talk about like God creating through the word and like really associating that with like Christ, with Jesus. And it's like, well, do you have two creators? Do you have two saviors? Right.
Yeah, that was another thing I brought up in that book, because Unitarians focus on like, well, are there three? Is the Trinity three gods? And like their solution to that is just to deny that Jesus is God really in any sense, or that maybe he's God, but in kind of a different sense. He's, something like that. But the issue is just like, if that's how your argument's going to work, like, well, there's only supposed to be one God, but hey, gives you three gods. Like, well, then that same kind of argument should work for just any predicate that applies to the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, or just the Father and the Son, right? But that there's only supposed to be one of. So like there should only be one creator, but if you have to say that the Son also is the creator, well, now then I guess you've got two creators. Or like Savior is a good one, like, because it's hard to deny that Jesus is our Savior. Like that's a weird, but it also just the text very clearly, God, my Savior, and it says that referring to the Father very clearly. So the Father is called our Savior, the Son is called our Savior. But those same like Isaiah passages they love, like I am God and there is no other, like he's also the only Savior, like I'm the Savior, there's no other Savior. Like, so you have all the same stuff going on, and they just like, I don't know what I guess I'll say this. There's ways that that Unitarians can solve those issues, but it seems like the way that they solve it transfers to the Trinitarian. It works for the predicate God too.
Yeah.
Right. So, and in particular, and I keep talking about Dale instead of Mike, so it's kind of but anyway, this has come up like. I think he doesn't get this, but Gregory of Nyssa is very clear, and actually all the pre-Nicene church fathers are very clear about this, that they don't think that the word God actually predicates the divine nature. It predicates a divine energy that is characteristic of the nature. So all of these, like, if you say, well, we can say that Jesus is the Savior because he's the Shaliach, right? Like the Father is saving us, but he's kind of sending the Son to save us. So he's saving us through the Son. And that's one act of salvation. So we would say it's one Savior, but you could say the Father is the Savior, the Son's the Savior, but it's still just kind of one Savior. Well, if calling someone God is to ascribe a kind of activity to them, then it's just the same thing, right? Like God, like whatever being a God is, if it means like overseeing the universe providentially or something, well, the Father's doing that and the Son's doing that, but the Father's doing it through the Son as his, so, but there's only one God. I mean, it's the exact same thing. So the issue that I brought up is like, do Unitarians have a way that they can solve all of these other problems with these other predicates? There's 3 saviors, there's 3 redeemers, there's 3 creators, or whatever. Can they solve all that in such a way that it wouldn't just immediately transfer to the predicate God, so that Trinitarians don't have this problem with 3 gods? And it's not, I mean, it's not clear to me that they have a way that wouldn't work for the word God, but it works for all these other words. Like,
yeah, well, that's a very polite way to say that you annihilated them, because it seems apparent to me that like they're, without being inconsistent, there's no way for them to be able to do that, right? If they're gonna just, name God as God and say like, well, that's how, only in that like sense of whatever very strict identity, then I mean, how are you going to do that with those other names, right? Like Creator, Savior, like you have to. There was a comment here from Ace Koala I wanted to briefly talk about. It says, Unitary theology is Sabellian. That is not technically correct. Oneness Pentecostals are Sabellians. Yeah. Unitarians are different. They are, as Doc Branson said, and Father Stephen said, they are each their own special little snowflake.
Oh yeah, that's true. They are, yeah.
We believe that God's Holy Spirit eternally proceeds from the Father, as it says in the Creed in John 15 and in Hebrews 9. An analogy the Holy Fathers sometimes use is that if the Son is the Word of God, the Holy Spirit is the breath. Now, in Luke 4, Jesus pulls out an Isaiah scroll to read in the synagogue. He reads from Isaiah 61 and says that it has been fulfilled. Isaiah 61 actually mentions all 3 persons of the Trinity. The speaker has the Spirit of Yahweh upon him because Yahweh anointed him, and then identifies himself as Yahweh, prefiguring the Son's incarnation and earthly ministry. So the doctrine of the Trinity is simple. We have one God, the Father, the uncaused cause, who eternally begets the Son and eternally processes the Spirit. Real quick, before we get into the end of my opening here, I want to Deacon Seraphim Roland is here. Hey, Deacon Seraphim, how are you? Good to see you. And Cleave to Antiquity, Ben. What's up, guys? Good to see you. So I think these passages in Isaiah, like Isaiah 61 in particular, because it connects to Luke 4, I think it's very powerful, because it's not just like it's the term Yahweh that is used for the speaker, for the Spirit of Lord Yahweh, and then like Yahweh in heaven, which just reminds me of those verses like from Genesis that like Yahweh rained fire on Sodom and Gomorrah from Yahweh in heaven. And it shows that like you can, like, Yahweh is, can we say it's a rigid designator? I don't think it is for just like one person, right, Doc Branson?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's, I guess, different ways to approach that. I mean, you might say it's kind of it's kind of like the word God, like it's a common noun that could apply to it. But I think, I mean, you can take that view, but like Saint Basil, points this out about the word God, and the word, he's this with the word king in his example, like, you have the king, and then you can have an image of the king, right? And you would point to the image and say, that's the king, right? Like if I had a photograph of King Charles, right, I could point to it and say, hey, that's King Charles, right? But you don't say there's 2 kings now because there's a king and his image. And that's part of the issue with, I mean, that's really part of how 2 powers theology works, right? Is like this second power gets called Yahweh or Elohim or whatever because that's the image of Yahweh in the world, right? So yeah, I mean, but either way, like you don't get 2. I mean, you don't get 2 Yahwehs in like an objectionable sense, right. I guess is what I'd say.
Yeah, my conclusion here was like trying to wrap it all together, because at the same time, it seems like our view, it's a very privileged view because it uses the same language that the Bible does and the same language that the fathers do. And it gets very complicated. Obviously, it's your doctrine of God. There are things that are going to be hard to understand, right? It's like St. Gregory the theologian, that if you could understand God, then he'd be circumscribable in your mind, and then he's not God anymore. But really, it's just we believe in one God, the Father. He eternally begets the Son and eternally spirates the Spirit.
Right.
And only the Father is called God.
Yeah.
He's the sole source. And then you have the Son and the Spirit are by nature, because they come forth from God the Father in like whatever sense that means, right, Doc Branson?
Yeah, and they're, it just sort of follows that they have to be uncreated, because if it's essential to the Father that he have a son, or it's it's part of his identity, let's say, they're eternally there, then they're not created. So, and it seems strange to think there's more than one uncreated nature. I mean, that was part of the deal with Arianism, is like, well, okay, you're going to have to say it's a second divine-ish nature, but like you don't want to say it's uncreated. Okay, well, I have to say it's created, but then it's like, well, is it really divine nature if it's I mean, like, because Arians wanted to say, people don't realize this, I think, but Arians wanted to say that Jesus was God. They're like, this is a kind of a pet peeve of mine. There's this like Dan Brown kind of version, of the history, where like, well, Arians just thought Jesus was a dude. He's just a created, man. And like, that's not what they thought at all. Like they thought he was a creature, but they thought he was like the first creature. And he's, and they wanted to say, I mean, Arians would agree that Jesus is referred to as God, or he's called God. And they also would say he was Yahweh from the Old Testament, who gave the Torah to Moses and said, I am that I am, when he talked to Moses out of the burning bush. So like people, I mean, once you realize that, it's like, well, it's not like in the 4th century, it was just totally up for grabs. Like no one knew what to believe. I mean, it's like, no, it was like everybody wanted to say Jesus is God and Jesus is Yahweh and yada, yada. The question was just kind of, what does that amount to? And like, does that mean, and how do you work this all out? But that was always kind of an embarrassment for Arians. There's actually a great passage in St. Gregory of Nyssa's Contra Eunomius, where Eunomius was complaining because I think Basil said, I don't know, he said he was from Cappadocia, but Eunomius was really from somewhere. I mean, it was just some petty.
Yes, I remember that. Yes.
And Gregory of Nyssa is just like,
he was like trying to call him a hick or something.
Different falsehoods kind of have different values. He's like, okay, so maybe Basil like accidentally, thought that you were from somewhere else, whatever. And he says, it's this great line where he says, Eunomius, on the other hand, wants to tell us that he who is once was not.
Yeah.
And that's the falsehood that he wants to believe. Like,
that's
which is
mic
the
drop.
worst. And it is, I mean, what people don't get is like, that really is right. I mean, that actually, like, Arians didn't want to say like Jesus wasn't, I am the one who is from the burning bush. Like, but they just have this, I mean, once you realize that, you realize like, okay, whatever the historical arguments about, people want to say the pre-Nicenes, were they Arian, which is the real, but once you realize like how nutty, I mean, like, it's just like Yahweh, though, I am the one who is a creature. Like,
the one who really, is once was not.
Like that was their view. I mean, modern Unitarians, they just don't think Jesus was God. They don't think he's Yahweh. Like they just reject all that. But the Arians had to take that on board. And once you realize that, it's just like, well, yeah, it's kind of a nutty view. But anyway, I'm rambling.
So before we get to Mike's opening here, we can do a few more super chats. Yeah, $5 from Excitation Contraction Coupling.
Oh,
hopefully that's not anything inappropriate.
I have the Bible. I have several Bibles.
I was gonna say, I feel like I have to say the Bible.
So, yeah, I don't know. I have a version of William Lane Craig's dissertation on the
No.
historicity. Well, this is on the history. Well, it was like debates about the historicity of the resurrection and the, I don't know, some period in time. I don't know. I guess I'd have to think about my favorite ones. I've got St. Basil's letters back there and stuff.
Yeah, I feel like it's always changing. But
well, here's a good one that may be good recommended reading for Metaphysics Mike. I know he says he's read that too. Actually, Father Stephen will probably disown me for saying I kind of like Margaret Barker, but I don't know. Here's a good one. Here's another one's good. Might be good reading. Actually, I like this one too. Although I wish he was a little more clear. Hanson's Jesus Christ in the Old Testament. I don't know. Here's a good one. Hengel, Son of God. Put those all on Metaphysics Mike's recommended reading
on his
list.
Amazon list or something. Lately I've been going through the Ontology of Death.
Nice.
Patristic Philosophy Against Nominalism by Matthew Johnson. Is in anticipation of a sola fide debate that may or may not happen. But now apparently I have a debate in a week on whether Christians and Muslims worship the same God.
Oh yeah. Well, they do, because Muslims worship the Trinity and God the Father, right? They believe that God is eternally a father or not.
Yeah.
Actually, once you get into the whole, like, is the Quran created or uncreated and all that stuff, at a certain point, it starts to look like
they have to concede something.
Maybe we do worship the same God. But not in the way that you want that to work out.
Not in the way that they think, but that's when the cognitive dissonance kicks in.
Yeah.
$5 from Squirrelinos. Thank you very much. Is one of the most important parts of God. Being the Father is that he does not change.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly like what it's a huge part of what the issue is does God change and become a father? And if you think God doesn't change, then the issue with that is that, so God can become the creator because the creation is coming into existence outside of God, right? So it doesn't represent a change in God. With God's fatherhood, the idea has always been, I'll get in trouble with all the scholars, but anyway, but the idea was always with the Father, it's that the Son is in some sense from the substance of the Father. It's not a good way to think about it, but I think it's the way that Tertullian and some other people think. Like, if you just think of God as a big ball of Play-Doh, right? That's the substance. This is kind of the way Tertullian thinks about it. It's like the Father's this big ball of goo or whatever, and the Son is a little smaller bunch of goo inside that kind of comes out, right? And the problem is like, well, that's, it's a weird way to think about God, but it's, it violates divine simplicity. It makes God change it, right? So it's like there's parts, and this part kind of gets pulled out. And at some point, people were just like, yeah, but that's nuts, right? That's a nutty way to think about God. So how do we understand the relation between the Father and the Son? Well, if you can't have the Son like being part of the Father and like coming out, right, and that's the begetting of the Son, then what are your options? Either the Father and the Son are just they just sort of stay like that, or the Son is one of these things that comes into existence outside of the Father, right? So the Arians, my way of reading the whole thing is like Arians wanted to kind of keep the idea that begetting is a temporal process. Like it's something that begins and has a beginning and an end. It's a temporal process that happens at some point. and results in there being a father and a son, right, that are distinct. But they don't want to have this weird, the son is literally coming out of the father's, womb or whatever in an almost physical sort of way. So the only way you can do that then is that if it's going to be a process that has a time, he's just a creature and he pops into existence ex nihilo, like every other creature, right, out here, out of nothing, right? I think that the Orthodox wanted to say, well, the important thing is that the Father and the Son, like there's only one uncreated substance, and the Son has the same substance, right? Is of the same substance. So they're going to say, well, the begetting is not this process that happens over time. It's this eternal relation between the Father and the Son, right?
Yeah.
And on it, both, what motivates both of those, right, is you don't want God to change, right? And basically, to do that, I mean, you either have to then have God just be eternally being a father, and with humans, right, like in some sense, my substance, like a part of my substance becomes my son, right? I mean, on a crude sense, right, it's the sperm and the egg come together, right? And then the mother, takes in nourishment. So part of her substance becomes, in this kind of physical sense, right, becomes the child. And then you, right. So if you, I mean, again, there's kind of two issues. Like one is that you're sort of sharing substance, and one is like, is it this temporal process? And the Arians wanted it. I mean, this was something that really, they really emphasized, right? So Arius would go around and ask women in the marketplace, were you a mother before you begot your daughter? Well, no. You may be an Arian then, congratulations. Well, we don't believe that, God could be a father before he begot, and they were very big on this is a temporal thing.
It's funny
And
that
the
Athanasius
fathers
makes the
responding saying, like, you can't think of God in anthropomorphic sort of ways. Like, so when we say God is a father, the important thing is that they share a substance. They share the same kind of substance, the same nature. It's not important that this is like a temporal thing, but
it is funny though that Saint Athanasius would make fun of the Arians for like literally going to the market and trying to
coming up with like songs, like catchy little tunes.
But like literally trying to single out women. And like he says that and he calls them like girly men or whatever.
Effeminate or whatever.
$10 from Watson Black. Question: is our view relative identity? It seems like without relative identity, you get tetradism, where the essence is a fourth thing in God, not us. Can we define person as essence plus hypostatic mark?
So, I don't know. I mean, like in the Christological debates later, they give all these, what was it? I think it's one of the Leontii that's just like, I found 16 different definitions of hypostasis, So, I think, and I mean, that's one way that you can think about person is like essence plus a hypostatic property. I don't know. I mean, whether that is a useful way to think about things in the Christological context is a different question. But yeah, so like, let's say for roughly, we can say that. So the thing with the essence being a fourth thing in God, I guess that gets into the issue of like realism and nominalism and what exactly. So it is true that people like Saint Hilary of Poitiers, like he actually, interestingly, Saint Hilary actually says, like, if you're thinking of the ousia as like a fourth thing that's kind of above, over and above the three persons, he says, then I would say that the homoousion is heretical. Like, he's like, if that's what you mean, if you're saying there's one essence and that's like another quasi hypostasis, right? It's a thing that's, he doesn't like that. But that's really not that's not the way that like a universal works. Like a universal is just kind of subsist in particulars. So like, let's say Alex's face and my face have kind of the same shape, right? The shape isn't like a third thing in the same sense, right? It's real, but it's just a real like feature that we have, right? That our faces exhibit or whatever. So it's not really right to think of it as like a third thing in the same sense of thing, right? But as far as relative identity goes, here's kind of my pet peeve about people talking about relative identity. Prior to the early 1900s, the early 20th century, and like really like up into the late 1800s, typically what people would think is not that counting and number has anything to do with identity, right? They would say it has to do with being separate, excuse me, being separate or divided or discrete. So, I mean, people, this may help William Lane Craig and some other people out there understand. So here's the way people in antiquity thought about counting, right? This is one piece of paper, right? I have one piece of paper. Now I have two pieces of paper. Right? And it's not that another thing popped into existence ex nihilo just now, right? So it can't be like the way that people would analyze counting now is there exists an X and there exists a Y such that X is a piece of paper, Y is a piece of paper, and X and Y just aren't identical, right? But notice, like, nothing new exists now, right? Like nothing just came into existence, right? And everything is just identical to itself, right? And nothing else. That's how identity works, right? So nothing can like stop being identical to itself, right? So nothing came into existence and nothing stopped being identical to itself, right? But yet, there used to be one piece of paper, now there's two. So the number of pieces of paper just changed, but nothing in the way that modern day people analyze number changed, right? Nothing, like there's no new stuff that came into existence. Nothing stopped being identical. All this stuff is just paper, right? So nothing changed. The only thing that changed is that it's divided now, right? So once it's divided, that's two, right? There are two pieces of paper separate. So that's the way like everyone would have thought about number, like counting with cardinal numbers is about things being separate, divided, discrete, right? It's only with Frege that he comes up with this idea that numbers. So a way to think about it is to say this is two, right? It's the same little chunk of reality, right? The same chunk of stuff in the world.
Yeah.
But it's changed its structural properties, right? It used to be undivided, now it's divided, right? So it's a structural universal is what it really, the number, I mean, this is the way people would have thought about it. The number two is really a structural universal. It's a feature that different groups of things or different stuff can exhibit the structure of being undivided, being divided with one division, two divisions, right? So those are just structures, right? Frege comes up with this idea that no, number is a property. Essentially, it's a property of properties. It's a second order property. So the number two, really, it's kind of, I mean, it doesn't work with set theory. You get all these pairs, but just roughly to understand it, for Frege, the number two is just the set of all the sets that have two members, which sounds circular, but he has a way of kind of getting the circularity out of it. But anyway, so it's just a totally, and of course with sets, the only way you can count them is they're identical or not. So identity comes to be the way that you think about counting. So here's the deal. Like, nowadays, if you say, I don't think that the way that Frege analyzed counting, I don't think that's really how we count. And also, I mean, it gives you the wrong numbers in many cases, right? So,
praxis,
so
yeah.
like if I have 1.5 gallons of water in a container, and I just mark off the bottom 2/3 of that water and call it X, right? That's 1 gallon of water. 2/3 of 1.5, right? It's 1 gallon. And if I take the top 2/3 and mark that off and call it Y, that's 1 gallon of water, right? So X is 1 gallon of water and Y is 1 gallon of water, and X is not identical to Y, right? Because they're lower 2/3 and the upper 2/3. But it's just not true that you have 2 gallons of water. You have 1.5 gallons of water, and that's by it's not like whenever you've got an extra 0.5 gallon of water, like now I've got another whole gallon. That's not how numbers work. You don't double count the overlap, right? But there's no way. Anyway, there's a whole literature on this, right? But if you just say like, okay, well, so I don't think that we count by identity. I think we count, things by, you can't separate these. You can't separate X from Y in such a way that X would be discrete. It would be separate from Y, and X would be 1 gallon of water and Y would be 1 gallon of water. That's how you count, is how can you separate these things, right? If you just say, I don't think we count by identity, people are like, oh, relative identity? Because what's really happened is people have become so locked onto Frege's analysis of counting has to be basically right, that they can't even conceive of maybe if you want to say this isn't how they just think, well, you're just replacing the identity relation in this Fregean analysis of number. So instead of identity, it must be some tweak to the identity relation. So it's this weird thing called relative identity. And I just think that's not a useful, I mean, it's just not identity. We're just not talking about identity. We're talking about cutting stuff, dividing things. It just doesn't have anything to do with identity. Or people will talk about numerical sameness without identity, that you can have things being numerically one, but not identical. And that just presupposes that that numerical sameness should be about identity. But I just don't think it should. I just think that you're not even in the neighborhood, right? So, I mean, to me, it's kind of like talking about murder without bullets or something. It's like murder doesn't have to have bullets. People murdered each other for hundreds of thousands of years or whatever.
Yeah, rocks
before there were bullets,
metal.
Yeah, like that. It's just
hands.
Yeah, it's just a weird way to put. It's a weird way to say well, it's numerical sameness without identity. It just most people, I mean, historically, from Aristotle up through John Stuart Mill, most people just, that's not how they thought about counting and numbers. Anyway, I'm on a rant, but so I don't think, I mean, you call it relative identity, I guess, or numerical sameness without identity or something, but it kind of seems to presuppose that identity is the default. It's a little bit like we were talking about, Unitarians tend to kind of assume that their view is the default. And so the burden of proof is on the Trinitarian to, but it's really not. And it's similar here. It's it just kind of leads to this thing where people think that the default way to think about it is that X and Y are one just when they're identical rather than when they're undivided.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Speaking of which, you can probably skip through the rest of my opening here. It just goes through Enoch, Memra theology.
Yeah.
Genesis 18. Maybe we can go through this Philo section. I think that might be useful to talk about. the claim, as shown in First Enoch, the Memra tradition, in Siegel, in Schaeffer, in Boyarin, in numerous rabbinical traditions that are preserved in these works, St. John draws from the ancient Jewish interpretation of the two powers doctrine. We also see at about the same time as Christ, a Jewish theologian named Philo living in Alexandria, Egypt. Now, remember earlier in my presentation when I was talking about Abraham's 3 visitors at the Oaks of Mamre, here is how Philo understands that passage. And keep in mind that he's speaking like representatively, symbolically, iconically here. He says that the one in the middle is the father of the universe, who in the sacred scripture is called by his proper name, I am that I am. And the beings on each side are those most ancient powers which are always close to the living God. Always close to the living God. One of which is called his creative power and the other his royal power. And the creative power is God, for it is by this that he made and arranged the universe. And the royal power is the Lord, for it is fitting that the creator should lord it over and govern the creature. Therefore, the middle person of the 3, being attended by each of his powers as by bodyguards, presents to the mind, which is endowed with the faculty of sight, a vision of at one time 1 being, and at another time, how many? 3. 1 and 3 beings. This is Philo, right?
4 minutes left, Mike, or Alex.
Thank you. In Genesis 16, where Hagar sees God, Philo says that Hagar saw the angel word as the image of God himself. So Philo already associates the Logos with the angel of Yahweh before any of these councils and any of these church fathers that Mike is always complaining. So I think this is like an important link to establish for like continuity, because it was something that you said on a call that we had, Doc Branson, where you were like, I was trying to formulate how to frame this argument in a way that plays to my strengths and not my weaknesses. So like arguing from like continuity and history and precedent. Yeah. And you said like, well, really, there's a long tradition of like binitarian theologians. And if you look at it that way, like the New Testament authors are in that tradition, and the church fathers are too. And then it's like something clicked when you said it. It was just like so blatantly obvious, like right in front of my face, but I didn't see it. And then I combed through Philo, and guys, the entire work, like all the works of Philo are available on internet archives. Like they're free. Yeah, you can go get them. So I just like I read through them, I skimmed through them, I used the index for some things I wanted to find, and like it's all in there. Like distinctions in God, there are times where he uses the term like deuteros theos, like a secondary God. Like all these things that we need are there, and you see like this emergence of like 3 powers, right? It's like I don't know if it's, I would go so far to say that it's fully there. But I mean, at the very least, like here you say at one time 1 and at another time 3. And like again, like the theophanies problem, like this was something they were talking about at the time, like making this connection between the angel of Yahweh and the angel word, the angelos logos in Greek, right?
Yeah. Yeah, notice there on this quote you have, like, those who are unable to bear the sight of God look upon his image, his angel word. Like, yeah, by the way, David Runia is a scholar who has, like, he has a whole book on, like, Philo in the New Testament, like, you know, just going through all the places in the New Testament that where they're using the same language and they're, you know, phrases and quoting him and making sort of references and so forth. So yeah, this is the thing. I think before people really knew about this 2 powers stuff, I think Unitarians could present things as like, I mean, look, the way, I mean, this is what Siegel and Boyarin and all these guys, I mean, many of whom are Jewish scholars themselves, right? Like, I mean, it's like Siegel is the one who, I mean, he was Jewish, and he was just like, yeah, so we covered this stuff up like around, you know, and now here I'm uncovering it, and so up until that time, right, like the sort of official Jewish story was like, we've never believed anything like this and never would, and this is just crazy Gentiles who don't know Hebrew and they can't understand it, and they're just making it, you know. Christianity is just this nutty thing. The doctrine of the Trinity, what's that? So in that, I mean, if that's your starting point, then yeah, like I mean, you can kind of understand how Unitarians would sort of say, well, like that's the default, right? Because that's like the traditional Jewish view of God is Unitarian. And so unless you've got some really great arguments and you can really explain how this can all work and fit, you know, you shouldn't be a Trinitarian unless you have to have really good reasons to either get me to change my mind, or you need to really explain how this can fit with a kind of Unitarian Jewish view, right?
Right.
And so that's kind of the challenge that they would make. But But the problem is, like, now we know that's just not true. Like in late Second Temple Judaism, there was plenty of two powers theology that looks, I mean, you can say it's not fully Trinitarian, or it's really like binitarian, or it's like, I'm not sure if these are homoousios. Like you can talk about the details of it, but the point is just it was not this monolithic Unitarian sort of view, right? Like there were two powers, and there's different views about the ontological status of the second power, and there's a lot of stuff going on. So once you realize that, and then you start looking at the language in the New Testament, I do think it's completely perfectly clear, and I think that's why there's been such a scholarly, I don't know if I can say consensus or not, but basically why you've got so many scholars now just kind of like, there you go. There's the explanation. Here's where the doctrine of the Trinity came from, right?
Right. There's this quote from Boyarin I thought was particularly powerful, where he said there's significant evidence uncovered in large part by Siegel that in the first century, many, perhaps most Jews held a binitarian doctrine of God, that Logos theology was a living current within non-Christian Judaic circles from before the Christian era well into late antiquity, when the Palestinian Targums were produced.
So from that perspective, then it's just like, well, then the default, like, it isn't a Unitarian view of God, right? Without knowing anything about Christianity, except that it, emerged out of late Second Temple Judaism, you ought to just sort of think, well, either like it's a coin flip, whether it, would have been Unitarian or binitarian or what, or you might even think like, I mean, if most Jews had that view, then maybe it's even a little bit more likely, right, that it would be something like a two powers theology. So that's the really, you should just sort of be basically agnostic about what early Christians would have believed. Like what the 12 disciples and Jesus would have believed, right? Like you should just sort of be agnostic until you look at the text, right? And
there's no default view.
And another thing about this is like to realize, I think a lot of what drives Unitarianism is like they've got a certain interpretation of the Old Testament, right? Like they've got this Unitarian. I mean, basically, it's kind of like what became sort of the official rabbinic Jewish interpretation of the Old Testament, and they just kind of buy into that and then anchor to that. I teach a critical thinking classes, so I kind of think in terms of like sometimes there's these like cognitive biases and heuristics and things that mess people up. And one of them is we call anchoring. I don't know. This might be useful to point out. There's just this phenomenon where like whatever you believe, you tend to just like in the face of new evidence, like you'll tend to only adjust your belief system like just enough to take into account whatever. So an interesting experiment that people do is like they'll ask a group of people, was Gandhi like older or younger than 17 when he was assassinated? And people will be like, well, he was older, obviously, right? It's 17. And then they'll be like, well, how old was he? And people will be like, maybe like 35, 40, I don't know, something like that. And then they'll ask another group of people, like, was Gandhi older or younger than 100 years old when he was assassinated? And people will be like, well, younger. Like, well, about how old was he? And they'll be like, maybe like 70, right? Because what happens is, right, like they're thinking about Gandhi at 100 years old, and then they just pull it down until it becomes something reasonable, right? And the other ones are thinking about him, as a teenager, and they just push it up until it's. And used car salesmen will do this stuff too. Like it's part of the sales tactics where they give, this is normally $5,000, but today only we're going to give it to you for $20.99.
You go to the gas station and everything is always on sale. Like,
or like or they'll say, here's the price, or like here's your salary in a negotiation. So like that becomes, it's like you feel bad about going too far, past that first number that gets mentioned. But anyway, so a lot of times people do this where it's like there's just certain beliefs that they'll like anchor to, and all the new information just has to get fit around that somehow, right? Whereas like really the rational thing to do, you really should just kind of hold all of your beliefs with like various levels of confidence, and just like adjust the levels of confidence as you get new information, right? So I think that a lot of what happens is just Unitarians kind of start with this like the official Jewish view about the Old Testament, right? And then it's like, well, I'm pretty sure that's how, I'm pretty sure that's the right way to read the Old Testament. And then when I get to the New Testament, then I've got to fit that to my interpretation of the Old Testament, right?
Right.
Rather than just looking at the New Testament and thinking, how did these people interpret the Old Testament?
Yes.
Right. And I'm not coming to it with my own preconceived views about how they should interpret the Old Testament.
Yeah.
Like I just want to, like, I'm just coming with a blank slate and looking at how does the New Testament read the Old Testament? And that's, if you come at it from that angle, and also, about the whole background of two powers theology, it just becomes incredibly clear that the New Testament authors were just another brand of two powers theology. And maybe, it's not exactly the same as other forms of two powers theology, but other forms of two powers theology weren't the same as each other, right? That's what different means. So they're different.
Yeah.
So in the New Testament, you've got the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit's there a lot of these triadic formulas. So maybe it's a three powers theology, right? And like you can debate about the ontological you could say, well, we can debate about, like, this is my thing. Like I think Arianism, like, theologically doesn't work. Like we mentioned earlier, it's just kind of, I think it's crazy that Yahweh is a creature, but like I can at least take someone seriously. Like if someone argues, okay, historically, I think that like the pre-Nicene fathers were more like Arian than Orthodox or something, or like I think that the New Testament, it's really more Arian or something. Like, okay, I mean, there's a reason that there was an Arian controversy, right? There's a reason that a bunch of people, at one point
they had
Arian.
Arguments.
Yeah, because there is some ambiguity and there's some arguments, whatever. So like, and anyway, like I can take someone seriously if I don't agree with it, right? But I can at least respect that you may have really looked at all the historical data and everything and just come away thinking you're leaning more towards it being originally Arian or whatever. Like,
it's like, despite there being an error somewhere, there's still some intellectual virtue.
Yeah, right. Like I can at least, let's say, like, okay, well, that's like, it's within the realm of possibility, and like reasonable people can disagree about things, but like, I really don't see how you can look at the historical evidence and be a biblical Unitarian. I mean, really, no Unitarian. Well, and that's part of the issue. I mean, part of what's weird about it is the biblical part, right? Because like, if someone said like, well, I think that the Ebionites, were the real original Christians,
like,
right?
the most eclectic group.
Yeah, like they were. I mean, because they were this like Jewish Christian sect or whatever. That it's kind of hard to know what they believe really, but anyway, I mean, they thought that Jesus was a human and not divine. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, really, some of the stuff reports about them are kind of, I guess maybe they were sort of Gnostic or like kind of Nestorian Christology. I mean, I think it's kind of hard to reconstruct. But let's just say they were basically like they had the same view as Unitarians, right? But they had a radically different canon of Scripture. Like they rejected all of the Gospels, the 4 canonical Gospels. I mean, there's this like Gospel of the Hebrew. I mean, there's some question as to whether they had like a Hebrew version of the Gospel of Matthew, but it seems like really it was just it probably was just a different gospel
altogether, a different gospel. Yeah.
So probably they just rejected all the gospel. They hated Paul. They didn't, I mean, I don't think they had any of our New Testament books, and they have all this, like, the circuits of Peter and the, I don't know, ascent of James the Judge. I mean, they had some, like, they had all these other texts, right? That were so, like, if you were like, oh, they're the original, I mean, but then why did they get the Bible completely wrong? Right. And
Yeah.
right. And the Gnostics had all different Gnostic gospels, and, Marcion, rejected almost everything.
Yeah, made his own gospel, right? He like cherry picked Luke or something.
Yeah, he's got a version of Luke that looks like he just kind of chopped it up and did some stuff. But anyway, point being, like, all these other groups have these different canons of scripture, and it's like it's the Catholic Church that had the canon of scripture that you now accept. So it's like the Catholic Church got the scripture, like, totally right on, but they had no idea what they're talking about when they talk about, like, one of the most central important things, right? Like, who is God? Where is Jesus? I mean, like, why do we worship it? Like that? They got the whole central part of the religion. But they got everything. The Bible, and that's totally right. But and then the Ebionites are over here, like, these are the guys, like, these are the real, OG Christians, but they have no idea. Like, they just end up rejecting all of the apostles' actual writings and getting just totally wrong, fakes. Like, what? Like, how did that happen? It's just a very improbable view, right? Like, you would normally think, like, some group of people have, like, a certain probability of being accurate,
Right?
You know what I mean? Like, these people are pretty good. Like, they got about 90% of everything that they were taught, they retained, and they know, like, they do a good job of thinking things through. And, like, so you would just sort of, I would think, unless there's some kind of explanation for it, I would just think, like, this group has, like, a 90% chance of getting things right. So they ended up getting the Bible, like, 90% right, or, like, they lucked out and got it 100% right. And so they probably got, like, a 90% chance of getting the theology right. And this group had, like, a 10% chance. They're just all over the place. It just is a very awkward view that, like, this group got the theology totally right and the Bible completely 100% wrong. And this group got it 100% right, but the theology is, it's just a very, like, this is a very unlikely view. That's not how information theory and probability theory.
Right? I think those methodology problems, I tried to draw that out in my rebuttal too, that, like, look, it's just a buffet style kind of Christianity, like any other, like, Protestant view. Manaya for 4.99 says, what do we make of Nicaea 2, which says that true worship of faith, latreon, pertains alone to the divine nature? Well, I think sometimes that term is just used to, like, very quickly distinguish the three persons. But the same way that, like, the energies are worshipped, I don't see, like, any problem with that. Doc Branson?
Yeah, I've actually I've thought about that issue a lot, and now it's getting late for me and I don't remember what I concluded about it. But I guess in a general sense, I think there's probably like a better answer to give, but I think a simple answer is that they're just sort of saying, they're just making a distinction between the divine nature and created things, right? So we don't give true worship to the saints and icons and relics because those are created, they're not divine, right? So I guess this easy answer is, like, worship sort of tracks the divine nature, right? So the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit have the divine nature. But I mean, I get what the question is, like, as worded, if you look at it, the grammar very strictly, it looks like you're worshiping the divine nature rather than the persons. So I don't know if that's really what it is intended to mean. I do think I do remember also thinking that was an odd, it was kind of odd to word it that way. And I don't remember what I thought about it. Should have written it down probably, but yeah, anyway.
$5 from Journey of Abundance. Any thoughts on the new Rome Press Bible? Well, I want to get one because the outside looks great, and they use the Lexham Septuagint for the Old Testament. Like the Orthodox Study Bible uses the Brenton.
Oh,
so
nice. Okay.
I'd like to get a Lexham, but it also, like, that leather binding is pretty nice. I think I can. Yeah. Like.
Yeah, that would be nice. So it's just the Lexham,
pretty nice.
Lexham Septuagint, and then like the what?
Yeah, so Lexham English Language Septuagint with Eastern Orthodox EOB.
Oh, nice. Yeah. No, I like the EOB. I have that. Yeah. Well, nice. Yeah, I'll have to get that.
$10 from Theos Thinker. Thank you for the donation. Are unbegottenness and aseity different? I mean, probably not really. I've heard that unbegottenness means lacking derivation from another source, while aseity means self-existence. I think that would probably be the difference. If different, then is aseity proper to the Father or to nature? Is it an extrinsic property?
Yeah. So, well, okay. So there's a distinction that the fathers will make between like agenitos with one new versus with two news. So, well, I don't know. Maybe I'm not sure if that's the distinction they're getting at or not. But anyway, so one means like ungenerated, like created, right? Like it wasn't brought into being, and the other is this unbegotten, like just there's no relation of origin, right? I'm not sure if that's what they're getting, but unbegottenness, I mean, roughly, yeah, unbegottenness is just kind of their term for aseity. It's actually, ironically, it is used by the Greek philosophers who we know we should not be taking terms from. So maybe we shouldn't be making these arguments. I don't know. But the Greek philosophers would use this term agenitos, so to kind of mean ase. So yeah, roughly those are kind of coextensive, right? So ase and unbegotten. So this is, I've heard that unbegottenness means lacking derivation from another source, right? Where aseity means self-existence. So it is true, like in Latin, like, so ase means from itself, and ab alio means from another. So there is a question, right? Like if you're just thinking in terms of like the cosmological argument, like, okay, it's created thing or this contingent thing has to come from something else. So you got to work your way back to the first cause, right? That's not coming from something else. Well, how does that work? How does the first cause work? So if you want to get like into the technicalities of it, right? Some people have the view like the first cause just doesn't have any cause, right? Like it's just sitting there, right? Another view is like, well, the first cause, like everything has to kind of have a cause in some sense. So it's like self-caused. It's somehow, it causes itself, or like it has its own reason for existence within itself or something. So it's kind of just like if you're drawing arrows backwards, it's like, do you get back to something that just doesn't have an arrow, or does it have a little arrow pointing to itself? Right? Like it's just kind of, and I don't know. I mean, different people have different views about which is the better philosophical account or whatever. I don't really, but anyway, in the, the Athanasian Creed, which is neither written by Athanasius nor a creed, and Orthodox people didn't even know existed until like way late. But everybody in the West thinks is like a big deal. But anyway, in the Athanasian Creed, the way it puts it actually is it says the Father is a nullo. So it doesn't actually say se, it says from nothing, right? So, and then the Son and the Spirit are ex patre, they're from the Father. That's the way it makes things. So I mean, I tend to just think of the Father as being just not from anything and not like from himself or something. But so if different, then is aseity proper to the Father or nature? So again, like I don't really tend to think of the Father as being like from himself. I just tend to think he's not from anything.
It's the existing one.
But the interesting thing about the nature, I think Nathan Jacobs talks about this in some of his articles. I think he's right about this. Like Calvin talks about the nature being ase and whatever, but I think the Cappadocian view and in John of Damascus and everyone is that it's not really strictly speaking right to say that the divine nature is ase, because the Cappadocians accept this principle as kind of an Aristotelian principle that like natures can't just exist like free floating. Well, Father Stephen talked about this on
yeah
stream. Like there's no such thing as a nature that just like floats around with that, right? I mean, in the same way that like you can't have a shape that's not like the shape of some object, right? Like the universals only subsist within particulars, right? So now you can also say particulars have to have natures and have to have properties. So there's a whole, Aristotle goes into this at great length in his Metaphysics, like what is really, ultimately fundamental. And his view ultimately is like, it's really particulars that are in some sense the most fundamental. And I think that's the Cappadocian view too. So they would say that the hypostasis, I mean, Gregory of Nyssa, or whoever wrote Basil's 38th epistle, most scholars think it's actually Gregory of Nyssa. But anyway, he says this at one point with the word hypostasis. The reason he introduces that term is he says the nature finds no standing. So hypostasis means what stands under, literally. So he says that's what stands under the nature. The nature has no standing except in the hypostasis, the hypostasis. So, I think they just have this view that natures in general, are dependent, right? They're dependent on hypostases, which is part of the issue with what I called monarchical Trinitarianism and like versus some of these other views. Like people want to make, in some cases, they want to make the divine nature. Well, I'll just say, I mean, I think like, all the Thomists are gonna like come after me with Rotten Tomatoes and stuff. So Aquinas wouldn't say this, right? Like he's gonna say that the Father is the monarchy, right? The source of. I mean, he's gonna say all of that stuff because you have to, because you're a heretic. Yeah, but like really. I think like really in his metaphysical system, it's really the divine nature that is the most fundamental, ontologically like fundamental thing in reality. And then there's just kind of like reasons why it sort of relates to itself in these ways that sort of give rise to these three persons, right? And that's just not the Cappadocian view. The Cappadocian view, that natures can't be fundamental. They subsist within the hypostases, and the Son and the Spirit are in some sense, right? They're from the Father. They have their source in the Father, right? So the most fundamental thing in the universe is the Father. Like that's just what happens on their view. And I think like, I admit that like Catholics they affirm the monarchy of the Father. Aquinas affirms it, but like I mean, this is something people could debate, but arguably, really in like the Thomistic system, it's not really the Father that's the most fundamental. It's arguably really the nature, but that's not the Catholic view. Yeah.
Another $5 from Theos Thinker. Doctor, where can I read more about the counting? I asked the math teacher if she would count the top and bottom halves of a liter as two separate liters. Fun. Well, there's an article here I have offhand by David Liebesman.
Yeah, Liebesman.
We do not count by identity. This is the article you want, I think.
Yeah, no, it's a good article. There's another one. I mean, there's I forget now the name of it, but by Nathan Salmon, that was kind of, it may be what kind of kicked off some of that literature, but yeah, he just makes the point, like, so the way that people formulate, the way that they analyze like the logical form of counting statements now. I mean, it's just like there exists an X and there exists a Y and there exists a Z, X is God and Y is God and Z is God, but they're all not identical. And Nathan Salmon just points out, like, well, you can't have half of a quantifier. You can't, like, there's an X, there's a Y. You can't be like, there's it. And you can't have like half of an identity or like half of, right? It's just all or nothing. So you really can only count by whole numbers, like if that's how counting works. And I think there's really not like a great answer to that. Like, I mean,
yeah. Seems like Metaphysics Mike stopped by in the chat. He said it looks like he left now. But he said Marcion's canon predates yours by hundreds of years, and you didn't include any Gnostic gospels. So why don't you use it, Mike? Like, not doing justice. Matthew just isn't enough. I agree it wasn't as good as the others that came later, though. On what basis can you say any of those others are wrong when you reject the church that gives you the canon?
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand what he's getting at. I mean,
that makes two of us.
Suggestion like maybe we should go with Marcion's canon.
Sounds like it. Says the problem isn't adopting a philosophy, it's adopting the theology it drives. That's what happened with homoousios. Well, I'm glad you brought that up, actually, because I know Doc Branson has some opinions on that. But notice in the debate that I was the one who went to the cultural context and the text. Yeah. And I stressed precedent and history and continuity. In fact, it was Metaphysics Mike who was the one who emphasized this philosophy that he's complaining about, which there's nothing wrong with it, obviously, because Doc Branson's work is very helpful. He's a philosopher. These terms are all used, but Metaphysics Mike himself conceded that the Cappadocians use these terms in a particular way, not even the way the philosophers use them. So he's like, he's talking out of both sides of his mouth.
Yeah, I appreciate that Mike's come by here. I mean, I'd be happy to chat about it sometimes too. But because I would, I'd like to get more clarity on like what the arguments were. I guess I don't understand like what the force of this claim that the word homoousios came from wherever. You got to dumb it down for me. Explain.
It's a textbook genetic fallacy on its face. I think.
I mean, I'm just not clear on like what's the
objection.
Rest of the argument. Like, why is this a problem? Like Father Stephen pointed out, like literally every word in the Bible was first used by pagans, right? I mean, certainly every word in the New Testament, right? Every Greek word was first, like the word theos in the New Testament, like originally was being applied to Zeus and all of these guys, right? Like, so it's just not clear to me, like how is this the problem?
He says the Father is the most fundamental thing, like quoting one of us, I guess, and yet they're equal in essence. Yeah.
Right.
How can his hypothesis ground such a thing apart from nature? It's literally just against eunomius, dude. Like,
well, yeah. So I find a lot of times, I mean,
it's an incredulity fallacy on its
well,
face. Like,
I just don't. A lot of times I just don't know what the terminology is supposed to be. So how can so they're equal in essence? Well, yeah, they have the same essence. That's true. How can his hypostasis ground such a thing? Oh, ground what? Like being most fundamental? I mean, yeah, because that doesn't pertain to a nature. Father Stephen pointed this out too, right? And I talked to you about this. Like there was a point on there where Mike said, and let me just, I don't want to, I hope my tone doesn't come off as accusatory or anything, but there's a point where he said something like a nature is, I forget the exact way he put it, but basically it's like a definition or like a list of properties. And that's absolutely not what the word nature, it's completely not what it meant in antiquity at all. And Father Stephen brought that up. Like it's a set of causal powers. I think Father Stephen used the term nexus, which makes it sound even better. But anyway, that's what word. So the definition of physis in Aristotle's book, The Physics, is it's an internal principle of motion and rest. So it's an intrinsic or internal source of, for Aristotle, it's motion and cessation from motion is what rest means. But it gets expanded, in a theological context to whether you think that God changes or not, whether he's in motion. It's a source of activity, right? So what we would call energies. So that's what a nature is. It's a source. It's this metaphysical. Tim Paul, the learned Tim Paul, used the technical term a metaphysical doodad, which I like. So it's a little metaphysical doodad that gives you all these causal powers, right? And I think Father Stephen mentioned this too. Like, this is why like an acorn and an oak tree have the same nature, right? Even though you would look at them and think they have like almost no property. They have very few properties in common, right?
Common, yeah.
But the idea in Aristotle is that, the acorn gets this nature from the oak tree that produces it, right? So it's got the same nature, right? Even though it doesn't look anything like the oak tree. And it's that's an internal source of motion, of change and activity, right? So when the acorn goes in the ground, it's the nature that makes it grow up into an oak tree. And the form of the fully adult oak tree is kind of the full realization of the nature. That's the telos, right? That's what it's kind of designed to turn into. But it has the nature from the very beginning. And also, for Aristotle, a dog has 4 legs by nature, because this metaphysical, sort of like metaphysical DNA, right? It's like this little internal principle that normally would take the dog fetus, right, and turn it into this 4-legged animal. But if you cut a dog's leg off, right, so it's only got 3 legs now, it's not like no longer a dog, right? But if you try to think of nature as a list of properties, that it's like a checklist of properties, and you've got to have all these things because they're all essential in the kind of contemporary sense, then you get these problems with 3-legged dog. Either a 3-legged dog isn't a dog anymore, which is weird, right? Or you have to say dogs don't have 4 legs by nature, like that's not their nature, right? But that's absolutely not what, right? This is why Aristotle says, like, whatever happens always or for the most part is, happens by nature. So for Aristotle, the issue, I mean, I keep talking about Aristotle just because he's the guy who talks mostly about.
That's where the definitions come from. Yeah.
And this is the definition that, I mean, like the John of Damascus quotes Aristotle's physics by name. Yeah. This is where they're. So Aristotle's point is just like there are things that exist. We say they exist by nature, and things that happen by nature. His point is just like there's things that just kind of happen pretty much the same way all the time. That calls for an explanation, right?
Yeah.
So this is one of the I mentioned the gender thing. I'm going to get fired and blacklisted from academia for talking about gender and not saying the right things. But like when people in some of the gender discussions say, like they really harp on like there's people who have chromosomes that are like XXY, XXZ, YW, and you know they have and they're intersex and they have one ovary and 3 testicles, and it's not clear, what they are, right? And it's like, but these are things that happen like 1 out of 1,000,000 times or whatever the frequency is, right? So, but they're trying. The reason they bring those things up is they have this modern view about what it means to say something's a nature, what a nature is. So they think if I can find like one counterexample, right, or like there's a fraction of a percent of people that formed it like that don't fit neatly into male or female, right, then bam, I've showed that this isn't really something that happens by nature. It's just kind of a social convention or whatever, right? But Aristotle would not be fazed at all. He would just say, look, 99.999% of the time, people are either just clearly male or clearly female. Right. That's a very big coincidence. Like if there's just nothing, there's nothing there that explains that, right? It's just random distribution. Like you could have been intersex, right? I mean, it's just too much of a coincidence, right? There has to be an explanation for why so many people do fit neatly into male or female, right? And Aristotle would just say, yeah, the explanation is that it's the nature, right? It's by nature, people are either male or female. And that doesn't mean that everybody ends up being male or female cleanly or neatly, right? It just means if they don't, there must be some explanation for why they don't, right? Something must have happened or whatever it, right, might be.
Mike says that physis is the internal principle of motion. Ousia is the fundamental being. Yeah, but Doc Branson was saying that during the debate, you were using the term nature in this way.
But here, so Ousia is the, I mean, it's the being of the thing. But what people don't get, like, here's what happens, okay? Nature is this internal principle of motion, right? That's just what it means, right? Then Aristotle goes through this whole, analysis of his predecessors and his arguments for his view, and he argues for the claim that the nature of at least living organisms is their ousia, right? It's not like just true by definition or something, right? So it's he makes the claim and he argues for it. So and ultimately for Aristotle, I mean, the fathers don't really get into the weeds and all this, but for Aristotle, every physis is an ousia, but not every ousia is a physis, right? So artifacts have an essence, but they don't have a nature, right? But a nature, he argues, is always the substantial form of the thing. but look, what he's saying then is just it's the substantial form of this thing that he argues, right, gives it its causal powers, right? So that's he argues for. Does that translate into like a list of properties? Well, so I mean, let's say we can equate like the logos, the definition of an ousia with a list of properties. Okay, there are inseparable accidents, right? So there are other properties that you can have that you necessarily have, right? But that aren't part of the ousia. They're not your substantial form. So people in antiquity would sometimes call these inseparable accidents, right? So arguably, I mean, people can debate this, but like arguably, a lot of people would say maybe my parents are like maybe there's no possible world where I had different parents, right? Like if I had been born to some other set of parents, that would just be another person that looks kind of like me, right? Like that's not me. I mean, people debate this, right? Or like Noah, could Noah have been the first created man, and then could Adam have been Noah's descendant? Or like, would it really just be you just relabeled Noah and Adam, right? So people can debate that, but arguably, maybe there are properties like that or relations like that like it wouldn't be me, right? So it's necessary for me in every possible world in which I exist. I had to have come from the same parents, right? But then that wouldn't be part of my nature, because that's not my substantial form. My nature is just human nature, right? So you can have properties that are essential in the contemporary sense of the term, right? But that aren't part of your nature or essence in the ancient sense of the term, right? So then the question is, and I talk about this if you're interested, Metaphysics Mike or anyone else, in that Four Views book, I talk about this at one point, because people make that William Lane Craig makes this mistake. So Craig will just argue, well, it's not like accidental to God that he's a se, right? God has to be a se. And then he just goes from that immediately to, so it's part of the divine nature. So the Son and Holy Spirit have to have it too.
Right, as if it's
one
one
or
or the
that's
other.
a non sequitur, right? To say it's something that is necessarily true, or it's a property that's necessary to God. It could be necessary to God because it's part of his essence, or it could be necessary because it's a hypostatic property, what today people would call a part of his individual essence, right? So one way people make this distinction, a kind essence would be a list of, let's say, a list of properties or whatever that are necessary and sufficient for you to be a member of a kind, right? So whatever, maybe being a rational animal, let's say, is, necessary and sufficient for being a human, let's say. An individual essence is the properties that are necessary and sufficient for being me, right? For being Beau Branson, or being Metaphysics Mike or Alex, right? So those would be individual essences. So when something is necessary, it's just a necessary property. There's always a question, like, is it necessary because it's part of your kind essence or individual essence? And that basically maps onto the distinction that the Cappadocians make between ousia and hypostasis, right? The ousia roughly is the kind essence / nature on an Aristotelian view, and the hypostatic property is like the individual essence.
Right. Yeah, he says, I've heard, thanks for taking my comment. I'm enjoying listening. I've heard some others argue that even essential hypostatic properties can exist. Yeah, I think that's basically what we're saying here, right? Respect you both. Really got to head off now. All the best.
Well,
I respect you too, Mike.
Thank you for coming back.
Had some kind words here. He said, gotta head out. Branson is a legend. I loved his paper. The one in which he dunked on Dale Tuggy, and then his only response was to say that Doc Branson was a Unitarian too. Though I disagree on some things, enjoyed listening. Well, I love you, Mike.
Thanks. I appreciate you coming by, Mike.
Yeah. So, I do want to be respectful of your time, Doc Branson. How much longer can you do? We've already been going for a while.
Yeah. I mean,
I was 30 more minutes.
I was told you like to do 24-hour long streams.
They prepared you.
I was hoping really that you would. No, I mean, whatever. No, I mean, I'm on sabbatical. I don't care. All the time.
Also, Father Dr. Stephen, if you are listening, I did send you the link. I do want to react to Mike's opening. We can be a little more time efficient.
Yeah, now that Mike just headed out, we
I mean, it's a little awkward when he's here, but I mean, I don't care if he's here too. That's fine. I mean, our opinions are our opinions. So, I mean, and Mike knows that. Also, I got to say that they're out of all my debate opponents. Typically, they have some like spiral, some unraveling on Twitter, except for Aaron Gallagher. He's been a class act. And honestly, I don't think Metaphysics Mike has done more than like the typical post debate, like, trash talk or whatever. Like I think he's acted totally fine. Like compared to some other guys, like I don't think Mike has done anything inappropriate as far as like the online debate scene goes. Like actually pretty mild, to be honest. All right, let me add.
And by mild, you mean like he had little voodoo dolls of you? It's compared, relative to the standard.
Okay, this is like the very end.
Things that are created were created through him, and we have the Holy Spirit who is proceeding eternally from the Father and is of the same nature as the Father. So moving forward, I'd like for Mike to explain how he can hold a view in direct opposition to the pillar and ground of the truth, the church. His view, in fact, is not held by Christians in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th centuries of the church. Mike's view is closest to rabbinic Judaism today.
Which, like, I mean, even talking about it right now, it seems that, like, even like the heretics, they were like Trinitarian, just not correctly Trinitarian. Like they wouldn't be Unitarians.
Well, in some
right?
sense, yeah. That's the
sense.
thing that is kind of awkward. It's like even the Arians like aren't anywhere near this. Actually, that's one of the things one of the points I wanted to make in my paper about how Dale Tuggy's definitions, like he sort of like he defines things in such a way that it's going to group like his brand of Unitarianism with like Arius and like Arians who will say Jesus is Yahweh, Jesus is God.
A bunch of things that Dale Tuggy disagrees with.
Yeah, like it, and it's kind of like, well, so yeah, if you group all anything other than Nicene Orthodoxy, like it's just put into one huge category of totally random, disparate stuff, and it's like, so then it looks like like there's a big probability, like part of the like if you just have a pie chart of like, what's the probability it's like Orthodoxy, what's the probability it's like Arianism and Unitarian. Like if you just put Orthodoxy over here and like literally anything else in the universe, like, or like all these different disparate views together in one category, then it makes it look like, oh, that category is like really pretty plausible. This is a contender. Right. But if you like if you're looking at specific views, like there's no specific view in there that actually is very likely, right?
Right.
Out of the two of us, and he's standing in direct opposition to Christ and his church, making his view untenable. Thank you.
Let me share your screen. Shared. I'm going to pull up also my own timer here. And you said it starts when I begin talking, right?
Yep.
Awesome. All right. My claim tonight is simple. In the Bible, the one God is the Father alone. The Holy Spirit is the Father's Spirit, and Jesus is his exalted human Messiah. And the idea that the one God is actually...
I mean, so this is, this is the deal. Like, this is the big argument. I mean, it's one of the big arguments, right? There's really two, I think there's two kind of big arguments about the Trinity. One is just like, is this three gods, right? So the three gods issue, which I brought up the three F's, like you could fit any predicate in there, but that's that's one argument. Is this three gods? Okay. A different one is like, who is God? Like God, who in the New Testament, when we just say God, like who's that referring to? And I mean, it's like, this is what the only thing people have me on YouTube to talk about it. Like I harped on it a million times. Like you can not only can you formulate the doctrine of the Trinity in such a way that the Father is God, the word God is just referring to the Father, right? Just like in the New Testament, but actually that's the way a lot of the church fathers themselves do formulate it. Like when John of Damascus, and John of Damascus is way late, right?
Yeah.
And the way he formulates it is there's God, and then there's his logos.
Yeah, his word.
There's his spirit.
Yeah.
That's still the way he formulates. And not only that, but like the actual structure of the exact exposition of the Orthodox faith is such, he gives basically a version of the cosmological argument to prove the existence of God. And then he gives this standard kind of argument about why there couldn't be more than one God, right? So there is a God. There's at least one God. There's at most one God. So we've got exactly one God. And then the next chapter is, and here's why this one and only God has to have a logos. And then the next chapter is why this one and only God has to have a spirit. And then the next chapter is why God and his logos and his spirit are one God and not three gods, right? So he's as late as John of Damascus, he's still formulating things in that way. So it's just kind of like I don't mean this to metaphysics, Mike, but like I'm just like, can we stop with like with this argument about, well, in the New Testament, God is clearly in it. Like, yes, that is
we believe the Bible. Yes,
and that's perfectly consistent with Trinitarianism.
Yeah. So normally I'd try to batch the super chats together a bit, but these two are really good, on topic. So Taint Nuffim, $5 says modern Orthodox rabbinic Judaism doesn't actually reject multiple hypostases. Their main objection is Y3. Well, I talked to Father Stephen about this a bit, and he said hypostases might be a slightly too strong for Orthodox rabbinic Judaism, but they do believe in I think they just call them emanations, which would be closer to energies. But yeah, I think that tracks. If you just watch Father Stephen's conversations with Federecci, that's literally exactly what his objection is. He's like, why 3? We have 20. That's a good question or comment. Bro TL7QQ, thank you for the SEKs. When is it proper to call the Son God or just Lord? Doc?
So I would say, right, like a lot of what I've pointed out here is the word God functions in different ways grammatically, and then it can kind of mean different things depending on the context. So if you're using it as a common noun that just means this person is divine, they have the divine nature, right? Then of course it's proper to call him God whenever you want, because that's true. It's true that he has the divine nature. He's divine, right? Just like it's, here's,
right, in the sense of the days of man are
I used to always use, because in Hebrew you have this phenomenon where Adam, the word Adam is the name of the first created man, but it's also just the generic word for a human. So I think it's Hezekiah or someone that at one point, a prophet tells him thou art man and not God. And literally in the Hebrew, it's you are Adam and not El, that's, and it's not saying you are the first created man, but you're not identical to this divine person. It's saying you're human and you're not divine. That's all it means, right? But people, I guess, people don't know Hebrew or whatever. It just doesn't resonate with them. So I thought maybe a better example, in English, would be I have a friend whose name is Christian, right? That's his name, so that's what I call him. Right? Christian went to the store. Christian was a grad student at the same time I was. And it turns out that Christian believes in Jesus, so he's Christian, right? I also believe in Jesus, so I'm Christian. But just when you call me Christian, you don't mean I'm that guy whose name is Christian. You just mean I'm believe in Jesus, right? I have the same religion as this guy. So similarly with God, sometimes the word God just refers to the Father, kind of like the word Christian refers to my friend, right? Sometimes it's a way of describing something as divine, or just Christian can be a way of describing someone as believing in Jesus. So Jesus is always divine, so it's always proper to call him God in that sense. When is it proper to call him God, as in a proper name? So in a way, there is kind of a similarity, I guess, between Unitarianism and Saint Basil, basically, on this view. Basil's response is just look, again, you would call the king, you would call his image the king. You would point to the image and say, hey, that's the king, right?
Right.
Whenever we pass a statue of someone who's really fat or ugly or whatever, my wife will be like, it's you. Hey, look, it's you. This is why our marriage is so strong. And but anyway,
Perseverance. Yes.
yeah. So that's just her thing. Hey, that's you.
Yeah.
But I mean, she's not saying you physically are this thing. I mean, it's just that looks like you, right? It according to her, it represents me. It images me. So so it's proper to call Jesus God, even in the capital G, proper name sort of sense, in the sense that he is God's image, right? He's the exact image of God and functions as this theophany figure, right? He's who reveals God to us. And I think that's why Gregory Nazianzen has this, sermon where he says, like, we refer to Jesus as God when he is mentioned by himself, but when he is mentioned together with the Father, we refer to him as Lord. We refer to the Father as God. And
I was going to bring that quote up. Yeah, I got that one from you, and I was like, it kind of fits. It's very suitable here.
Right.
But, yeah, I couldn't remember who I got
think
it
about
from.
it this way: like if I had a photograph of my wife, and I say, "Hey, this is my wife," right? Like that's very natural to say, "Hey, yeah, you want to see my wife? Here, this is my wife," right? But then, like, if my actual physical wife literally, walked into the room, it would be really weird to just like ignore her and keep being like, look, see, this is my wife. Like, well, she's right here. Like, that's just weird, right? So now, like in that context, you would stop pointing to the photograph and saying, this is my wife. You'd say, oh, this is my wife. And this is just the photograph of my wife, right? Because you're not, it would be weird to still, like when a thing is functioning as a representation of something else, you just treat it as though it's the thing that it represents, right? So like, I mentioned this in the book too, like, if you're playing Monopoly, you can just point to the, the top hat and be like, that's Alex, and like, who's the car? Well, Beau's the car. Well, the car, that's not the car. The car's Alex. No, the car's Beau. Like, like you just say that it is that thing and you treat it as though that's what it is. But if you're in a context where both of those things are there, then it just becomes awkward to keep referring to the representation as though it is this other thing when that thing's just right there in front of you, right? So in contexts where we're talking about the Father and the Son, I think that's what Gregory Nazianzen is getting at, is just, well, now it's weird to call the Son God when the Father's like right there in the same context. So then you just call the Father God and the Son Lord.
Let's get back to Mike's opening.
Three persons, which include all of them, is just not an early Christian belief. And I see already that there's a ton of confusion about what it even means to believe in one God. Folks, Trinitarianism is ahistorical. It ignores mountains of evidence which expose it developed. It avoids viable, better interpretations of God's monarchy, Christology, and itself depends upon extremely dubious metaphysics borrowed from paganism. Now, listen.
This is like, I don't mind like front loading your conclusions and then like going and showing them later in terms of like rhetorical strategy. I prefer like more of a narrative approach to like say like, hey, I'm going to tell you a story that will show you this. And then I tell them the story and I'm like, I just showed you a story that that demonstrated this, but like front loading the conclusions so strongly right off the bat, I think is just a strange rhetorical choice. But yeah, like here he is again complaining about like philosophy entering the church. And it's like, it's funny that because his opening was so defensive, in a way, just by stating a positive case, I preempted everything he was going to say with my opening, because it shows that, in fact, his view was an innovation and not really the view of most Second Temple Jews.
The thing about it, I mean, this is a historical claim, right? Like we're claiming. I mean, you can say the doctrine of the Trinity developed in the sense that, I mean, people formulated things differently and whatever, but like if you're gonna make I mean, look, if I traced like the immediate predecessors like of Mike's view, right, like it's not like it's not like you can trace an unbroken line, right? Like from first century Judea, like up to metaphysics Mike, right? Like
Yeah.
I mean, his view, I mean, immediately anyway, right? It traces back to like whoever, I don't know what,
Around the Reformation period, I would imagine.
yeah, I forget what the guy's, anyway, but yeah, I mean, right. It traces back to the Reformation, right? Now, obviously, like Mike's going to claim that, well, yeah, but this is the view that was there in the New Testament. Like I think that's what was there. And I'm just kind of trying to go back to it. But of course, we are going to argue that no, the view that you have in the New Testament is a kind of 2 or maybe 3 powers theology, and like that actually Trinitarianism is more faithful to that than Unitarianism. Like it's an argument, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's like, well, give me the argument for, right. And just like talking about, well, it developed, like, I mean, okay, but like Unitarianism has developed.
It
right?
still is.
Right.
There's no one
right,
Unitarian view.
I forget what the guy's name. Who's the big like Reformation Unitarian guy?
Servetus?
No. Anyway, but it'll come back to me too late after the stream's over. But anyway, like, it has all these kind of crazy interpretations. But anyway, point being, like, most Unitarians today don't believe that, right? And like the Unitarians Tuggy mentions, like these early modern, guys from the 1800s, where like that's not what most people So I mean, Unitarianism is developing, right? But Unitarians would just say like, sure, but who cares? I mean, all it means is just like I've changed. People have changed their minds. Like, here's my view right now, and this is just what I think. Is the really accurate biblical view. Like, whether it developed or not, who cares, right? But so I don't really get how this is an interesting point about the doctrine of Trinity. Like the interesting question is just like, what's in the New Testament and what's the best way to make sense out of that? Right?
Yeah. Pufferfish asks if I'm opening up for Collins today. I mean, we'll see when we get through the opening, and there are a few other things I want to ask you about too, and then if we have time.
Yeah.
I know hearing that to some Trinitarians is like, nails on a chalkboard. I was a Trinitarian for most of my life, but friends, the truth is often stranger than fiction. And there's something common to human nature where large established institutions on every level can become corrupted, and the church is no exception. Now, I have 3 lines of evidence that I hope you find simple and persuasive.
It's like breaks every single prophecy about the church in the Old Testament, that like it'll be a kingdom, it will last forever, it'll never fall away, it won't be replaced by another. It's established on the shoulders of Christ, like every single Christmas verse from Isaiah, and the government shall be established on his shoulders, right?
Yeah, it is something I really find obnoxious about even people who aren't like explicitly sort of restorationists, like I'll just say people like Gavin Ortland, who like, is going to want to say like, yeah, no, the church has always been around. Like, I'm not saying it pooped out and now we're bringing it back. It's just, we just want to kind of reform it. But it's like, they'll end up with a story where like, if I really took it seriously, then in fact, the church did just poop out. And like, what do you do? I mean, like it just seems like the plot of the Old Testament, like this is not how Jews would read it, because they don't want to read that. But from a Christian, like the way Christian, like even the New Testament seemingly reads it, like
yeah.
All of these prophecies about like, hey, tell my people you are not my people, and I'm going to take a people who are not my people and call them my people, and there's all these prophecies about the new covenant, and that just say like, I'm going to call all the Gentiles in, and they're going to be. I mean, it's like the whole plot is, I made this covenant with Israel, and they went whoring after other gods, right? And so what I'm going to do to make them jealous is I'm going to call all these pagan Gentile idol worshipers who didn't have the benefit of the Torah, right? I'm going to call them all in, and they're all going to come and worship me, and they'll be faithful to me. and they're not going to worship idols, and they're going to be right. And then that's what's going to make all the Israelites jealous, right? I mean, like, that's the plot of the. So then if you're just like, yeah, but then the Gentiles started, doing all, like, they started worshiping idols, and they started doing all, like, they screwed everything up. Like, that's just not the plot of the, anyway. I mean, that's my reading.
I agree. And like, it's the fulfillment of the church, right? That's why the church is different after Pentecost. Like, the Holy Spirit inhabits it as the body of Christ. Like, you don't see that in the Old Testament, right?
Yeah.
So the first is that the scriptures identify the one God as the Father. Now, as we already hear, Alex agrees to this.
Yes. I mean, it's Alex agrees with this. So it's not really an argument against your view, because it's part of your view.
Yeah.
He already agrees to this, folks. The central confession of Israel and early Christianity is the Shema. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. So what does the Lord refer to? What does one mean? Well, this can easily be demonstrated to refer to the Father as one person, and that's so key here. For example, in Mark 12.
This is one of the things I was mentioning to you. So there's a number of things that Unitarian, like, they tend to, like, assume that their view is the default, right? And this is another thing that I can't get. Maybe if Metaphysics Mike watches the rest of this stream, it's later or whatever, I can get this through to him. But I haven't been able to get it through to Dale Tuggy. But, like, there's this assumption that God in the Old Testament, Yahweh in the Old Testament, like, that's the Father, right? Like, we're talking about the Father, and, like, that's not. I mean, maybe you're right, but that's not the view. Like, that's not what either Trinitarians or Arians, would have thought, like, in the Fourth, right? So that's you at the very least, like, you need to say why, like, you need to address that, right? It's not just like, this isn't like a premise that we just all share, right? Like, this is something that you're assuming that I'm not granting, right? Unless I
need
get
evidence
for it. I think, I mean, I never counted them all up, but I mean, I think, like, at least a huge percentage of the time in the Old Testament, the word Yahweh probably is referring to the Son. I mean, there's probably times it's referring to the Father, times just like the word Elohim. And also, I mean, it looks like that's what the Epistle to the Hebrews in the very first, chapter, like, it looks like that's what he's doing, is saying, see, it's about the Son. It says, God, thy God hath anointed you. And then it says about the Son, you, Yahweh, were in the beginning. And that,
so Yahweh is applied to the Son.
I mean, it looks like the way that the Epistle to the Hebrews is reading the Old Testament is that, at least in some cases, right, the word God is referring to the Son, and the word Yahweh is referring to the Son. So, like, you don't just get for free to just assume that the words God, Elohim, and Yahweh in the Old Testament just must kind of by default refer to the Father, and not, now Trinitarians need to come and, like, no, I mean, we, by default, who knows? I mean, it just, you could see in the New Testament that that's not the way they, and in any case, right, just at least you have to acknowledge that's a possible interpretation. Like, some people might read the Old Testament such that half of the time it's talking about the Son, right? So I mean, maybe that's wrong, right? But you have to make your case, right?
Yeah. Deacon Seraphim says, what do Unitarians think the early church was doing with the Eucharist? Well, I mean, if you get to the time of Justin Martyr, as you know, Deacon Seraphim, I guess they would just bite the bullet on the cannibalism thing. Earlier, I assume they would probably just say, it's just some Jewish meal. What do you think, Doc Branson?
I don't know. What really is the question getting at? Like, what do they think?
I think it's just
what Unitarians think the early church was doing.
Just making a point that it's inconsistent.
Well, Jesus is asked, what's the greatest commandment? He cites the Shema. And look at how this man responds. He says, you are right, teacher. You've truly said that he is one, and there's no other besides him. All right, the Greek here, is masculine singular for Heis. And the following phrase, no other besides him, is third person singular. So this is not like neutral. It's not like hen estin. It is one thing. It's he is one. And Jesus praises him for it. The narrator literally says.
Thing is, I'm pretty sure that Mike doesn't actually know Greek. So like, I don't think you should probably be like just taking things right out of the lexicon, you know, because it's more nuanced.
But in any case, like it's more of this, like it's not hen. So like it's not the Trinity, right? It's masculine, so it's the Father, right? So, but again, like you've already said, this is our belief, right? Yeah, there's one God, the Father. So
yeah, and in the Hebrew, I think in my rebuttal, I mentioned that like in the Hebrew, it's ehad, which is a more general term, and then Yahid, which is like uniquely so.
Did you bring up Maimonides in that regard or not? Yeah. So yeah, I think it is telling. Like, so you pointed out, okay, Akkad means one, but it can kind of like Adam and Eve are one
flesh, one ehad. Yeah.
So I think he kind of poo-pooed that, and Unitarians a lot of times do. Is like it just means one, and like there's not this big difference. But it's very telling. Like when Maimonides, Moses Maimonides, right, famous Jewish rabbi. What's the saying in Judaism that from Moses to Moses there has not been anyone like Moses, right? Like he's a huge authority.
He's their guy, yeah.
Essentially, like what amounts to like a creed, like the 13 principles of the Jewish faith, right? When he formulates the claim that God is one, right, he uses Yahid because he knows like
that's pretty crazy, actually.
It's a little ambiguous, right? Yeah. So and Christians point this out, right? So
I did not know that. That's crazy.
When he formulates like here's what we believe, he doesn't use the word echad. He
changed it.
Yeah. Well, he made it more precise. He made it more.
Deacon Seraphim Roland says that
you can maybe I'm wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure.
Saint Cyril uses the Eucharist to argue against Nestorianism on the grounds that the body and blood of a mere human would not remit sins or grant everlasting life.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
It's something that Father Stephen and I talked about too, that it's and you too, Doc Branson, that this is where the nominalism comes in, and he rejects that he's a nominalist, but the way he talks about these things is like, well, it just is. Okay, but how? Well, it just is. Because God named it that way, so it must be. Right, so that's
but you're right. I mean, right. So if you grant that like early Christians believed that they were eating, like that the Eucharist becomes the body and blood of Christ, then it is. But I mean, I don't know. I guess if I were a Unitarian, I would just be thinking, well, I reject a lot of what Justin Martyr says.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I reject his stuff about the Trinity, so I just reject his stuff about the Eucharist too, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
when Alex pressed Mike about his atonement theory, he basically had none. This is correct. That's also Father Stephen's conclusion.
Yeah.
And sounds like Doc Branson's conclusion.
Yeah, that was something that I noted when I was going through all that, is that. Yeah, and it's something that's like I find really kind of disappointing about Unitarians. Like so far, I mean, of course, they're all snowflakes, like I say. There's different views,
individual,
right?
Yes, special.
But so far, like I do not know of a Unitarian who has like any view about what the fall amounts to and like how does atonement work, like. That isn't just complete voluntarism, right? Meaning like it's just God just decided to do it this way. Well, why did you? Well, then how does it? Well, God just decided to save people. He decided to curse people this way and then save people this way. And I was thinking this. I mean, this is what went through my mind when I was listening to all that. Like, well, so you've got like Adam and Eve, and God just like chooses to give them this rule to not eat the apple or the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And he just chooses to make the punishment be that they're going to die, which seems like a little extreme, but he just decides it. And then he just decides that like all of their descendants are going to die too, even though they didn't have anything to do with it. And then he just decides that he can give everybody, but only like if like somebody really good got to die on this one, and like it just kind of, and I just kept thinking like, God is like my idiot boss who just wants to do things in these like unnecessarily complicated ways.
Yeah, under that theory.
That's you know what I mean? Like I just keep thinking like when I have to put my assessment data and final grades, like as soon as I started working at Brescia, I was like, we could just use a spreadsheet. There are these things called computers, and there's a Google sheet, and you can just put it on here, and it's real easy. And like, no, we've got this whole complicated website. You have to go and navigate, and what you need to do is make yourself a spreadsheet and then copy and paste things into little boxes, so that later we can print it out as a spreadsheet. And it's like, well, we could do this all much more simply, right? Like, and then like it sounds like this is how God works. Like God just has this ridiculously overly complicated way of doing things, and also just mean like, I mean, wow, everybody they're all gonna die. Like that's because you ate something. Like he just decided. That's what he decided. It's not like because there's some kind of principle, deep metaphysical reason why this knowledge was not good for you at this point in time, and that had a problem. Evil is a deprivation. You can't give people what they don't have. So you don't no longer have the ability to live forever, well, you can't give your children the ability to live forever. So it's just, it just had these metaphysically, it just has these effects and consequences. But God has a way of, figured out a way to, like, if there's, even if you don't have it all worked out, like if I just had like the outlines of like, there are reasons why this works, right? But it just seems like it always comes down to, I don't know, it's just how God decided to do things,
God said so.
And it's just like, I don't know, it's just like super unsatisfying. And also, I guess I'm a little bit weird in this respect, but like, for me, like, I'm not so wedded to anything. Like I would just not be a Christian. Like if I really was convinced like this is what Christianity says about God, I think I would just be exactly like these atheists that just are like, well, you believe in Sky Daddy who just like kills everybody and then like abuses his son, and that's the only way he like. This is a stupid religion. Like I think
it's arbitrary, yeah.
Like I think that actually would be a totally reasonable
defeater
response. Like if I was really convinced, like that's what Christianity in its original pure form, like I would just be it's just dumb, and it's like that's the original pure thing is stupid, and I don't know why I would still be a Christian. I don't know.
No, I agree. Yeah.
Says Jesus thought this response was wise, and scholarship agrees. Thayer says that Heist means the cardinal number one, and where it takes the place of a predicate, it means one person. So if Yahweh is three persons, then I think that should be reflected in the Shema, the central confession of faith. All right, in the grammar, if it refers to a single divine essence, then it should say that in the grammar. If it refers to a monarchy of some type, right, that should be there, but it's not. The grammar presents God as one person, not an abstract essence. And why would it exactly, by the way? I mean, look at what this is drawing from.
Yeah, one God, the Father.
Yeah, I feel like I don't know, did he not at all like get info on your position before the debate?
I told him a week or two ahead of time that I'm going to be using your stuff,
yeah,
and Father Stephen's stuff for like the Bible and the cultural content. Like I even told him what I would use you guys for.
It's because it comes across as like and I don't mean this as an insult, but anyway, it just comes across as like, I've got this PowerPoint, you know what I mean? Like, and this is my thing that I do with the Trinity, but it was like designed for your average evangelical Joe, or
for his call-in show, yeah,
whatever, right? And just like I'll go through these slides, I guess, because I, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like you could have deleted this whole first section because it doesn't do anything for your
It
argument.
doesn't move the ball down the court. We're not
Right,
actually at our
yeah.
disagreement.
This is Deuteronomy. The one Yahweh is said to be feared. He's jealous and to have no other gods. The Hebrew also uses the masculine singular forms of these words. So the grammar presents him as a single person, not as many.
This is something that always bugs me. So number one, Hebrew only has masculine and feminine. There's no neuter gender, right? So like, I don't know why people keep talking about gender, and when they're talking about Hebrew, it's like a book is he in Hebrew, and like a gift is a she. Right? No one thinks these are men. I mean, like, why are we talking about this? Like, let's not talk about gender. Also, like singular pronouns. So I don't know why we're talking about singular pronouns, right? So a pronoun is just a word that substitutes for noun, right? And the way grammar works in Hebrew, in Greek, in English, whatever, is just that it's gonna have, if the noun is singular, the pronoun is gonna be singular. The noun's plural, pronoun's gonna be plural. Well, I mean, generally speaking, there's exceptions, but so like, if the Senate votes on something, right? I would say the Senate votes, not the Senate vote, right? Because Senate is singular.
Right.
It's not one person.
Yeah, collective nouns are referred
to as
singular.
Person, but we have a singular word. It's grammatically singular, but it's semantically plural, you could say, right? It refers to, and actually that is exactly one of the issues that Gregory of Nyssa gets into in some of his stuff, right? Like, you can have words that are syntactically plural, but they are semantically singular. You can have them that are syntactically or grammatically singular, but semantically plural. Like, I don't know. It's weird because this is something that a lot of Unitarians bring up, and I feel like it must trace back to, like, I don't know, Anthony Buzzard or one of these people, like someone that's like influential. But I mean, the argument doesn't show anything, right? Like, you could have, of course, you would have singular. You have to anyway, whatever. So it's but also,
I mean, the fact that they don't have a neuter pronoun, I mean, it's the thing that Mike is looking for. It's not only is it not there, it can't be there.
Yeah, so it's just like, what is this?
It's just a linguistic.
And this is more stuff that's like on the topic of why God can't be like the Trinity and has, but again, this doesn't have anything to do with your position. So
right,
even if it did work,
yeah.
Specifically three who are consubstantial. I mean, if Jesus is Yahweh, the Father and Holy Spirit are Yahweh, and they're distinct from each other, you have three Yahwehs. I believe he even said two Yahwehs. Folks, no, there's only one.
He's like gobsmacked. It's like anybody familiar with Isaiah or like the Psalms or Hebrews.
Yeah. There's, I mean, like, sometimes people say, like, the moderator in this debate was named Mike, right? So it's
they were both Mike. Yeah.
Strictly speaking, it's ungrammatical to say there are two Mikes, but we say that a lot of times.
Yeah, colloquially.
Like, there are two people, each of whom is called Mike. That's just the name. This guy's named Mike. This guy's named Mike. So there's two Mike. So, I mean, presumably, if you say there's two Yahwehs, like, all you're really saying is there are two different figures, each of whom is called Yahweh, right? And it seems like that's just true.
But Dr. Branson, this is too much common sense.
But I mean, right? Like, I mean, like in Hebrews, it applies the word Yahweh to Jesus.
Yeah.
Like, the angel of the Lord gets called Yahweh sometimes, an angel of, right? So, I mean, there are two people that can be called Yahweh. And really, I don't really know why, because Unitarians are just going to say, well, yeah, that's true, but he just kind of gets called Yahweh. It's just kind of a mark of, whatever. Like, and then it's not going to be a big deal. But like, if you just say it, Well, I mean, I don't know. It's strange to me. It's because there's things where like Unitarians will, it's like they'll flip out when you say it, but then when you like prove your point, it's all of a sudden like, well, that's not a big deal. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
like there's not two Yahwehs, right? But then if you're like, well, but it calls the Son Yahweh here.
Well, the
calls
same thing happened.
Father Yahweh here, like, well, but that's just because, I mean, it's just like title is just a name that,
Yeah.
Like, well, but 2 minutes ago you were flipping out that I said there's two, and now it's like, well, but, whatever.
Well, when I started my cross, how many powers are there? One ultimate power. Okay. What about the Son of Man? I'm fine with two powers. Like, okay, it's like the perfect example of that.
It's the Father. Even popular Trinitarian scholars like Richard Bachman have to admit that like concepts like nature and essence were just not primary categories for
Father Stephen made the point that although like these, you don't really see these categories expressly in the Bible, they are very heavily implied.
Jewish theology. D.R. Snedeker said, quoting 19th century scholar George Eliot, that it was certain that the Jews did not perceive God as a plurality of persons because the presumption is they knew their own language and understood the unity of God.
Yeah, like
quoting 19th century scholar George Eliot.
So it's a quote within a quote. Okay, but what's the next?
But I mean,
is the next line though? George Eliot has since then been shown wrong by scholars like Siegel and Boyarin.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I mean, it's just like, if you're taking something from the 1800s, yes, people from the 1800s thought this, but like no one today does. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, you made the point that it was like really Siegel who like blew the lid off of it. And,
yeah. I mean, no one. I mean, before.
Do you know that every time one God occurs?
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, no. I mean, there's a few people who mentioned some of this stuff, but like before, for the most part, before Siegel, like it just wasn't a widely known thing, and so it's really only been in the last 50 years that like this has kind of come to light in scholarship. So.
Presumption is they knew their own language and understood the unity of God. I mean, do you know that every time one God occurs in the scripture, without fail, that refers to the Father? Why don't we?
Oh no, that's devastating for our view.
That's our view.
He's arguing for our view.
Yeah. This whole
see the Son or Holy Spirit called the one God. We're going to clear that up a bit later with Alex's unique EO view of this. But
unique EO view. That's maybe compared to like the culture in America.
Yeah.
Tell you why. It's because of texts like Isaiah 44:24, where the Lord declares he made everything alone and by myself. Thayer says, with this first person singular suffix, it's used to express the idea of oneself. Folks, how's that work in Trinitarianism? They must affirm this like goes to the one being, but beings, natures, they don't create apart from persons, right?
Like, yeah, were you going to say something, Doc?
Okay, well, I guess it's not the exact same way, but he mentioned this thing in Isaiah, which is like, I alone stretched out the heavens or whatever. But like Hebrews 1, chapter 10, right? It also says, this is about the Son. It says, in the beginning, Lord, which we know is quoting Yahweh, you laid the foundations of the earth, and the heavens are the work of your hands.
Yeah,
like that. I mean,
the way he's reading this contradicts Hebrews and John 1, I guess, in our view.
Which also, by the way, I mean, here's an example of like, so in Isaiah, when Yahweh says, I alone stretch out the heavens or whatever, right? Okay, are we just presupposing that Yahweh in that passage refers to God the Father? Because if it refers to the Son, right, then it might just mean, I mean, when I alone do it, right, it might just be, well, the Father is creating through the Son, right? So in the same way that, like, if you use the well, you're an attorney, right? If I give you power of attorney, right? And you go and like sign some
Stand in your
documents
shoes, yeah.
for me. Yeah, like you might say, I alone signed these documents, right? But yet, like
True.
we attribute the signing of the document to me,
To you.
like I am ultimately the one who like purchased the house or whatever, you know, did whatever it is. So I mean, I'm just pointing out, like, I mean, it seems like it just seems like the whole thing's presupposing this has to be the Father.
Yeah, especially when we have multiple Yahweh figures.
Maybe in that passage, Yahweh is referring to the Son. I mean, it can't. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it refers to the Father. Sometimes I'm not saying that. I mean, I'd have to look at the Isaiah thing, that passage, to see what I think it really means. But it's just, again, it's this like presupposition. Like it's just kind of an unexamined presupposition.
Yeah, Mike brought it up in Cross, and my response to it was it's just not incompatible with our view, because the Father is the sole source. Yes, everything flows from the Father alone.
Like, if it is the Father, I mean, the Father could also just say, I alone stretch out the head, but he does it through the Son.
Yeah.
If you think about it this way, like God could say, I parted the Red Sea, and I'm the only one who can part the Red Sea, right? But like, Moses parted the Red Sea, like that's true.
Yeah,
they're both true, right?
Yeah, I think Sam Shamoon, when he talks about this passage, he makes your point that, like, well, Yahweh, it refers to different people. It's not only like the unseen God. The Silver says that Mike used that legal analogy of like agency. Well, yeah, but we're just using it for the purpose here to show that, like, by oneself can mean different things. Like, if you are in like Mike is saying, this refers to the Father, right? Doc Branson's point is that it doesn't necessarily have to refer to only the Father. So
how can it speak as though he's just one person? I mean, clearly the simplest explanation is that it's because he is. It refers to the Father. The title God itself, virtually 95% of the time, refers to the Father. Paul, Peter, Timothy make this abundantly clear. Alex also gave some great text for this. And of course, Jesus himself calls the Father the only true God, restricting the predicate true God to the Father alone. And Thayers points out that this form of mana.
Yeah, so that's an issue. So he says the Father is the only true God, and the inference that Mike is making is, so that's restricting the predicate only to the Father, right? So again, like, we have no problem saying the Father is the only true God. Like, it says that in Basil's Anaphora. It says that in our baptismal service. Like, it's, so we affirm this, right? The question is, like, does that then just like logically entail that Jesus is not God, or he's not the true God, or something like this? So there's a few things to be said there. So one thing, I mentioned this to you in our, when we talked, I think just briefly, but like, there's a couple of different things that the word true can be used for.
Yes.
I'm not.
This was a very good point.
I'm not going to take a position, but just to know, for people to know, like, Plato frequently uses the word true. True X basically means like the Platonic form of X. So it's like in Plato's view, right? You have these, like, somewhere in Plato's heaven, there's like the Platonic form of the couch, right? And like individual couches are all copies and shadows, as you read in the Hebrews, but they're copies and images of the true couch, right? So the reason his thinking, for people who don't know this, like, Plato's thinking is like, okay, so what's the definition of a circle? Well, every point is equally distant from the center, right? You've never actually seen a physical object that literally every single point is just exactly equal. Like, nothing in physical is perfect, right? So you've never seen a circle, a true circle, right? What will if this little thing is circular, right? It's close to a circle, right? It's like a draw. Like, if I made a drawing, but the drawing's not perfect, right? It's an image. So it approximates a circle, right? So that's why, so sometimes Plato would say there's the true circle, which is this like perfect ideal thing that's not really in the physical world, but he thinks it exists. It's among all the things visible and invisible. There's another which I actually, I'm glad I brought this, because you know there's this talk about like, oh, you got this from Platonism. Like, there is, folks, I hate to be the bearer of bad tidings, but there is Plato all over the New Testament, like all over the New Testament. There is Plato all over, right?
Yes.
I mean, I could, and if you want, I'll go in. But anyway, this is one of the things. I mean, and even the statement that Christ is the true light, like that phrase, "the true light," pops up in one of Plato's dialogues. But anyway, and the copy and the shadow, they serve a copy and a shadow. I mean, that actually, in Hebrews, that actually is just literally, it's a Platonic,
the realm of the
idea
forms,
that he's talking about. He's saying, you know, the true tabernacle is in heaven, the true city, you know, of Jerusalem is in heaven, and these are copies and shadows, which is Plato's terminology in Plato's cave in the Republic, right? They're looking like at copies and shadows. So it's all like, and it's not to say that, like, I think the, you know, author of the Epistle to the Hebrews is like just buys into Platonism hook, line, and sinker, but he's using terminology. Like, he's definitely using words. And Paul used this. I guess I'll go on a rant about this now and I'll finish up. But, so Paul uses participation. This is Plato's big catchword. So he talks about it when he talks about the problem of the one and the many, right? So you're Alex, I'm Beau, Mike is Mike. We all have names, right? But the word man applies to you, it applies to me, it applies to him. So it's one word, but many, like, we all can be called by that, but we're not the same person. So how does that work? Plato's answer is, well, there's this Platonic form of the man in Plato's heaven somewhere, right? That's the one. And all of these many different people that are called men, we all just kind of approximate, you know, the perfect Platonic form of the man. And he calls that participation. We participate in the one. So it's this classic sort of problem in ancient philosophy of the one and the many. And what does Paul say? We, being many, are one because we all participate. And they'll translate it in English as like partake. And when it's in Plato, they participate. But in Greek, it's the same word, right? We participate in the Eucharist. So it's not like Platonic forms. It's a different idea, right? But he's specifically using the Platonic terminology that would be familiar to people speaking Greek.
Yeah.
When he's talking about, what he's talking about, the one and the many.
Doc Branson, I thought that language was all tainted. Why is he using this language?
This is why you should not believe in the New Testament either, because it's all tainted by Platonism, right? Like, if I really took that seriously, right? Like, I just would have to say, like, well, Paul is constantly using Stoic and Platonic terms and concepts, and sometimes like implicitly affirming parts of the view. When Paul talks about the inner man, right? Like, there's the outer man and the inner man. I mean, so this, like, inner
being and becoming.
Well, the inner man is something that Plato used. So Plato has this psychology. So there's a classic problem in ancient philosophy about weakness of will. I don't think this is exactly, I don't really buy the standard picture, but this is the standard. This is kind of a standard interpretation. Standardly, people say, okay, Socrates had this very intellectualist view about the will. So he just thinks if you believe something is good, you will do it. And if you believe it is bad, you will not do it. And so if we want to make people better people, we need to teach them how to know right from wrong, because then they'll do right. But really, sometimes you do things that you know are wrong, right? And sometimes you don't do the things that you know are good and right, right? So how does that work? I mean, that doesn't work on what people take to be the Socratic view. So Plato, so the story goes, expands his psychology into this tripartite psychology. So he says there's three parts to the soul. There's the logisticon, the reasoning element, right? And then there's the epithemicon is the desiring part of the soul, and the thymicon is like the kind of angry or, aggressive part of the soul. So the desiring part and the anger part, right, are what kind of move you. Desire moves you towards something, and anger like pushes it away. And then the reason kind of tries to guide those, right? So he uses this analogy, use some different analogies, but one analogy is like, it's like these two horses, right? And then there's this man who is like the charioteer, who's like got to control them. And so if the horses get crazy and the man is too weak to control them, then you're going to go and do crazy stuff. But so you got to get the reason to kind of control them, but you do have to have them to get the motion. And then there's another place where he makes an analogy. It's kind of like there's this man, and inside him there's a little man and two beasts, right? So there's the inner man is like the rational part, right?
Right.
And Paul talks about this when he's talking about weakness of will. He says, what I would do, I don't do, and what I don't want to do, I do. I know this is right, but I don't do it. And so it's, again, like he's using familiar terms and ideas that and again, it's not to say that he means it in exactly the same way, and he's not like changing it to, but point being, like, he's the inner man, the true light, the true tabernacle, participation. Like, there's even like, this is always chaps my hide when people talk about Justin Martyr and like, well, he's a Platonist and he just got all this stuff from the Timaeus, the dialogue, Plato's dialogue, the Timaeus. That's where you get anything. Justin Martyr mentions the Timaeus exactly the same number of times that the New Testament does.
No way.
Which is once. He mentions Timaeus once. Now he's mentioning the dialogue in the Gospel of Mark. The man who was blind, and he was blind from birth, and Jesus healed him, is Bar Timaeus, which means, it says this, right? Which means the son of Timaeus. And
right.
if you don't know about it, you wouldn't catch it, but the irony there is that part of what happens in the Timaeus, and part of what Timaeus is like known for, is like vision. Like, he talks about vision and light and how that all works, right? And so here you've got the son of Timaeus who's blind, right? Like this. So Timaeus is talking about how, light and vision and everything works. Well, the son of Timaeus is blind,
right?
And how does he get? And it's Jesus who has to come along and give him the sight that he never had. And it's, not saying it wasn't that just the guy's name was Timaeus or whatever, but
it's a little on the nose.
But why point it out? Like, why does Mark? Because any educated person in antiquity would have been familiar with the Timaeus, and they would be. They would get that it's kind of this funny irony, right? So anyway, point being, like, and I could go on and on about other aspects of Platonism and Stoicism. And people have written books about this, right? Like, all the different like Stoic terms and ideas and Platonic stuff, right? And Philo all over the New Testament, who is sort of a middle Platonist, whatever people. But I think you and Father Stephen talked about that. But anyway, so that's my rant about like the Platonic. Like, if I really just was like allergic to Platonism or Greek philosophy or whatever. Even in the book of Acts, right? Like, it presents, like, St. Paul has this debate with Stoic and Epicurean philosophers, right? And he's from Tarsus, which, like, Tarsus it became like a center for Stoic and other philosophy, right? So, like, it's not surprising that St. Paul is familiar with a lot of philosophical ideas and vocabulary. And it's not surprising that he uses those terms and phrases and ideas to try to explain Christianity to people who speak Greek and don't necessarily know a lot about Judaism and certainly don't know anything about Christianity. He's like, but that's
Right.
that's their vocabulary. So I mean, of course, you'd use those terms to explain things to them, and doesn't necessarily mean like he's just a Platonist, like he's getting all of this stuff from Plato. It just means he's got these ideas. He wants to express them in a language that people can understand. And so there you go. So like if I really just was like, oh, the word came from Platonism, like I would have to reject like huge swaths of the New Testament.
Yeah. I mean, knowing those examples, I think so. If you guys are like new to philosophy or something, there's Bruce Gore has a playlist that's like a survey of like the history of philosophy up through the Christian period. It's a playlist on YouTube. If you just type in like Bruce Gore Christian philosophy, you should probably find it. And just being like, even just the basics of like Plato and Aristotle will take you very far, like very, very far. And I think that's a great argument, Doc Branson, to be like, look, if the New Testament authors were okay with incorporating this language into the way, you know, they present their theology to others, the way they do evangelism, why on earth is it wrong for the church fathers a little later to do it?
By the way, one thing I forgot to mention, that I mean, I would argue, I don't know what. Anyway, just
we want the deep cut.
The word Father,
using
calling God Father, the Father, like there's a few passages in the Old Testament where God is called a father, or he's kind of like, that's the symbolism or whatever, but not a lot, right? Like it's not this like constant frequent thing, right? It's just God or Yahweh. And more often than not, the imagery in the Old Testament and to this day in Judaism, like it's typically like God, you think of God as like the king, right? In fact, there's a Jewish hymn, Avenu Malkeinu, like our Father, our King, and is very well known. And one of the things it's well known for is it's like one of the only times in like a Jewish, in among Jewish hymns and liturgical, prayers and whatever, when you call God Father, like most of the time, like, it's like King of the, blessed art thou, Lord of God, King of the universe, right? Like that's the standard. Like in Judaism, far more often you conceive of God as the King, right, of the universe. And it's just it's not super common to call him Father. Not that it doesn't happen, but it's not very, very common. But one person who does call God the Father of the universe is Plato.
I didn't know that.
I mean, the form
kind of, but I thought you were gonna like Philo also uses.
Then that's the thing. And that's what I was gonna say is then Philo. The one in the middle is the father of the universe, and Philo probably does get that from Plato, like calling God the father of the universe, right? And so he calls God Father more often than you would maybe expect, right? And then in the New Testament, it's just all over the place. God's the Father, right? But they're not getting that like Jesus and just early Christians in general calling God the Father. They're not getting that like straight out the Old Testament, like with no filters, right? I mean, like it's little bit here and there in the Old Testament. It's there in Plato, it's there in Philo, and it's then it's in the New Testament, like it blows up. God is Father everywhere. So I always find it ironic when Unitarians like harp on how in the New Testament, God's constantly being called the Father. And then like in the next breath, it's like also Plato is the devil and you have to only speak in way, like, well, the New Testament authors aren't doing that. They're not speaking in the way that the Old Testament does. Like they've speaking in anyway. So whatever.
They're using the lingua franca, like
which is what you do, right?
Deacon Seraphim said, calling it a night. Thanks for the breakdown. I look forward to finishing the rest tomorrow.
Happy mid Pentecost or whatever. What is it? The Feast of Booths or whatever that we're making. Anyway.
alone is declared to apply to one person alone. So I want you to notice here immediately that if Alex is agreeing to this, he's conceding to my main biblical point, that the apostolic deposit is not that the one God is some immaterial substance or essence that is Father.
That the one God is one.
You already covered that. So I went on my rant, but yeah, true God can just be like the archetype, right? And then everything else is an image, right? But that's monarchical Trinitarianism. That right? The Father is the archetype, and the Son is the exact image, right? So if that's what, and I'm not saying whether that's what he intended or not. Like maybe it's a different use, but if that's the view, right, then it makes perfect sense to say the Father is the true God and the only true God. This is how Platonic forms work. There's only one, so he's the only true God. But what does the New Testament say constantly? Well, I don't know, not constant, but anyway, multiple times, right? That Jesus is the icon of God. He's the icon of the invisible God. He's the exact representation of his hypostasis, right? No one's ever seen God, but if you see the Son, then you've seen the Father, right? So, which again is just philo, I mean, so if that's what it means, right, then it makes perfect sense. Yeah, the Father is the only true God, and then the Son is the image of God, right? It doesn't mean he's, and they're just like it doesn't mean I'm like a fake man because I'm not Plato's like true man. It's just a different way of using the word true. But even if you don't think that that's what it means, even if you think, well, it just means like the Father is the only like really real God, right? I mean, it doesn't necessarily follow that the Son isn't, right? So I'm not saying this is necessarily a good analogy for the Trinity or anything like that. I'm just going to say this is an example of a case where that kind of inference seems to break down, right? So famously,
take this on its own terms, guys.
So this is not, people have used this as an analogy for the Trinity or like a whole account of how the Trinity actually literally works. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying this is an instance of a logical inference where it doesn't work, right? So you've got a lump of clay on Monday, right? It's just an amorphous lump. On Tuesday, you fashion it into a statue, right? And then on Wednesday, you become an iconoclast, or when you smash it down, and you got a lump of clay in, right?
Yeah.
So arguably, the lump of clay existed on Monday already and continued to exist on Tuesday and continued to exist on Wednesday, right? Whereas the statue only existed on Tuesday. It came into existence on Tuesday and it went out of existence, right? So they they come into existence and go out of existence at different times. They also seem to have different essential properties, right? So the lump of clay can exist whether it's shaped like a statue or not. The statue doesn't exist if it's not shaped like a statue. It's not a statue anymore, right? So they have different existence conditions, they have different essential properties, they have different historical properties because they exist at different times.
Mm-hmm.
So by Leibniz's law, they're not identical, right? X does not equal Y if they have different properties, right?
Right.
But while you've got the statue, if you just put the statue in a vacuum, in a room or a box, right? It would be true to say that lump of clay in there that's shaped like a statue, right? But the lump of clay is the only physical object in this box that's just otherwise a vacuum, right?
Right.
It's also true to say that the statue is the only physical object that's in the vacuum box right at that time. Both of them are the only physical. There's one physical object. This is another reason why I don't think counting works by identity. It works by separation.
Yeah,
you
by
can't
division.
separate the lump from the statue, right?
Right.
The statue can't be. If the statue shape was over here, it was a different lump of clay. It'd be a different statue, right? So you can't like pull them apart, right? So that's why you count them. And also, unlike many metaphysicians who just make a priori arguments, I have empirical proof that they're just one. They're just one, right? And that is because if the lump of clay weighs like 1 pound,
Yeah.
in a scale, right? When you've got the lump of clay and the statue, it still just weighs 1 pound, right? If you put it on the scale, the scale doesn't say, oh, let's see, this physical object weighs 1 pound and this one weighs 1 pound, and they're not identical. So therefore, I guess I'd better read out 2 pounds. Like the scale just reads 1 pound.
Right.
The scale counts by division,
Right.
not by identity. Right?
Yeah, I think that clay statue analogy is like one of the better ones. It just hits the nail like right on the head. You use it in your essay too. What's that?
Is there just this chat? Why did you hurt Mike? Yeah.
Oh yeah, made by Jim Mob. What's up, man?
Glad that he came on and could say. I think it was nice.
Yeah, he was in here earlier. He was like asking some questions. Now apparently someone else in the chat is saying that that he went and he started his own stream covering the debate. He was in here. He was like, I have to go, guys. I wish I could stay more. I guess he went and he started his own stream. That's okay.
Say more, but I need to get on my. That's reasonable. I mean, you're doing a second stream. You can do another stream.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I'm just saying that even if you say, well, it just means he's only real God or whatever, like it doesn't just like logically follow that the Son can't also be the only true God.
Right.
Necessarily, right?
Yeah.
Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, right? But no, it's just one person. That's the Father. All right. So my next point is that Trinitarianism also requires post-biblical metaphysical categories that the apostles never teach. And I want to be clear that I'm not just saying that if it's outside the Bible, then it's automatically bad. I'm just saying it can't contradict the revelation of God in Scripture. You see, philosophy drives your theology, and Scripture gives its own categories.
Yeah,
but Trinitarianism.
So this, maybe I didn't quite get what he was saying before. So I think I maybe didn't quite get this, and when he was in the chat. So maybe now it's so. This is useful. I mean, yeah. So he's saying his argument is not just outside the Bible equals bad. So that I will retract my various rants and whatever. But so like if that's not the argument, but the philosophy drives the theology. But if that's what's going on, right? So he's not going to say, okay, outside Bible just automatically equals bad. He's just saying you shouldn't let your philosophy drive the theology. Then he has the burden of proof to show that it was philosophy that was driving the theology, which like nobody, frankly, I mean, I shouldn't say nobody, but I mean, there are people who have advanced that view, but they are wrong. I mean, because here's what kind of, I don't know, Father Stephen would be a better person to talk about this because he actually knows all of this kind of scholarship. But my impression of the whole thing is once upon a time, people didn't know anything about the two powers stuff, and they just kind of bought into this kind of official narrative. Jews have never believed anything like this. So if that's what you believe, and it is false, but if that's what you believe, then it is this big question, like, where did the doctrine of Trinity come from? That's so crazy because Christianity came out of Judaism, but Jews never believed that. So how did this happen, right? And so some people suggested, like, well, it must have come from Greek philosophy, right? And some people said, well, it must have come from like Greek pagan mystery religions, right? And then some people say, well, it must just be this de novo thing just out of the blue that's not from anything Greek. It's not from anything Jewish. And it just bam. And yeah, it is really weird because it goes totally against everything Jews believe. So what could explain it? Divine revelation. Like it just has to be this bam, fresh, right? Well, that's the argument. I mean, I think that's the argument that a lot of evangelicals in particular, like I think William Lane Craig kind of is one of the people that likes that sort of view, right? And here's what I think has happened for what is so people suggested these different, sources or whatever, but they're just like there never was found any actual evidence that like this came from pagan mystery religions. Like they're just
Right.
there's never been any like textual evidence. There's some kind of influence, whatever. I mean, I guess you get the word homoousius, you know, was found in, you know, graffiti in Egypt or something. So, but really, there's no like solid, like this is the connection, this is where it came from. And anyway, even like the word, I mean, just using a word doesn't mean you got the idea. Anyway, but there really is it's never been connected with pagan mystery religions. The connection with philosophy, similarly, like is just not really demonstrated. So I think for a long time, there was a certain kind of apologetic, you know, I don't know, there were apologists, let's say, that liked this idea. Like they liked that situation because they could say, there's really not any evidence that it came from paganism. There's not any evidence that it came from philosophy. It definitely didn't come from Judaism. So bam, divine revelation. And these people don't like the two powers stuff, right? Because that doesn't let them say, well, bam, it's divine revelation. They just knew
throws a wrench in the divine revelation theory. Yeah.
So they don't like that. But I mean, from my perspective, I mean, otherwise you get this kind of like semi-Marcionite sort of view, right? There's this like it's like there's the God of the Old Testament who's the Father, right? And then just bam, all of a sudden it's like, oh, by the way, there's this whole Trinity that I just never mentioned before, and right? And that to me, that wouldn't be how God would work, right? I mean, it makes a lot more sense that actually Judaism from before Christianity ever came on the scene had these ideas, and Christianity is just in perfect continuity with to me, that's the better story and the more plausible story too.
Right.
But in any case, if the point is, I'm just on far as what Mike's saying here, like if you want to say, if like the accusation is that philosophy is driving the development of the doctrine of the Trinity, you need to show that. You need to show me like where is the evidence that early Christian, like where's the evidence that like Justin Martyr is getting this from Plato and not from the Bible? If you read the dialogue with Trypho, it's almost entirely biblical exegesis. Like that, the whole thing is just Justin going through the Old Testament and saying why it has to be interpreted in what basically is a two powers way, right? Like, so, I mean, you can speculate that, you know, deep down in his heart of hearts, he secretly was like motivated by philosophy or something, but there's no evidence for that. The evidence that we have is just him talking about the Old Testament, right? And likewise, when you get to like Irenaeus, like, I mean, I don't think Justin Martyr at least knew some philosophy. I don't think Irenaeus probably even really knew much, right? But anyway, when he talks like in the demonstration of the apostolic preaching and in the against heresies, when he talks about the Trinity, like it's just biblical
God, his word and his spirit. Yeah.
Well, but I mean, it's the point is that when like early on, like those arguments they're just exegeting the Bible. Like it's just, this is a traditional, this is how they're interpreting the Bible. Right. So you have to make that, you've got to make the case that philosophy is driving it. And like, even when you get to the 4th century, like, I don't think Athanasius was motivated, but I don't think Athanasius really, probably even knew a ton of philosophy, right? I mean, Basil, Gregory of Nyssa, pretty sophisticated philosophically, but it doesn't look, when you read their arguments, I don't know what it is about them besides like the word ousia, right? I mean, I don't know what is supposed to be the evidence that like their motivation is really philosophical, right? And not that they're exegeting the Bible, and that these are traditional interpretations of the Bible that go back to the 1st century, right? I mean, you are already with like Melito of Sardis, you have him pretty explicitly, saying Jesus is the God of Israel, the God of the Old Testament. That's his view. He takes, I mean, the theophanies. I mean, so it's an interpretation of the Old Testament that it's a two powers interpretation, which is not uncommon in late Second Temple Judaism. You can trace it back in the church fathers to like within a hair's breadth of the apostles, right? And it looks like it, on the surface anyway, looks like that's what's going on in the New Testament itself.
Right.
If I didn't have Unitarians to correct me and learn from them, that's what I would think, right?
Well, you know, all these Greek fathers that's like spoke Greek, they should have just found some Hebrew word somewhere instead of that way.
Well, I mean,
they can protect themselves
if he's
from
if
this
he's gonna say,
boogeyman.
like, he's not saying outside the Bible means automatically bad. He's just saying your philosophy shouldn't drive the theology.
Yeah,
Totally,
I think that's why the evidence you're asking for is warranted.
Give me, and I don't recall anywhere throughout the debate ever getting any actual evidence, like textual evidence, that this is really secretly being like motivated by philosophy rather than it's motivated primarily by biblical exegesis, and it's being just kind of formulated in terminology from Greek philosophy because they needed to formulate things very precisely once they got deep into this debate.
Yeah, exactly.
When they borrowed these metaphysics, they used them as a framework to redefine biblical categories. We can't do that. You must realize, in the least, that these statements, right, God is one ousia, three hypostases, homoousios, they don't appear in the text. So, I mean, they may be later theological conclusions, but it's just not the language of Moses, Jesus, or the apostles. Now, we're going to address these directly, but first, let's test this one God claim. Because
so like, the word proleptic is not in the Bible, right? There's all sorts of things, right? Like, that he's going to appeal to that aren't like, this word's not in the Bible. This concept's not, also, I mean, it's very odd. Like, I really just wish that Unitarians would like flesh out the arguments fully. Like, what exactly are your premises here? Right.
Yeah.
Because like, it's a very, and I don't know, I don't remember if Mike personally like embodies both of these things at the same time, but like, on the one hand, you'll hear Unitarians say like we need to not talk about ousia and homoousios and this is not in the Bible, right? It's not in the Bible, so there can be no support for that from the Bible. But on the other hand, you'll have Unitarians rejecting those claims based on the Bible. So it's like, if the word is not in the Bible and the concept is not in the Bible, is it possible that the Bible has logical entailments, right? One way or the other about that would connect to these concepts? If it is possible, then maybe the Bible does support these claims, right? Implicitly. If it's not possible, then the Bible can't contradict those claims implicitly, right?
Right.
So like, I don't really get, like, I don't remember, I mean, I'd have to go through, I guess, and think about whether Mike is guilty of doing both of those. But my point is just, I mean, certainly you get this from anti-Trinitarians. And like, I just always want to kind of know, like, what exactly is your view? Like, do you think that if like the word ousia isn't in the Bible anywhere, then we can just sort of take for granted that no combination of anything that the Bible does say and like our own definitions and so like, there's just not going to be any way to logically link any of the predicates in the Bible with these predicates over here, or like, is there, right? Because you gotta, I mean, you have to pick one or the other, like either that's legitimate or not. And if it is, then you've got to go in and you have to address basically all the Cappadocians arguments, right? Like, they think the Bible does support this view, right? If you think like, well, no, that's just the way language and logic and whatever works, like there's just not going to be any connection there, well, then you don't have any reason to reject it. Right. I mean, like, think about it. Like, it can't possibly contradict anything in the Bible.
Right.
If there's no logical, there's no way
you would have to show
right. Then
you'd have to show a straight up contradiction is what you would have to show.
Well, the point is like, if you could show a contradiction between the doctrine of the Trinity and the Bible, then you'd just be saying there is a way to connect the terms in the language in the Bible with the terms and the language in the doctrine of the Trinity.
Right.
Yeah. Like there can be logical entailment relations between these two domains of predicates and terms. Right. But if it's just, so, I mean, you have to pick one lane or the other, right? Like either it's impossible for the Bible to be supporting these claims or contradicting them, or it's possible for it to do either one, right? And so now you just have to look at, you have to deal directly with the arguments. You can't just kind of poo-poo I shouldn't I do this. People keep saying my poo-poos thing. I shouldn't say, but anyway, you can't just kind of discount that and say, I don't need to worry about them because there's just this unbridgeable gap between them, and then turn around and say, but there is a bridgeable gap over here when it's in my favor, like that, So anyway,
do you think there's a case to be made for something like in essence or in ousia, like maybe not all the way in the metaphysical sense, but some like supporting evidence in Genesis when it says like God made them like according to their own kind?
Actually, that's something I point to a lot of times. Yeah, that's I mean,
that Adam named them according to their kind.
Yeah.
I
mean that, and actually, I mean that actually is important. By the way, so I've been as you know, my cat just died, and I've been going back through looking at reasons that people give against the idea of animal resurrection. But anyway, one of the things that I came across is interesting. There's two things in the Torah that you would actually execute an animal for, which is kind of weird to us, but that's how it works. And one is bestiality. So if a human has intercourse with an animal, you stone to death both the human and the animal, right? And if an ox gores a man to death, you execute the ox, you stone it, and you can't eat the ox, right? You kill him. So it's and it ties back to, I mean, basically God gives animals a commandment after the flood to not kill humans. But humans can eat animals, just not the blood, right? But God says that if an animal kills a man, I will require their blood at their hands. Like same as if a man kills a man, like I'll require it of the animal. All right, the bestiality thing, right? Like the whole idea is like there are kinds, like these are distinct kinds of things, and you're supposed to, the earth is supposed to bring forth animals after their kind.
Right.
And animals and humans are supposed to reproduce. Well, anyway, I guess you've got mules and stuff, but anyway, humans are supposed to reproduce. And that's part of the thing with the sons of God having children with the daughters of men and whatever. This is something that comes up in these like animal apocalypse things where like humans get represented as animals and angels get represented as humans, as men.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And part of what's going on there is like to make the point, like this should not be happening. Like just like men shouldn't be having sex with animals, the sons of God should not be having children with the daughters of men. That's your cross. So there's definitely this idea of there are kinds, right? And you're supposed to stay in your lane because you don't want to cross the streams, right?
Yeah, it sounds like more than just an assigned name. Then it sounds like an actual kind.
Yeah, there's a real reality here, and it's like when you try to mix two different kinds, two different natures or species, like you're overturning the natural order of the universe. Just like if an animal kills a man and men are made in the image of God, that's just overturning the whole, right? Like that shouldn't happen. And so you just execute the animal, not because you think they're a conscious, rational Kantians or something like this, but because it's you have to restore the order to the universe, right? And that's part of what's going on with this bestiality stuff, is there's kinds of things, and these you got to stay separate, right? So the ideas are definitely there, but also just I would say, so this came up later too, could you formulate the doctrine of the Trinity like using only biblical language? Maybe that was like a super chat or something.
Yeah.
And I'll just mention this here. That might be, you might mean two different things. There might be two different things you're asking, right? One is just like, I've got this idea in my head about the Trinity, right? And I want to state all of the content, and I'm going to just limit myself to the vocabulary of Scripture, right? But then what that means is like, I'm using these words, and so I get to use them to mean whatever I mean, right? Like I decide, like if they're ambiguous, I get to decide how I want to interpret them, right?
Yeah, from the range of possible meanings. Right? Yeah.
Another thing that you might mean is like, would you be able to state the doctrine, like using only vocabulary that's in the Bible? Would you be able to state the doctrine of the Trinity in such a way that it is so absolutely clear and unambiguous that no one could possibly misinterpret what you're saying? Like even if they're acting in bad faith, right? Like they can, like right. There's no way, like it is just so clear and so unambiguous. And then the answer is probably no, but the same thing is true of Unitarian. Like I think Unitarianism and Trinitarianism are in exactly the same boat in that way. So can I get out everything that I want to say without, only using words in the New Testament? Yes, of course. It like easily, right? So I had this debate one time, and I put together a little, I can maybe find it somewhere, but I put together a little table basically that has like the Nicene Creed in Greek and then in English, and then it just has Bible verses in Greek
corresponding to,
and it's almost everything in the creed is just like a word for word quotation or like very obvious sort of paraphrase or something that's just there in the Bible, right? And homoousios is probably like the only thing that's just, well, the word's not there, right? But can I find a way to say that Jesus is homoousios with the Father? Yeah, I can say
like easily.
In him, all the fullness of the Godhead dwelt bodily. Bam. That's literally all that homoousios means, is just they have the same, and Godhead, theotis in Greek, like that just it's divinity, the divine, that means the divine nature, right? So when it says all the fullness of Godhead, just all of the divine nature, all the fullness, like whole shebang, not like kind of partially, participating in some of the energies, or like he's got some divine properties, but like the whole deal, right? It in him bodily, bam. That's the doctrine of the Trinity, right?
Doc Branson, you're missing that fullness doesn't actually mean fullness.
Well, so there's the thing, right? So if the question is just like, can I say it? Like, would I have the tools to say it? Yeah, I just did, right? Or like he being in the form of God, he did not think it something to be grasped, took on the form of servant. Bam, there's morphe, form of God, same nature, right?
Yes.
There's plenty, or the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word was God. He was theos, right? There's another way to say it. So there's plenty of way. There's like a million things in the New Testament I can use to say it, right? But now if you want to say, well, but the question is like, could you say it in such a way that Unitarians can't possibly interpret it in a Unitarian way?
Right.
No. But here's the deal. Every proof text, like every biblical verse that Trinitarians use as a proof text, so there's a Trinitarian interpretation because it's their proof text.
Right.
Unitarians have a way to interpret in a Unitarian way. Likewise, every proof text that Unitarians use, right? Obviously, they've got a Unitarian interpretation because it's their proof text, and Trinitarians have a way to interpret it in a Trinitarian way. Now, you can argue, if you're a Unitarian, you can tell me, I think that the Trinitarian interpretations are crap. Fine, right? I think I might say certain of the Unitarian, right? But anyway,
goes both ways.
But fine, right? But let's just roll with it. All the Trinitarian interpretations are just really bad or something, right? But that's not the question. The question is, can you state your view using only biblical language? Can you state your view in such a way that is so absolutely unambiguous that no one could possibly misinterpret it? No, right? Unitarians can't do that. Unitarians can't state it in such a way that there's just no way you could interpret it in a Trinitarian way.
If that were true, Doc Branson, then lawyers wouldn't have any work because people would just write things unambiguously.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Well, that's actually good. Did you read David Berceau's book, Common Sense, A New Approach to Understanding the Scripture? Oh, no. You got to get it. Yeah.
I wrote it down earlier, though. I think you mentioned it earlier.
It might not even be in print anymore. You might be able to, I think you might have it for download for free or something. But anyway, you can look for it. But he was a title lawyer, like in Texas or something. So, yeah, I mean, that's something that he talks about is he's just like, language is always somewhat ambiguous. And so you just can't, it's something that came up later in your talk with Mike too, about like, well, you got to have, interpretator to interpretate the interpretation, and but
he said the regress of authority.
Yeah, but the thing is, I mean, that's kind of, it's sort of true,
but it's built in. That's why
you have a
hierarchy, of course.
But it's also true that, like, at a practical level, it doesn't, it doesn't just always kind of go on forever. So, like, I mean, that is why you have lawyers and like. What was I think I had to get the other day, like a true and accurate copy of my passport or something like this. And I was just like, true. And I had to look up like, what's the difference? Like, what legally is the difference between true and accurate? Like, it ain't just
not really.
True. Yeah. It also needs to be accurate, but okay. And then I looked it up. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. There's this, there's a difference.
Like cease and desist.
Yeah, right. Yeah. You got to do both. You can't just cease. You got to also desist. Like, okay, can I just stop? Is that enough? Like,
didn't ask them to stop
because there's all these ambiguities. So then you have to go but really, as a practical matter, at a certain point, you get a judgment, and like no one's gonna really appeal it because they're like, all right, we don't really, or you get to the Supreme Court. And it's just
you've exhausted your appeals.
Yeah. And at a certain point, you do get things stated precisely enough that it like at least settles all the arguments.
The immediate situation.
For now.
Yeah. That's right.
Anyway.
Yeah. There's a funny comment from Craig when we were talking about the animals, like the ox. Is this weird? This is making me hungry.
Just don't let him gore you.
Yeah, don't let him gore you.
In Orthodox Trinitarianism, the claim to one God, that's not really merely sharing a nature. It's having one mind, will, in operation. They actually think things like mind and will are properties of only nature. Eastern theologians did a ton of work to...
Yeah, everybody thinks that.
Yeah, this is that comes up in that book too. I think just people just don't understand what they're saying. So like here's a reason so let's say you have a stove, you left your stove on, and you touch it accidentally, burned by hand, right? So we would say like the stove burned your hand, right? Or you burned your hand on the stove, right? But like the stove could have existed and not burned your hand, right?
It's true.
It's the heat
Yes.
from the stove that burns your hand, right?
Yes.
It's just the heat can't exist on its own without
the
there
stove.
being some physical object that is hot, right?
Yes.
It has to be embodied in a hypostasis, right? So we sometimes speak like, well, the stove burned your hand. But I mean, a lot of philosophers who believe in what's called trope theory, which I think most ancient people, maybe not Gregory Nyssa, well, I don't know, maybe usually, but anyway, whatever. Most people in antiquity, I think, were some kind of trope theorists. But a lot of contemporary philosophers, like, one of the big arguments that people give to support this view, a certain view about properties, is that the metaphysics works out much better when you make the terms of causal relations, like the things that get causally related, not be hypostases, but be individual instances of a property, right? Because if I say the stove caused your hand to, burn up or whatever, it's like, well, the stove's been there the whole time, but it didn't,
It's true.
kind of like when people say, people blame financial crises on like greed, and people, there's these like, I've got this little chart that's just like, egg producers discover greed, price goes up, egg producers forget about greed, price goes down. Oh, they discover greed again, the price chart, just going up and down when people figure out greed again. But it's like the greed's just always like, that's not what caused it, right? So anyway, that's an economic issue. But with burning stuff, it's the heat, right? The heat has to be there. That's what's causing your hand to burn up, is the heat. So yeah, I mean, we can say it like it's the stove, but certainly the source of the burning is ultimately the heat, right? And the thing about natures is this, like, okay, you and I, we can think rationally. Maybe Mike may disagree, I don't know, but anyway, we can think rationally, we can speak, we have free will, right? So just ask yourself the question, like, the fact that you can think rationally, is that like grounded in your hair color, right, or your eye color, or skin color, or your height, or your weight, or, right, like, is that what gives you the ability to think rationally? So it's not your essence, not your name, it's some other weird random accident? Or is it like, it's not grounded in any of those other accidents or the nature? It's just this free floating thing. Like, it's like hair color, like you could have been blonde, you could have been brunette, you could be rational, you could be not non-rational, right? And it's just a weird coincidence that like almost all the humans end up being rational. They just happen. It's just like if everybody had brown hair or something, it's just like,
just by
wow,
happenstance.
like, just what a coincidence, right? Like, that's a pretty big coincidence, but maybe it's your nature, right? Maybe there's this metaphysical doodad, right? That all human beings have an instance of this nature, right? And it's what gives you, it just gives you this whole set of causal powers, among which would be the ability for rational thought and speech and free will and blah, 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 right? And that's all. I mean, that's all that's going on, is just you have your particular instance of humanity, and that is what grounds your ability to think and speak and choose and whatever. And that to me just seems so completely obvious, right? That has to be it, because otherwise this is a huge coincidence, right? Now you have your own particular instance of humanity, right? And I have mine, and those are separate. So we're two men because we have two different instances of humanity. Here's Gregory of Nyssa talks more about energies really in Ad Ablabium, but here's kind of the way basically part of his solution to kind of the answer to the question why there's three gods. What individuates you and me, among other things, is spatial separation, right? So you're over there, I'm over here. So that also will individuate our actions. So like if you're speaking, even if we're both reciting the Lord's Prayer or something, like your act of speaking is happening over there and mine's happening over here. So there's two different actions happening, right? And Gregory actually has a kind of weird, he thinks we have just one nature, but most fathers, like Gregory Nazianzen would say, you have your own instance of humanity, a trope of humanity, as analytic philosophers today might call it. And I have mine, and those are also individuated by spatial separation, right? The persons of the Trinity are not spatially separated. So the only thing that individuates them, they're not spatially separate. They're individuated by these relations of begetting and proceeding, right? But their act of creation, let's say, right? The Father's act of just your humanity, you're over there and I'm over here. Your humanity's over there, my humanity's over here. The Father begets the Son. The Father's act of creation doesn't beget the Son's act of creation. Actions don't beget, right?
Right.
And also, like the Father's instance of divinity doesn't beget. I mean, this is something Mike will appreciate, actually. Natures don't beget nature, right? Persons beget persons. Natures can't beget nature. So the Father's divinity doesn't beget the Son's divinity, right? So there's nothing to individuate their actions. There's nothing to individuate their nature, even just like considered as an individual instance of divinity. There's nothing to kind of pull those apart, because the only thing that individuates the persons are these inter-Trinitarian relations, and those just aren't the sorts of things that apply to natures or actions. So that's part of the kind of answer to why there's only one. Like you and I are two men because the manhood is divided, right? So
yeah.
But the godhood doesn't get divided. So that's kind of the other piece to, like, the Father and the Son have the same nature, but also their nature is not divided. But if the nature is not divided, and the nature is what grounds free will and rational thought and blah, 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 then those things aren't going to be divided. The energies aren't going to be divided either.
Yeah. Well, I think there's also a fundamental difference in that, in our view, like time and space and like these things are categories that do not apply to God, whereas Mike is an open theist, so he sees time as a category that does apply to God. So I guess with that considered, it is harder in his system to make this one mind, one will work if God is subject to time.
Maybe. I mean, they could have
or space. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, space. I don't know if he thinks
time and space are connected.
Places that well, I don't know. Yeah, that's.
It started sounding like that towards the end, though, when he said the Father manifests in space and time.
Yeah, I didn't really get how that worked. But also, I just feel like that just blatantly contradicts Jesus's claim that no one's ever seen the Father.
Yeah, just on
that was something I really was kind of surprised. I didn't know, like, was he just not think about
tired.
That? I don't know, but anyway, anyway.
Developing this. But the problem is that, folks, three persons having one mind is just Disney plus theology with no basis in reality. A mind implies a center of consciousness. A will implies a center of agency. And therefore, these must be properties of persons because natures don't think or will, right? So the dilemma should be obvious. If there's only one...
Like I think I addressed that like pretty thoroughly, that, natures don't do them, but they have those powers.
Yeah.
People employ them.
Again, I mean, it kind of depends on what you mean by the natures don't do them. Like, so again, like with the lump of clay and the statue, right? Like, would you say like weight doesn't press down on the scale? You know, it's the statue that's pressing down on the scale, right? And it's the lump of clay that's pressing down the scale. Weight just in the abstract doesn't do that, but kind of it does, right? Right. I mean, it is the weight that is what is pushing down. You know, it's just that the weight has to be embodied in the statue and the lump, right? To do that, but yeah, it is the. I mean, if the lump of clay didn't have the same weight, it wouldn't get the same reading on the scale, right? I mean, it is the weight that, right? So it's, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, it is your humanity or your human nature that is. I mean, in some sense, that's what's doing the thinking. I mean, we'd speak just like we would say, well, the lump of clay is pushing down on the scale, but it's doing that because of the weight. And likewise, yeah, we'd say you're thinking something, but you're thinking it because of your nature, right? It's the nature of a human to think.
Right.
It's in the nature of a human to think.
Mind and will, then you have one center of consciousness and agency. Like, what exactly is distinguishing the persons? This just looks like Unitarianism, right? Where God loves himself. You can see that in the diagram there with the love. So, I mean, Trinitarians want to, use this as epistemic grounding for everything, but it's just weird. It's wonky, Marvel level imaginations. Let's just take that one example of love. How exactly can the Son and Holy Spirit receive love from the Father?
Yeah, so I didn't use this argument. This is the extension of his argument or his debate with Jim Bob. Right. Jim Bob used this analogy against him, or this argument.
It does. I mean, it does. And I don't when I keep, but just for feedback, for future reference from my, it does come across as like I had some PowerPoints. You know what I mean? Like this was from, I had these slides from this other debate, and I had this slide from this debate, and I just am gonna kind of put them together. You know what I mean? Like it just feels that way. It just feels like a lot of it just kind of doesn't really connect with your actual view, which I guess you talked to him about, so he kind of should have known, and doesn't really, like, you didn't make this argument. It seems like kind of, it reminds me, I mean, when I was becoming Orthodox, this happened. Like I'd go around to like former pastors and youth minister and whatever, and apologists and whatever. And it was just always like, I mean, this was like 30 years ago. So before there was an internet to speak of, but it was always just kind of like, oh, Eastern Orthodoxy. Yeah, I've got some anti-Catholic arguments over here on the hill. This
is kind of that.
Just stretch out Catholic and put Orthodox, and I'd be like, well, that's not really what they believe, though. I mean, I've been getting like, oh yeah, well, we got some anti-Catholics, like it just, and it's just like, well, this doesn't really fit, and I don't know if it comes across that way here. It's kind of like, well, I've just kind of got some anti-Trinitarian arguments here, and I'm just going to kind of put them together, even though like a lot of this, it just isn't really connecting with your view or your argument.
Yeah. And then I guess this
love thing is,
it came up towards the end of like the open discussion, I think, but it did not end up looking like good for him, because then, especially as an open theist, that he has his God who is alone and static eternally into the past. It's like he might as well be dead at that point. Like, what's the difference between that and a rock if he's not doing anything? Like,
yeah, I did think, I think Father Stephen brought this up, like that seems like a problematic view that like literally God sort of lived through an infinite succession of time, right? And I mean, like a part of the one version of the cosmological argument anyway, like the Kalam cosmological argument is just like, well, you can't have time going infinitely far into the past, right? Like there has to be a first moment of time, but like it seems that he doesn't have a first moment of time. I don't know. To me, I mean, maybe that's just his view, but like to me, that's always been one thing that's always seemed kind of strange about. I mean, a reason why I've kind of always thought, well, there's got to be a creator. There's got to be a first moment of time, and so it must be created by some being that's outside of time. And that actually comes up in Gregory Nyssa in his Contra Eunomius. He points this out, like whatever. like, so the Father begets the Son at some point in time, so the Son comes into existence at some point in time. And he basically says, like, so he asks, like how much older is the Father? Like, how old is the Father, basically? Like, at what point, what's the first moment of God's existence, right? Like, because he's like, he's going to be older, is he 1,000 years older? Is it like, how long was God around before? And basically he said, if you say like just kind of forever, I mean, he just thinks that's incoherent. Like, to think that you know, time can sort of stretch out infinitely far in the past, and somehow God was way back there, and they just like went through an infinite succession of time, and then finally decided after infinitely many hours or whatever, like, I'm gonna bust out a sun and then create a universe. Like, that just, and then in response to the objection, like, well, what about creation? You know, did God just like sit around infinitely far, you know, infinitely long before he created? I mean, that's when Gregory Nyssa gets into kind of his metaphysics of time, and he's just like, that, no, that's just not my view about time. Like, I don't think God is in time at all. So like, none of this is a worry for me, like whether it's creation or begetting the Son or what. And he just thinks it's, I mean, so it's just an argument like that. It's just a weird idea to not put God outside of time, right? But once you do that,
it's the category error.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, I don't know. I mean, whatever. People believe this. So.
Meaningfully, if the mind that both gives and receives that love is the same. That makes absolutely no sense. Okay, this just sounds like God loving himself, which is the Unitarian position. The Bible teaches that the grounding for God's love is in his nature. God is love. So he doesn't acquire that hypostatically, nor does he cease to be love if he does or does not express it. It's just like we're commanded to love our neighbor as we love ourselves. God perfectly.
But even like the guy who's given this argument wouldn't say God acquires love at some point. I mean, the whole point is God's supposed to not acquire his love, and that's why the Son must always exist, so that the Father's not acquiring love. He just always had it. Like, I don't know. But also, yeah, I mean, I don't really see what the, I mean, I guess I don't get what the issue is. I mean, so that presumably the divine nature, like God's nature, is good. God is good by nature. And if you're good, you would love the good.
Makes sense.
Right. So, I mean, it seems like you would think that God would love himself. And if he has a Son and a Spirit that are also good, and have, like, then he would love them too. And they would all love themselves and each other. Like, it just, I guess I don't really see what the problem is supposed to be.
I think because he'd say it because they have the same mind, it would be or
maybe the idea is just
meritless.
Like, on this view, God should also love himself, but then that would be sufficient for love or something. But I mean, I think if I don't really run this love argument either myself, but like, if I were, I guess I would just say something like altruism then. like, you know, like, not only should God be loving, he should be altruistically loving, right? So yeah, he loves himself by nature, but anyway, he needs to, like, I mean, I'm not saying I would give that argument, but if I were,
I'd
do
that
that
in a stronger form.
Yeah, I don't know.
Loving himself as one person is all the necessary grounding needed for him perfectly loving everything else. That's a Unitarian position. Okay. So, and just consider that this is false. Let's just say so. Well, then why does the Father need the Son and Holy Spirit to be love at all if he's fully God? Each person can have a dependency on each other and yet be God by themselves. I mean, clearly this is just counterintuitive. It's self-contradictory, and it's inferior to the Unitarian position, right? And the problem here is not even just these concepts, because it gets much worse. It's that the words used to drive this theology have no basis in the Bible whatsoever.
I think this is also just like a rhetorical mistake, is that when you focus on attacking the other person's view, like, he had no idea what I was going to say in my opening. Yeah. All I told him were like the main sources I'm relying on. He didn't know my arguments going in. So it's like, why is he trying to fight against an argument I never made? Like, it's just a waste of time.
Right. Yeah, I think it's an unfortunate thing that, like, typically the Unitarian arguments are just kind of negative arguments against Trinitarianism, and then it's like assuming, and I feel like, yeah, maybe that was just like, that's how you do, and that's how he was. But as a result, I think what happened to him is like he had to try to just sort of anticipate what you might end up saying.
Yeah.
And it just wasn't, he just kind of got off. But if he had sort of focused on just a positive argument for his view, then it wouldn't have mattered what you had said in your opening argument,
Yes.
right?
Exactly.
And then that's what the rebuttal would be for, right? But it's kind of like it seems like he was trying to sort of anticipate. I mean, I don't know, maybe this isn't true. Sorry, Mike.
I mean, it does seem like he's trying to anticipate.
It is what it looks like to me. It looks like, yeah, probably he was like trying to anticipate, what are you gonna say? Then I'm gonna have these comebacks, and then, yeah, it would have just been better for him to make the positive case, because that would just be so he could just run it and then do this in the rebuttal.
And then to think through it too, because like, if he can't say like, I believe in one power in heaven, or I believe in two powers in heaven, or like, I believe in one power in heaven, what does that mean about Jesus? Well, here is what I think about Jesus, right? And just like set out here's what I think about the Spirit, and then just set out like the proof text for it and explain it. But he didn't.
Which also, I mean, yeah, I wish he had, because honestly, like, I'm someone who actually just would like to, I mean, like, I teach philosophy, so I'm all day long, I'm talking about stuff that I don't believe, I mean, most of the things most of the theories that we're going through, like, I don't really buy this, but let's talk about it and try to understand it, right? Like, I really
understand it anyway.
I would like to understand it, even if I'm never going to believe in it, right? And I really do have a lot of questions, but like, I really don't understand, like, and that's part of my critique of the debate too, is like, at the end of it, I really still don't understand what the Holy Spirit is doing in the whole thing. Like, I don't really understand how the atonement works. I mean, we talked about Adamite Christology, but it sounds like voluntarism. Maybe it is, but it'd be nice to just hear, like, yes, it's just pure voluntarism. That's how this works. And like the Holy Spirit, I don't really, I don't know.
And that's something I tell my viewers too, is that like sometimes the best argument is just know your view like really well. Like, you have no business trying to tear down other people's views if you don't really have yours down well. So like, and that's what you see in my opening, was just like, why do I believe this? Like, what do I believe? Why do I believe it? It's fundamentals.
Take, for example, ousia. It's used twice, and it doesn't mean substance. It means property. It was something that you owned, okay? Hypostasis is used 5 times. It doesn't mean person, and it's also translated nature. Just the opposite. I mean, this is so well known in scholarship. You'll read from R.P.C. Hansen, from J.N.D. Kelly, that hypostasis and ousia were originally synonyms. I have a video on my channel where I go through all the significant controversies they had to develop this
yeah, but again, like, this is something that's good for us, because it shows that, we appropriated their words for Christian use. That's the opposite of importing Greek philosophy.
It's odd, because I mean, like, earlier he had that slide where it's like, I'm not saying that just like outside the Bible means bad. I'm just saying the philosophy shouldn't drive it. But like here, it just seems like all he is saying here is just, well, these terms are from Greek philosophy and they're from outside the Bible, and people kind of define them differently or whatever. But like, I'm not seeing how like philosophy is driving the theology. Like, to show that you'd have to show that like there's some kind of assumption that gets made in Greek philosophy that it like ends up being a premise in someone's argument for the Trinity.
And it's contradicting the Bible. It wouldn't be enough.
That it's contradicting the Bible, or it's something that's just like not clearly in the Bible. But this is one of the things I tried to do in my dissertation. So it's on my website,
which
Beau
is
Branson.
the link is in the description to this
Okay.
video.
Yeah,
to
good.
the resources or research page on your website. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So it's just, on beaubranson.com and a research. So you can download the dissertation. One of the things I tried to do, and I mean, it's kind of in like this technical sort of appendix. So it might be a little over some people's heads or whatever. But one of the things I tried to do is I tried to just kind of formulate Gregory of Nyssa's response in predicate logic. Right. And then, and I try to get it down to like, I mean, what are the minimum assumptions that he's needs to make, to prove to actually logically entail this conclusion. And so I actually go through like in these derivations and labels that so if it's like this is a substantive assumption, metaphysical assumption he's making, I just put a little plus sign like right next to the line of predicate logic, like, line of symbols. And if it's like just a definition, or it's something like a stipulative definition, right, or something that just logically follows from previous premises, I just put a little 0 behind. And at the end of it, you can just pull out like these are the only assumptions that he has to make to get his whole, the whole thing. And it ends up that, I mean, the assumptions he's making are incredibly tame. Like they're just like, there are particular things and they have natures, and, you can have relations. I mean, it's just very, the most, I guess, beefy like assumptions that he makes are like natures are individuated by the causal powers that they bestow on their bearers, which actually is just it's really more or less just is true by definition on Aristotle's definition. But like even in contemporary philosophy, like Sidney Shoemaker and other people kind of take this view, like if properties in general were not individuated by causal powers, you would just be in this weird position where there'd be no way to know whether you had just seen the same property being exhibited twice,
right?
Like, because in order to perceive or detect anything, it has to have causal powers that would interact with your sense organs or with a scientific measuring instrument or something, right? So if you could have like, two different natures, but so there's two different kinds of metal, let's say.
Yeah.
But they have exactly the same color and mass and boiling point, and they conduct electricity and heat with the same like everything's exactly the same. Like we wouldn't have any way to, like, we would think it was the same. We would call it the same thing, as we'd have no way to tell it apart. So it's very like, it raises epistemic problem anyway. But the point is, like, there's that and some stuff about like event individuation, which I have a whole paper in another book about that. But I mean, basically, he has like a Donald Davidson's view about events, which no one probably knows what I'm talking about. But point being, it's today by far the most widely accepted view about it. But so like all the things, all the metaphysics that he assumes is actually stuff that like it's not super controversial. It's been, all of these things have been defended in contemporary philosophy by atheists or people that just have there's no reference to the doctrine of the Trinity. It's just, these are plausible views, right? And none of it, in fact, I argued that like some of it actually is biblical. Like when Jesus says, a good tree can't bring forth bad fruits, and like by their fruits you will know them. I think we all know, like in the Bible, fruits are just like a symbol of consequences or effects, right? And trees, like the different kinds of trees, those are kinds, right? That the tree, the species,
the kind of tree,
nature, right? So he's just
from the
Jesus
effect.
is just saying, the nature of a thing by its causal powers and effect. That's
a really good one.
You know what I mean? Like it's just a biblical, like a homey sort of way of making that point, right?
Yeah,
So
so
anyway, a
all
lot
the
of the stuff
categories
that's
are there. I blundered.
so
They are there. He asked me if these categories of ousia, if they're in the Bible, and that if they're in the Bible or if they're not in the Bible, does that disqualify the doctrine of the Trinity? Turns out there are very strong arguments to say that the categories are in the Bible, just using different words, just like through analogies like that, like kind and fruits. There's like clearly effects. Yeah.
System. Even at the Council of Nicaea, their anathema used these words as synonyms. Folks, that the doctrine developed. The language necessary for it had to evolve. It's over. It's done. These guys just
no one thinks it didn't. That's the thing I never get is like people make these. It's like, whoa, this is big revelation, and it's like I never like no one would deny that. Like, but I don't understand like where like how like what's the conclusion? Like just you gotta break it down kindergarten level for old Uncle Beau here, like because I don't know what I'm supposed to conclude, right? And I don't know what all the other premises are. It's just like it just explains like what am I supposed to conclude from this? Like I already know that people use these words differently, and they kind of people sort of redefine things because they needed to hash this all out, and like. But why is this supposed to be like a big embarrassment or something? The only thing I mean, I don't know. I'm just speculating, but like maybe it's just like maybe there are people in the world who think that like the ecumenical councils like came down out of heaven or something, like just the creeds just like floated down, and so it should all sort of be pristine. Although I mean,
that's a good point.
Arguably, even the Bible doesn't like use language so nice and precisely, and there's never any difference in between different authors. But anyway, I mean, I guess if I thought that this is supposed to just be like a loud booming voice from heaven, like gave us the nice, but look, actually there's some little imperfection. But I mean, I know zero scholars think that, and I don't think that. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to. I don't know why this is supposed to be like a big embarrassment. I just don't.
Everybody knows the language developed.
Yeah,
everybody knows this.
We know. We agree.
Close their eyes to these very basic facts. And speaking about the Nicene Creed, let's address homoousios. Where'd that come from? It's well demonstrable through primary sources that the suggestion of this word didn't come from the Bible. Didn't come from the Bible. I should have 5. I timed myself when I started.
Oh, sorry, I was going off the stream. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, good that he asserted his rights there. I'll give him that one.
Okay, so I got 5 minutes. All right, so it came not from the Bible. It didn't come from the church fathers, but the emperor of Rome, Constantine. Okay, the homoousios comes from the emperor of Rome. And they debate whether he got it from the heretic Tertullian, or I think likely his religious advisor Lactantius, who quotes Poimandres to him 14 times as his religious advisor. Christopher Stead wrote the book on it. He cataloged every use of homoousios prior to Nicaea and proved with the work of Beatrice that it comes from pagan Hermeticism. They are the ones who employed this theologically, and it was introduced to Christianity first through Gnostic Christians. That's a fact. Take it to the bank. And there's evidence.
Take it to the bank, Doc Branson.
Yeah, but I mean, again, like, why am I supposed to? I mean,
so what?
Like the word theos, the word angelos.
Yeah.
Like, here's a good one. Hermes. I think he mentioned Hermeticism. Yeah, he mentioned Hermeticism, right?
Yeah.
Hermes was the messenger of the gods. He was the angelos ton theon. So Hermes was an angel. That's the word angel was being applied to Hermes, and not the same Hermes Trismegistus as well. But anyway, Hermes, the god, and
it's pagan.
The god. So yeah, if you believe in God and angels, that was paganism.
Doesn't Second Peter use the term Tartarus?
Oh yeah. I mean, that's another thing. Yeah,
I forgot about that one.
Yeah, Tartarus and Hades for that matter. And
Hades,
I mean,
Tartarus.
Like, I just don't. I mean, so yeah, the word came from earlier, but also some of this stuff like what is it? So he go back. Can you go back to the last slide? Like the word homoousios first occurs. So every pre-Nicene used the word homoousios. Okay, and they proved that the Hermetic Egyptian tractate Poimandres was the first to use the term. So, I mean, all that tells me is that's the first instance that they, I mean, number one, like,
documented instance.
It's likely that the word was going on before that, and that's just the oldest thing we found in it, right? But in any case, I mean, let's just suppose that literally this guy like coined the term homoousios. Anyway, it has a meaning, right? It's a word and it has a meaning, and it just means same ousia. I mean, that's what the word means, same ousia. And it's very simple. Like if I say to you, in Jesus dwelt all the fullness of the Godhead bodily, right?
Whoa.
And you're like, yeah, but that means like he was just like a dude and he wasn't really divine. And I'm like, no, being in the form of God, you know, and you're like, yeah, I get it, he's in the form of God, but that just means like he wasn't really God. And like, no, in the beginning, he was the Logos and he was with God and he was God. And you're like, yeah, but like not really like proleptically. I mean, you just, you know, and finally I'm just like, look, bro, you know, God, okay, you know, he has a nature or essence, right? Yeah, same deal, same one. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to tell you, same one.
Like, well, now you're making up words, Doc Branson.
The oldest use of same one is found, you know, in whatever, you know, Chaucer or something. You know, like, look, it's a phrase. It has a meaning. I'm trying to tell you what I'm saying. Same thing. It's just the same one. And it's very weird. Like, I mean, it's so weird because people treat it. I mean, it's such a simple, like, it just means the same ousia. Like like, you know, homosexual means same sex, right? Like, homophonic is like, it's the same sound. Like, you know what, you know, it just means same. It literally just means same ousia, same deal. Like, and it's treated like it's this, oh my God, they just said same thing. Oh, like it's this huge scandal. Oh my gosh, I can't. And the Egyptians were the first people to say same deal, same thing. You know, like think about it this way. So, you know, I have my friend Christian. He's a Christian, right? I believe in Jesus. I'm a Christian, right? And suppose I start telling people like, yeah, a Christian believes in Jesus. I believe in Jesus. And they're like, yeah, but not like the same Jesus. Like, no, I believe, I have this religion. And he's a Christian. I'm a Christian. Like, yeah, but you're not Christian by identity. You're only Christian by predication. And so it's the ontology. He's like ontologically Christian, and you're just, and like, no, his name is Christian. That's nothing crazy. His name is Christian. He believes in Jesus. I believe in Jesus. They're both Christian in that sense. Like, yeah, but not like, but like proleptically, you're, you know, or what? and finally, I just say, look, we're co-religionists. Right?
Well, but the first time that was used was by Freemasons.
Yeah, and then it's like, oh, there's nowhere where the Bible says co-religionist. You can't say, like, how can you express your view without saying co-religionist? But like, yeah, I can express, like, yeah, I'm a Christian. I just said I'm Christian. He's Christian. That's in the Bible. Christians in the Bible. But you're trying to interpret. And this is what was happening at the First Ecumenical Council. I mean, that's what, I mean, maybe people don't know this, but like Athanasius records this, that like at the First Ecumenical Council, I mean, like I said, most of the Nicene Creed is just quotes from the Bible, but like when they got to this part, I mean, they wanted to make sure they specified it in a way that's not compatible with Arianism. They wanted to say, we're rejecting this, right? So they put in things like, I believe in one Lord Jesus Christ, the Son of God, the only begotten of the Father before the aeons, right? So you can't say there was a time when he didn't exist, right?
Right.
But then Arius is like, there wasn't a time when he didn't exist, but there was when he did not exist. there was when he was not. Like,
just not a time.
Yeah. So it's like, oh, okay. God of the Father before was light of light, God of God, God from God. And they'd be like, yeah, God from God, but like not like God. I mean, he's just like little God from like the real, like,
it's a different
like
aspect.
the gods of the Gentiles, or I mean, like they're,
Yeah.
he's a God in some sense, and he's from the real God. But and they're like, no, true God from true God. And they're
From
like,
true
he's
God.
truly a little, tiny God that's not really quite the same, level of God. Like but it's true that he's this, lesser God. Like, so yeah, I can. And Athanasius, talks about how like whatever the bishops would propose, like the Arians would be like kind of winking and nodding, like across the room, like at each other, like we can go that, like I've got a way to interpret that, right? So what was happening was like you had these people that were just being intellectually dishonest, like just whatever you put in there, they'll be like, I've got a way to interpret it, right? But if you just say same essence, right, then now you can't, there's not really any reasonable way to misinterpret that, like as meaning, well, but the Son as lesser, whatever. So finally, and Constantine was like, guys, why don't you just put homoousios in there and we can all go home. That's another thing that people like. There's this whole mythology about how Constantine like forced this. There literally is just like one passage in Eusebius or whatever that like talks about it, and it's the Greek word for it, I mean it can mean anything from like he issued a law, and this is to like someone just say like being like, could you please pass the salt, like he just so he
yeah, can you please put it in.
People like the mythology is like he forced this on the council, right? But like the reality is, I mean, he was clear. I mean, and the bishops were clear. Like you're not a bishop. You don't get a vote in this council.
Yeah,
and you don't get to interfere with what we do. And by the way, I mean, there were people. I mean, Constantine kissed some of the eye sockets of the bishops that had like there were bishops showing up here who had their eyes gouged out, for their confession of Christ, like during the persecution, had limbs cut off. I mean, like it makes zero sense to think, okay,
they'd be afraid of Constantine.
Yeah, these guys, like this guy,
they were
when he was
tough.
being told, worship the emperor or we're gonna gouge your eyes out, is just like, fine, gouge my eyes out. I believe, like, I'm not gonna back down about this. But then when they got to this council, and Constantine was like, why don't you put this word in? They're like, well, I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to make nails mad. Like these guys didn't give a crap. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. It just the story doesn't make any sense. It looks much more like Constantine just probably suggested that here's a word that you could just put that in the creed. I know it's not in the Bible, but why don't you just put it in the creed and then be done with it, right? And the bishops were like, yeah, it looks like whatever we put in there from that is biblical, like they're going to find some way to misinterpret it. But so yes, they put it in, but it's just a word that means same essence, like.
Yeah, well, I brought up one of the synodal letters of Saint Athanasius that says that the term homoousia was used 130 years before the Council of Nicaea by the Holy Fathers, and Mike had no response to that. He never brought it up again ever.
Yeah. By the way, when I read through Irenaeus's Against Heresies like several years ago with a Unitarian friend and some other friends, and I mean, essentially, like the Gnostics were, I mean, it's not like exactly like Irenaeus just says homoousios, but like it is, there are passages in there where it's the implication is that the Father and the Son are homoousios according to Irenaeus, because he describes, like, he talks about these Gnostic, emanations and like, well, are they homoousios or are they not? Because if they are, then here's this problem. And if they're not, then here's this other problem for you. And, you know, and then when he talks about the Father and the Son, he talks about them in such a way that it's, there are definitely passages where I recall thinking, well, even if he doesn't say it explicitly, like the implication is that he thinks the Father and the Son are homoousios.
Mhm.
And also, by the way, I mean, it's just true that on like the typical pre-Nicene view, the Father and the Son are homoousios. Like whether you use the word or not, I mean, it's just the views are obvious. That's what they are, right? Because if you have, I mean, if you're like Tertullian and you've got the Father big ball of Play-Doh and the little Son is the small, and you pull it out, like, well, that's the same substance, right? And that, and generally that was the view, even if they weren't, you know, even if they had a kind of view where the Son, like the begetting of the Son is some kind of like separation or whatever, all the pre-Nicenes are going to say from eternity, there's God the Father and he's the nous, the mind, and then he has this logos in him, right? And the only uncreated, eternally existing substance is God, the nous, the mind, right? And the logos is in there, so it's the same they're, I mean, they are
the same substance.
Homoousios, even if they have, you know, they have views that like the Nicene Fathers wouldn't be okay. I mean, in some sense, the logos is like smaller, or like it's kind of a physical way of thinking about it, or that, you know, over time things change. I mean, there's like, there's stuff that like they
still same essence,
reject, but like if you're just asking, are they homoousios? Like,
it's all over.
I don't know. I don't actually know of any pre-Nicene church father that doesn't have a view where they're homoousios. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'd have. I mean, I don't know who would it be? I mean, because generally the idea, right, is like you've got this mind and it's got this idea.
Yeah.
And you do have I mean, you do have people that have, I mean, like Tertullian. Yeah, I guess Tertullian has this view like that God wasn't always a father, right? So if you have this idea, like there's the nous and then there's the logos, right? It's kind of like God is pregnant with the logos, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so there are, I mean, like Tertullian would say, okay, when the Father begets, like a lot of pre-Nicenes connected like the speaking of the universe into existence is like the begetting of the logos, right? The word kind of going out from inside the Father to outside. So that's like the begetting and the creating kind of happen at the same time. And so on that view, like you'd say, well, you had the mind and the logos first, and then they at the begetting they become Father and Son. The Father's not the Father until he begets a Son. The Son's not a son until he is begotten. So they start out like they're, but even there, right? I mean, they both exist eternally. It's just that they weren't originally a father and son. They were a mind and idea.
Mm-hmm.
And then the idea gets spoken out, and that's the begetting. So now you've got a father and son. You can call them.
It's still homoousia, though.
But exactly, they're still homoousios. Like the literal definition of the homo is just the same substance. Like they're the same substance. And I mean, I can't think of. I mean, Origin, people always argue about the translation because it's like Rufinus or whatever. But anyway, I mean, I don't know. I mean, they're homos. I have a lot more to say about that it would take the stream way longer. But I actually think like at a surface level, you can look at kind of like the pre-Nicene view and then like the Arian and Orthodox. And on kind of like one level, it's just sort of the Orthodox are keeping one part of it and the Arians are keeping a different part of it because they kind of see that view as incoherent. But I actually think that like at an even deeper level, actually, arguably, the Nicene view probably is like, I mean, like they're sort of the same, or anyway, the Nicene view is much closer to the pre-Nicene view and has just kind of relabeled some things. Like they're just thinking of begetting. They're just sort of start using words differently. But anyway, that's a whole other stream. But point being, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Homoousia just seems like such a tame, like it's just saying same ousia.
Yeah, it's a funny word that he
Like, I don't
decided
know
to pick
why I
on.
care that like the first people to use this were Egyptian Hermetics. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, if the first person to use the word "same" was an Egyptian tractate, I mean, like, would I be like, oh, they just said "same"? Like, I don't get it.
Introduced to Christianity first through Gnostic Christians. That's a fact. Take it to the bank. And there's evidence it was already condemned prior to the council at the Synod of Antioch, where they condemned Paul of Samosata.
They love Paul of Samosata.
Here's something else you can take to the bank. There's tons. Like, there's an entire psalm.
That's amazing.
This is my blow your mind. There's an entire psalm in the Bible, in the Psalms, right? That like is largely just an Egyptian hymn to the sun god Ra. And Ra they just took Ra out and put Yahweh. And people, and there are skeptics, you know, like, oh my God, look, oh Christianity, you got this from.
You stole it.
Yeah, sure. Like, all that happened is some Jewish guy a couple thousand years ago, you know, like, heard this hymn, and he was like, actually, you know, like,
why should they have it?
I don't believe this about Ra, but like, I mean, actually, that would fit Yahweh pretty good. Like, because we believe that Yahweh, you know, created all these animals and provides for them and all this stuff. So I'm going to take that home and just like change the lyrics and sound pretty. I mean, I just don't get why am I supposed to flip out about this? Like,
so actually the fact that homoousios came from a Hermetic Egyptian tractate is biblical, and it helps us. In fact.
Yeah. I mean, the Psalms get stuff from. And not only that, I mean, there's Psalms that, you know, are taking stuff from Egypt. There's Psalms and things that are taking language from, you know, Sumerian mythology and Ugaritic mythology. And I mean, there's I mean, people borrowed stuff all the time.
Or responded to things.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't know.
I could go on and on. All right. The simple fact is that the very language the doctrine of the Trinity depends upon, all right, evolved. They were constantly responding to disputes prior generations couldn't resolve, formulating doctrine more precisely than before, and condemning views which were once held by respected bishops and theologians. Really?
So
what?
They're developing, they changing, they're saying things more like that. All of that sounds like stuff that you would want. Like, they're reformulating, redefining, making these terms more precise. And they had these disputes that didn't get resolved, so they got more specific and precise, and then they finally could hammer it all out. Like, that sounds like how rational people conduct debates, right? Like, they figure out the source of the disagreement, they define their terms, they redefine their terms, so they make them more precise, and then like they finally
everyone's happy.
It out. Like
Blake says, "Oh no, our language developed. We're cooked." Like,
yeah.
Why are you using English? I guess
So I mean, if you're talking about development of doctrine in the sense that like you're really just changing your doctrine, and like, I mean, I'm not saying I would never accuse Roman Catholics of just changing flat out, but some people say that there are things, right, that like they used to really mean, but then they just kind of redefined the words and now it means something different. Like, if you're talking about, if you're making the claim like, you know, you used to believe a certain proposition and then you just like illicitly, you know, like redefined all the words so that now they express a totally contrary proposition. Like, okay, well, that I can understand why that would be a problem, right? But if you're just talking about the words, like the terminology kind of developed, like I don't get it. By the way,
they also got more precise.
Yeah, I mean,
as if that's a bug and not a feature.
I honestly, I mean, I know you know, people will be up in arms about this, whatever, but I very honestly, seriously, actually believe, like, and I mean, as a scholar, like, I kind of found this weird when I found myself believing it, because I really thought, like, I just sort of expected, like, yeah, you know, the pre-Nicene fathers are going to be like kind of wonky, half Arian, half Orthodox, and that, you know, saying stuff that's, yeah, they're going to be all over the place, whatever. I honestly just think Saint Irenaeus is a flat out pro-Nicene tradition. Like I think hook, line, and sinker, his theology is totally, like, I just think it's, and he doesn't have the same vocabulary, but like, logic, if you just look at what he says, like, logically, that's his view. I mean, he down to like perichoresis, which he doesn't have the word, but he totally has.
Yep.
I mean,
I reread on the apostolic preaching before the debate, just because, like, I remember reading through it the first time, at least those initial sections, and I was like, this sounds exactly like the creed that comes like 150 years after him. And then I just kept on reading, and it's like that entire first section where he kind of goes through his doctrine of God. It's like this, like, there is no material difference, like, if any difference at all, really.
Yeah,
there's no difference that matters. It's pretty crazy how consistent Saint Irenaeus is.
Yeah, I was actually surprised when I went through it all and was like, I think this guy's just worth it. Like I was just expecting, like, well, I got to find something here that's going to be, you know, a little here, but anyway, that's
consistent doctrine. Unitarianism is wrong. You guys didn't even have this figured out until the end of the 4th century. Thank you very much. All right.
Yeah, so like, as we just covered, Saint Irenaeus has like everything there.
Yeah, I think he's got it at the end of the 2nd century, and he's drawing on traditions that clearly go further back. Like,
so my last point is that, you know, everything else comes down to agency. All right, divine agency explains every other question that you may have about this. Let's start with the crown jewel, John 1:1. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. All right, there's some question if this is translated properly, but let's just acknowledge it doesn't say in the beginning was Jesus, and Jesus was with the Father, and Jesus was God. Right, so Jesus and the Word.
I mean, I don't know, Doc. I don't have a PhD. I just have a JD. But I mean, when it says the Word, it seems like a pretty basic logic chain to me. The Word was with God. The Word was God. The Word became flesh. And then that flesh walked over to John the Baptist. And John the Baptist was technically older, says, this man existed before me.
Yeah. This is one of my pet peeves too here, is like, I think Father Stephen brought this up too. It's like again, it's with kind of like assuming that the Unitarian view is like the default. So it's like, if I don't absolutely like, if you cannot give me like 100% certainty, like just this completely airtight argument, like if I don't have to be a Trinitarian, then that's all I need to show, right? Like that's it. Pat myself on the back, right? If I just can possibly interpret it in a Unitarian way, then like that's it. But it's not like that. Like the question is, why it looks for all the world like it's just saying, here's something. It was with God. It was God. Became flesh. Dwelt among us. Talked to John. Got baptized by John the Baptist. Starts teaching parables. You know, I mean, like I mean, in Revelation, right? Jesus has this the logos of God or whatever. Like, I just seems like, well, the most straightforward, the most obvious way to read that would just be the way I normally read it, right? So it's not enough to just say, well, you don't have to read it that way. You know, you could read it this other way. Like, you need to tell me why your reading is more plausible. And a lot of the, I mean, you know, with not to insult anyone or with all due respect, but like a lot of these Unitarian interpretations just seem super forced. Like they just seem like, I don't I mean, or even if you don't think that they're super force, like if you just acknowledge that, like, that's not the most obvious way to read, like it's the if you just kind of can acknowledge the Trinitarian reading of it seems to be the more plausible. I mean, in any case, and even if you don't think that, like maybe you really think the Unitarian interpretations are way more plausible. Anyway, at the very least, you got to make that case, right? You can't just say, well,
yeah,
it doesn't explicitly say this, or like you could interpret it, or like that, the variant. He was like, there is a variant, of the thing from Jude or whatever. It's like, well, cool, but that's not enough, right? You can't just say there's a variant, or there's a different way to read this or whatever. You need to make the case that your reading is more plausible.
You need evidences.
Yeah.
Are not numerically identical. It refers to God's literal speech in Genesis. They actually have the same Greek form here, NRK, in the beginning, in the Greek. Okay, the overwhelming majority.
Yeah, so we discussed this, I think it was in Cross, but Bayarin talks about how, like, it's not just Genesis 1 that John is referencing, but it's also Proverbs 8. And the way it reads is like all of these texts are stacked on top of each other. And then you combine that with the Memra tradition, which was like pretty dominant at that time. Like, this is clearly a person, like a thing that touches and stands and speaks and walks and has weight.
Scholars agree with this. So wisdom Christology is the concept of applying the roles, the characteristics, the functions. Alex gave you a ton of them, of God's word, his wisdom, to Christ. Raymond Brown says the Old Testament presentation of wisdom, there are good parallels for almost every detail of the prologue's description of the word. Gail O'Day says Jewish wisdom tradition is the governing view of the providential language of the prologue. And there's so much commentary about how Christians don't know this, and it sounds weird to them because they're not familiar with wisdom tradition. I mean, look at this.
Because he's kind of mischaracterizing it, honestly. Like, I get it that, like, maybe from like the wisdom tradition, maybe there's like a weaker case. I think we have everything we need in the wisdom tradition, but I think like these are all different things, like the Logos Christology, the Memra tradition, the wisdom tradition, like they all kind of stack on each other. I think they all read into John 1.
Also, I was going to say this whole, like, just kind of this whole section, divine agency explains high Christology text. The whole thing, right, is just, if I understand him correctly, basically saying, okay, all of these high Christology proof texts that Trinitarians have can be explained as whatever, divine agency or personificated, this, that, or the, like, which is just another instance of like, it's possible to read them in a Unitarian way, right? But again, that's just like, I'm just setting the bar as low as I possibly can for myself and as high as I possibly can for my opponent, right? Like it's enough for me to just say it could be divine agency, right? But you have to say it absolutely 100% no way could possibly be anything else.
Anything
right?
other.
But the reality is there's different ways to interpret these things, and it's you have the burden of proof to show that your interpretation is more plausible, and the Trinitarian has the burden of proof to show that their interpretation is more plausible. Like it,
yeah,
right. But I don't know. It's frequently this way. Like I'm just gonna set the bar here for me and there for you. But I mean, yeah.
There's also, I have a question of like, how much agency makes someone just not an agent anymore?
Well, yeah, a way I was gonna, I mean, a worry that I have a lot of times here is like, is this an unfalsifiable hypothesis?
I was starting to think it might be at one point,
Yeah.
actually, that it's
Like,
unfalsifiable.
Like what would be, like, I don't really know what would count as evidence.
Yeah.
Against like decisive evidence of the kind that they want, or even any evidence that couldn't be. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what are you looking for? What are you?
Yeah, where is the point where they concede like this could not be possible through agency? At this point, like this specific point, he must be considered a divine person, and I don't think there is one.
But here's what happened with me in this book too. So I wanted to bring this up, so maybe I'll bring it up now. Like, once upon a time, I would talk to Unitarians and I'd be like, Jesus is Yahweh. That's what it means when it says Jesus is Kyrios. They're like, where is the Bible? It never explicitly says that Jesus is God or Jesus is Yahweh. And I'd be like, it does. So it says, confess with your mouth that Jesus Christ is Lord, and that means and they're no. Kyrios, and this came up in this debate too. Like, no, Kyrios just means it's just like master or sir. It's like Mr. Just believe in your heart that Jesus is Mr. Jesus, and that's what it's saying is Mr. Jesus, and then you'll be saved because you say Jesus is Mr. Jesus, and that was what and it was they flip out if you said it's calling Jesus Yahweh explicitly, right? And they would say, and people would make this claim they'd be like, look, they didn't have any way because in Greek, Kyrios just means like Mr., but also that's what used for Yahweh. And so it's just Kyrios is the same word. So they didn't have any way to disambiguate, so it could look like you're saying he's Yahweh, but it's really just Mr. Jesus. So in this book, in the Four Views book, I point out, actually, they did have a way to, and Larry Hurtado has written about this and other people, but anyway, there's what are called the nomina sacra, the divine names, right?
I really wanted to get to this, guys.
Yeah,
Clippers, pay attention. This will be clip worthy. This is very important.
So the nomina sacra is, if you've seen like Orthodox icons, actually you've got icon in the background anyway, but you'll see in certain icons, like I don't know if I have one handy, but just be like a couple of letters and like a line over them, right? So like Jesus will be like Yoda Sigma, and it's got a little twirly. And in that, and in a lot of there's lots of manuscripts where it sort of abbreviates words in this way. What you can, if you go back through all the New Testament manuscripts that we have, and you kind of if you line them up in chronological order, start going back in time, what you find out is over time, like people just started like abbreviating. I think you'd have to unshare screen and make it bigger. But anyway, People started abbreviating a lot of words this way, right? But if you trace it all the way back, it traces back to 4 words that were always written in this way. Yeah, right. So it's Lord, God, Jesus, and Christ. So Kyrios, Theos, Jesus, and Christos. There might be like some later that were, some scribe did it wrong or whatever. But basically, there's basically no New Testament manuscripts where those words are not written in this special way. So here's the deal. For those of you who don't know. In outside of Christian manuscripts, right? Like if Greeks wanted to abbreviate a word, typically the way they would abbreviate a word is they would write the first 2 or 3 letters and then just end it, and they'd have some kind of symbol around it or so, and that different people had different symbols. But basically, so it's what they call suspension, meaning it's like you just write out the first few letters and just suspend it. You leave the rest off, right? And then you put some little marks that show it's an abbreviation. Okay. Which one thing that does is you don't have the word ending, which in Greek tells you a lot about the grammar, right? So you kind of lose some grammatical information. Only in Christian manuscripts, okay, literally only in Christian manuscripts, you get this convention that is nowhere seen before or outside of Christian manuscripts, right? Where they abbreviate just those words, Lord, God, Jesus, Christ, by just using the first and last letter, and they omit the middle ones, and they put a line over the top, right? And usually a line over the top was not used for abbreviations. it's usually used to show it's a number, because in Greek and Latin you don't have, and Hebrew for that matter, you don't have Arabic numerals because those weren't around yet. So you just use letters as numbers, and so they would write a line over the top to show, I intend this to mean to be numbers, right? But only in Christian manuscripts you get this convention where instead of writing out God, theta, epsilon, omicron, sigma, they would just write theta, sigma, put a line over it, right? Kind of like Jews today, sometimes pious Jews, like they don't write the word God out. They'll put G and a dash and a D because it's like the divine name, right? They don't want to. So this is a Christian thing. It's only really happens in Christian manuscripts. And it originally is just these 4 words, right? And all scholars who look at it say, okay, the reason for this is because Christians didn't want to, they wanted to respect the divine names, right? They didn't want to be
profane the name,
profane the divine name. So instead of writing out Kyrios, which was the way they would translate Yahweh as Lord, when it's Yahweh, they would write just the first and last letter, put a line over it. Same thing with Theos, put a line over it. And also with the word Jesus, when it refers to Jesus, not when it refers to like Joshua from the Old Testament or something.
Right.
And Christ, Christos. So a few things are interesting here. One is they treat the name Jesus as a divine name. Like they literally, that's a divine name, just like God and Yahweh, right? And the same thing with Christ. So first of all, just they're treating Jesus and Christ as though those are divine names, just like God and Lord. That's awkward, I think. I don't know. I wouldn't expect, this is just me, I would not expect my Unitarian friends who like maybe think that they're Jewish or whatever, like I don't know if Mike does or what, but anyway, like people, I'm going to write God G-D because I don't want to, and Lord, I'm just going to write L-RD or whatever. I don't see people doing that with Jesus.
But Jesus, they're just going to write it out.
Right. I mean, I find it like that's awkward. But also the other big thing about this is that, early Christians, in fact, did have a way to disambiguate whether they were using the word Kyrios to mean Sir, Mr., Master, Lord, whatever, versus Yahweh, right? When it's Yahweh, and you can see this, but I don't know if, I guess I could share screen or something, but anyway, if you want to, well, all right, why not? Let's
sure.
see. Can I, let's see. So I'm just going to look Codex Sinaiticus. I think it's .org. Let's see. Okay. So let's see. How do I do this? How do I share a screen?
It's at the bottom, like the rectangle with the plus.
Here we go. All right. So share screen. Google Chrome was this. Okay. Is it not? Is it showing my screen or not?
No, it might ask for permission. So you have to like select the tab or the window.
Yeah. So let's see. Google. So just share Google Chrome. Okay. Oh man, it's gonna make me just like do everything. Modify settings. All right. Yeah, I think it's gonna. All right. Allow.
If you want, there's on the right private chat. If you want to send me the URL.
Yeah. So let's just. I mean, it's just Codex Sinaitica. Here we go. I'll just send it to you. So Codex. Here, I'll do it this way. Bam. So you could go there and just So I'll just. I mean, we can. I think this is instructive. So Abraham, my Lord. Let's see if I can find. I probably have it in that 4 Views book, but okay, yeah, I think it's Genesis 24:27, right? Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So Genesis, so we'll do Genesis 24:27, and this is just an example. So, and it happens that is it's kind of a little bit fragmentary in some places, but we have that in Codex Sinaiticus. So let's see, are you up there? Okay, cool. Let me see. I want to try to make that bigger so I can see it. So if you scroll, I guess scroll down a little bit. Well, I mean on the text over there, not, you don't have to wear the image, but let me say.
Like here?
Right. Yeah. Can you scroll it to the left or what, just so I can see the number? I just want to make sure that's.
Oh, yes.
It does look like, yeah, that's the, yeah. So yeah, there we go. So yeah, down to 26. That really should be 27. Looks like 21. But anyway, so there. And he says, so this K ipen evlogitos. So, and he said, blessed. And see, if you see, like the second to the last line that you've got there, right, where it's just kappa, and then it looks like a C. That's kind of their way of writing a sigma. So blessed is Kyrios, right? The theos, and theos is just theta sigma, right?
Yeah, with the line
and
above
notice
it.
It's two, yeah, right. So they have lines above Kyrios and theos. So it's abbreviating those is because Kyrios is in the Hebrew. It's blessed be Yahweh, the God of my master, my Adoni, right? Mu. So Adoni Abraham. So notice the Kyrios, the first Kyrios is abbreviated with a line over it, right? The God of, to Kyriou, that's master, Mu, my master. And notice that Kyriou is just written out, right? It's not abbreviated, because it's not translating Yahweh, it's translating Adoni, my master. So this is when Abraham sends his servant to get, I think this is where he's, getting a wife for Isaac or whatever.
Yeah, the idea is like this is how they abbreviate God,
right.
and
so
to protect the divine name.
Right. Yeah. Right. So you've got so in Greek there, I mean, if people don't know a little Greek, or at least know the alphabet, you might not follow. But what's going on is he's saying, blessed be Yahweh, the God of my Lord, my master, Abraham. Right. So when Kyrios, right. So Kyrios is how you translate Yahweh, and Kyrios is how you translate Adoni, meaning just master, right? It just means sir, Lord, master, whatever.
Yeah, this is a great example because you have
so the divine... one where, the one that is translating Yahweh, they have abbreviated it and put the line over it because that's a divine name, right? The one that's translating Adoni, my master, they just write it out because it's not a divine name, right?
Yeah.
So they do have a way to disambiguate. And here, so let's see, what's the other one? I guess just if you believe, actually,
he accidentally exited he probably pressed X or something. I'll wait on him a few minutes to come back.
Sorry, I just tried to close some tabs.
And we figured.
What's the if you believe in your heart and confess with your mouth that Jesus Christ is Lord, so Romans 10:9. So you just look up, if you want to look up on Codex Sinaiticus, Romans 10:9.
Yeah, I'll pull it.
And actually, I was kind of anyway. I've got photos of this that are kind of I can't share my screen, but it's kind of. I mean, I think it's pretty kind of dramatic, sort of. But anyway, like one of the oldest fragments of any New Testament manuscript that we have. I think it's P49, but anyway, it's got this verse on it, right? And you can see in the oldest fragment we have. Did you lose Codex Sinaiticus or? There we go. So if you go to Romans 10:9, I mean, it shows this in the Codex Sinaiticus, which only goes back. I mean, it's from like the 4th century, but I have photos of this. You can find it. I think I have the URLs in that book, but anyway, you can find it online. But oldest copy of, one of the oldest fragments of a New Testament manuscript we have is this, where Paul says, if you believe in your heart and confess with your mouth. So let's see.
No way.
Yeah, that Jesus Christ is, look, you can see it, right? You just, Kyrion.
Yeah, Lord Jesus.
Yeah, into stomatisu, in your mouth, Kyrion isun. Right, and you believe in your heart, in cardiasu otiote. So this is the God raised him from the dead or whatever. So if you believe that Jesus is kappa,
Lord,
line
Lord
over.
in the
And
sense of Yahweh.
Oldest, I think it's actually, it might be another verse that says you believe in your heart and confess with your mouth. But anyway, so I might have gotten to but point being,
I mean, this is
pretty. When you read it in the New Testament, when you read the actual, like if you're looking at an actual manuscript of the New Testament, that is what every single early Christian scribe, like literally, we don't have manuscripts that don't have it that way, right? When they're calling Jesus Kyrios in the New Testament, they write Jesus as a divine. I mean, you can see it right there. It's Yoda.
Yes,
right?
yes.
So if you believe that, and they write Jesus as a divine name, and they write Kyrios as the divine name, right? So it's not like it's ambiguous and maybe it just means Mr. Jesus. They had a convention that disambiguates between Kyrios meaning Yahweh and Kyrios meaning Lord, Mr., Master, whatever, right?
Now it's true. This is pretty definitive. Like,
I mean, yeah. This is the thing, and so I thought I used to talk to Unitarians, and they would just swear, no, they never. Oh, no one would call Jesus. It's just Mr. Jesus, and they would never do that. And then I put this in this book, and like the next day, Unitarian friends are like, well, yeah, it's fine if you call Jesus Yahweh. Just to honor,
divine.
Yeah, it was just a way of sort of honoring him. I wanted to say, like, whenever I met William Lane Craig for this like round table, I wanted to just be like, oh, hey, Yahweh, I've read all your books. I'm really a big fan. I just like to refer to you as Yahweh just out of respect, just to show honor, because you're William Lane Craig. I'm just going to call you Yahweh. I don't buy it. You just call him that, because I mean, the thing about that though is that at that point, I don't know what would falsify this hypothesis, right?
What more could you ask for?
Right. Yeah. I mean, I just don't know. I mean, I don't know what you. I mean, I'd like to hear, like, because you would think like, well, here's some bit of evidence that would falsify this hypothesis if they just flat out call him Yahweh, right? Like, and if you just say, here's what you need to do to be saved. If you believe in your heart and confess with your mouth that Jesus Christ is Yahweh, like they just said that explicitly,
would that change your mind?
The evidence? That would be what would convince me. But then they did. That is literally what happened. They call him Yahweh, but I mean, it's because he's like, really good friends with Yahweh. He's the son, I mean, like, really, like, so then it's just like, well, I don't know. I just don't know what would count. I mean, like, I'm trying to think I don't know, like, well, yeah, like if I was God and I wanted to tell you that Jesus Christ is Yahweh, I don't know how I would do that more explicitly than by saying Jesus Christ is Yahweh. Like, I don't know how I would be more clear, right? Like, and I don't know. I mean,
you need the lawyerese. You need the Jesus Christ is Yahweh and not an agent and not only a human person and did not only come into existence. And In the Filth asks, do they always refer to Jesus as a divine name or only after a certain point?
So from the very beginning, from the oldest New Testament, like oldest fragments and everything we have, they always abbreviate God, Lord, Jesus, and Christ. There's no, I mean, so I actually corresponded with Daniel Wallace about this to make sure I wasn't wrong. So it's a little bit of an exaggeration, I guess, to say like there's no manuscript, but the manuscript, the few manuscripts that do have one of these words that aren't, abbreviated, where it's like they're late and they're like one off and they're like scribal typos or whatever, like all the ancient ones, like that
the ones that matter the most,
and
basically the early ones.
Hurtado goes into this in an article that he wrote about it, Larry Hurtado, and his point that he makes is he's like, look, all over the world, like all the manuscripts all over the world, they all do this, right? And they go back as far back as we can go.
I didn't consider that dimension of geographic distance.
Yeah. There's no.
It doesn't matter where they're from.
Yeah. They're all over the world, and they go back as far in time as we have.
So crazy,
right? Back to like the 2nd century, or whatever the oldest fragments are.
Yeah.
And his point is like, look, in order to get this convention worldwide, everywhere, like it has to go back. I mean, it has to trace back even a few decades more at a minimum,
before
like
the earliest fragments,
past these earliest ones. And his like, look, that basically puts them at about the same time as the autograph, like the original autograph, right?
At the time of the apostles.
So he's like, basically, either Christians were just doing this like when the Gospels were written, and maybe St. Paul did this in his own letters because he just, but at a minimum, like even if they didn't, then it had to be like the first generation of copying them or something. Like it has to go all the way back to there, right? And he actually has an interesting theory about the whole thing. Like, how did that develop? Because it's kind of weird. His view is this: the overline normally indicates numbers, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he thinks. Well, now I'm gonna get it wrong if I try to reproduce the whole thing, but basically I think he thinks that Jesus was probably like the first actually word. I think I forget it, but anyway, he traces it back to like numerical symbolism. So like, anyway, there's sort of like numerical symbolism in some of the names and whatever. So he thinks like, the reason they did the overline is because it normally meant like a number. And so I think it's Jesus that he thinks they started with, and they did that because it would like Yoda and now I'll get it wrong if I try to say the whole thing. But anyway, he kind of thinks he has a theory about kind of how it originated. But anyway, as far as the manuscripts we have, they all do that, right? So they all, and also things like when St. Paul says like, there are gods many and lords many, but for us, there's one God, the Father, and one Lord, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
So gods, plural, is written out. It's not abbreviated, right?
Yeah.
Lords, plural, is written out, right? But then for us, there is one God, it's abbreviated, right? And it says the Father, and there's one Lord, and that's abbreviated, and Jesus Christ is abbreviated too. Interesting. It is interesting that Jesus Christ is treated as a divine name, but Father is not. Early on, later on, they do start doing things like that. Like they start abbreviating Father and Holy Spirit and things like this. But the earliest are just God, Lord, Jesus, and Christ.
Wow.
Also, things like in Jesus's genealogy, where it's like there's a Joshua or whatever that's in Greek, just Jesus. They just write that out, right? Because it's a different Jesus. But Jesus,
it's only that Jesus.
Is abbreviated.
Okay,
now again, like in later manuscripts, people just start going nuts with it, and they just abbreviate everything, and eventually it just turns into a way to like save space. Oh, but that's another thing though that so some people suggested like, well, maybe it's just a way to save space in manuscripts, but a lot of the times in these early manuscripts, a lot of times when you have those abbreviations, there's like a little bit of space on each side.
So it makes up for the extra letters.
Yeah, so it's like you don't actually save space. And by the way, so let me mention this too. In Jewish copies of the Septuagint, the Greek translation of the Old Testament, there's all kind of different conventions about how to do the divine name. So in some cases, you'd have the scribe like writing out the, the Greek translation. And when you get to the divine name, or where Kyrios would, represent the divine name, in some cases, the scribe would just leave a blank space. And then another scribe with like a special pen and whatever would go back and write the divine name out actually in like Paleo Hebrew and with like a special ink and everything.
Over
So,
the
like,
Greek?
well, they'd just leave the blank.
Yeah.
They'd leave a blank space for Kyrios. In some Jewish copies, they'd leave the blank space for Kyrios. And a special scribe would go in with a special pen and special ink and write the divine name in Paleo Hebrew. So it's like, that's how you sanctify the divine name, right? You don't, so,
but like the more sacred they treat it, the more significant it is when you see it in Christ in the New Testament.
Yeah. Now there were also Jewish copies where they would write out like Yoda, Alpha, Beta, Epsilon. So you'd pronounce betas were like Vita, it would be like Yahweh. So like they're trying to kind of mimic the sound of it in Greek, or Yah-O. Sometimes they would write PP, which kind of sounds strange, but pi, a capital pi or P in Greek looks kind of like the Hebrew letter He, and the Yoda, capital Yoda, looks like the letter Vav, and you don't really have anything that looks like Yod. So Yod He Vav He, because you write Hebrew backwards, right? Would be, so it's like Yoda Pi. It just sort of looks like Yahweh written in later, Hebrew script.
Orthodox Philip says anything from the 2nd century. Doc Branson said, per the expert
oldest manuscripts that we had, like the oldest,
all of them.
So if you question,
always,
if you question like the date, and you can look up, I think it is P49.
I did want to mention, by the way, this is 1 Corinthians 8:6 here, which is Paul's rewriting of the Shema, including the Christ in it as well. Yet again, you see the shorthand with the lines above them in 1 Corinthians 8:6.
Yeah, let's see if he, well,
this is pretty definitive stuff, Doc.
Anyway,
Branson.
I have it in that book, like in some footnotes or whatever. But basically, I mean, it goes back to the oldest fragments of the New Testament that we have. So I guess like if you question whether those fragments should be dated to this 2nd century or the 3rd century or whatever, then but anyway, I mean, it's in the oldest copies that we have. I know, 6-hour stream to get all stuff. But that's just, I just brought that up because it's like at a certain point it starts to look like an unfalsifiable hypothesis. Like I just don't know what would falsify.
Because you could show them this and they'll just say, well, it's just divine agency.
Right. Yeah, just calling him Yahweh because he's an agent of Yahweh. So then it's like, well, I don't know how you would, I mean, anyway, that's just my little comment.
All right, let's finish this off.
All right.
Well, the best Greek English lexicon, the BDAG, it says the Logos literally refers to the expression of God's wisdom. That's what the word means. Okay, so Jesus, he demonstrates this the best himself by saying that he is sent by God repeatedly. And if you really want to believe what Jesus says, well, then believe him when he tells you he can do nothing on his own authority, that his teachings, words, and acts are not.
Well, again, just total 100% compatible with our view, like exactly what we believe, in fact.
Yeah.
His own, like they would be if he was God ontologically. And this explains every high Christology text, folks, whether it's the Carmen Christi, whether it's Hebrews 1, Colossians 1, form of God, image of God, imprint of God's.
But you know what else explains it?
She's just God.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's the thing. It's just this whole like, I have a way to kind of get out of this thing, but why is that a better way? Like, why is that more plausible? And this is another thing. It's like, if you're reading, you believe in your heart that Jesus Christ is. Here's the thing. Here's like, believe in your heart and confess with your mouth that Jesus is Mr. Jesus doesn't really seem like that's the sort of thing, right? I mean, that I would be surprised if my salvation had something to do with believing that Jesus is Mr. Jesus, or like, I mean, I don't know, or like he's Lord, or like he's the master king, or something like that. And it says Yahweh. Okay, well, they're just calling me Yahweh because he's the agent of Yahweh. What am I believing exactly? Like, believe in your heart. He's saying Jesus is Yahweh. Believe that Jesus actually literally is Yahweh, even though he's not. That would be weird, right?
That's a good point. Yes.
Right. Your other alternative is like, well, just believe that Jesus is Yahweh, just meaning he's the representative of Yahweh. Like, why didn't you just say believe that he's the representative of Yahweh? Like, why are we right? And also, like, why is that? I mean, why don't I believe that Yahweh is Yahweh? Like, why isn't my salvation tied up with believing in literal Yahweh? Right? Why does my salvation hinge on believing that Jesus is Yahweh? But when I say that, I mean that he is not actually Yahweh, but he's just kind of the representative. Like, why is this so important? I mean,
it's like Moses, but it's like the New Covenant DLC updated version of Moses, basically, is how they see Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, you know, and Muhammad is his prophet. I mean, believe in your heart that Jesus is Yahweh, but not like literally Yahweh. Just kind of, he's like the prophet or whatever. Like, why don't I just believe in God? But anyway, the point I'm making is just like, that is not the most plausible interpretation. Like the most, right? I mean, you can bring in, you can say, well, whatever. If you just assume that your view is super likely a priori, then fine. But like, if you're just looking at like what is intrinsically the most obvious way to read that, like, if I didn't have to defend one position or another, I would be like, I bet these people believe that Jesus was actually Yahweh.
And the manuscript literally, it gives you a hint. Like, it tells you how it ought to be understood.
And like, well, we're treating Jesus's name as though it's a divine name, even though it's really not, because it's just the name of this dude that's not divine. But because it's just, he's like, but it also could just be that they thought it was divine. And I don't understand why the other view is more plausible.
I think In the Filth explains it pretty well here. He says, looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, but is actually a pigeon with duck agency.
That is actually true. I've seen a lot of ducks that are actually pigeons that have just been sent by ducks. Yeah. Fair.
Nature are all predicative divine agency language and terms, okay? And it's the same that we see in the Old Testament with the angel of the Lord, with prophets, including prophecies of the Messiah, and even with the name as Jesus says he comes in. So listen, the last thing I want to point out is Alex is a lawyer, and from what I hear, a phenomenal one. And so the cool thing about lawyers is that they're authorized representatives. A lawyer can speak in court for a client. He can act in the name of the client, right? At times.
Okay, good rhetorical point. He honestly made me laugh. But Father Stephen is back in the chat. Just checked our earliest manuscript of Jude that has Jesus saved the people out of the land of Egypt, uses the nomina sacra for Jesus.
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy, chat. Like,
yep. I mean, our earliest manuscripts of literally our earliest manuscripts of every book in the New Testament, if it says Jesus and it's talking about Jesus, it uses the nomen sacrum. If it says Christ, it uses the nomen sacrum.
So they just don't believe the Bible.
And the thing, every scholar that has looked into this will say, this is out of reverence for the divine name. Like, these early Christians didn't want to profane the divine name. We don't, Christians today don't like think about that so much, right? But if you think about it,
we're casual.
Well, think about our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy
name.
Like, that's that's the first, right? Like, we probably should be more concerned about, but it's not. not I mean, because we maybe today don't really do as we should, like it, but it's not really that surprising, right? That early Christians, like, actually that was a big deal for them. I mean, it's not in any way. That's what all scholars, I think, who've looked into it say, yeah, this is because they have a reverence for the divine name. But why were they treating Jesus as a divine name? And anyway, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Whatever.
He was a duly authorized agent.
He was a divine.
Mr. Jesus.
He was a divine, duly authorized agent. Ergo, they treated his name like a divine name. Maybe that's how it worked.
It's pretty crazy that they would even concede that, and even that would not be like falsifying their view.
I mean, think about this: like Jews, two powers theology Jews didn't like write the name Metatron or Mimra or
that's a good point.
Enoch or right. I mean, all of these other like second power figures, like the people that believed in Yahweh. I mean, as far as I know, no one wrote Yahweh, but they like abbreviated it or who wrote it in special ink or something, right? As far as I know, the only thing that Jews did was like literally just with the name Yahweh, they would sometimes have like special ways of writing it or something. And that was it.
Yeah. Father Stephen, I did send you the link to join the stream so we can have some like wrap it up here, wind it down, have some closing thoughts if you wanted to add something on the Nomina Sacra. That's such a crazy, like, why is this not like front page news on the New York Times everywhere?
That's amazing.
Yeah, I was surprised when I found out about it and started looking into it. I was just like, yeah, I'm surprised that this isn't something that comes up more often.
I thought I was going to get off the hook, but there's quite some super chats here. Okay. Time to get to work. Sincere Hypocrite, $5. Unitarians, like many heterodox, never seem to have a clear way to know when the scriptures are meant to be read a certain way. It's always arbitrary. Yeah, because they don't have a tradition. It's just all confirmation bias. If you followed the tradition, you would realize you were actually more in line with the earliest manuscripts that we have that do treat Jesus as a divine name. D-sign, $5. Going through Dr. Branson's The Logical Problem of the Trinity. Already finding it very helpful. Thank you. Yes, again, as the link to his work, at least the work you can find online, is in the description. And also the One God, Three Persons, Four Views book. Doc Branson has a section there specifically on the Nomina Sacra with extensive footnotes for you guys that like to be well sourced.
Notes, yeah.
For the goal. All right. Thank you for the $2. Zandark. Would all you need to ask is how a monad can personally create something distinct from itself and also recognize and love something other than itself?
I'm not sure I follow this.
Yeah, me neither.
Okay, can you need to take like a 2-minute bathroom break? And
of course, yes.
All right,
yes,
all right.
of course. Okay. Chat, what's going on? I'm back. I'm back to the chat. To wrap it up. 5 more hours. Oh, no. My smooth brain has earned a second wrinkle from this stream. He's just so smart. Like, I'm so blessed providentially to have people like Father Stephen, like Doc Branson, Jay, these people that have been doing it for a long time. And like, it also helps that our scholars are the smartest. Like, that helps. Opponents won't bring it up even if they knew. It's all cherry picking. Yeah. Father Stephen comes on, streams for another 3 hours. I mean, Father Stephen and I talk for hours after like the stream ends at like 2, 3 in the morning. We talk for like 2 more hours. Dr. Branson is a trooper. I mean, dude, it was like 2 hours in, and I was like, I want to be respectful of your time, Doc Branson. He might outpace me. It's been 6 hours. He's barely going to the bathroom. Well, he was drinking water the whole time, as you can see. I just took my Celsius, dude. But the experts are all here. Yeah, the experts are all here. This is true. You're having a feast of knowledge out here. Yeah, I've been light on the soundboard because I don't want to distract Doc Branson from. But this is like way overdue, dude.
How do I monetize these people? You know what I mean? How do I monetize these people? What is my bank account going to look like in the next 2 to 3 years? I need 7 figures. I need 7 figures.
This is way overdue. It's like I'm behind like 100 soundboard invocations.
Tell me your epistemic justification for that claim. What's the proof of the evidence?
Feast of knowledge out here. Thank you for doing these streams, Alex, and letting us absorb this knowledge as well. Yeah, I'm just along for the ride. I am learning, and I'm bringing all of you guys along with me. You guys are going to learn. Whether you like it or not, we're going to do some learning. This was genuinely so great. I will never lose a Mohammedan debate ever. Well, you have another bullet for sure. He's back, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm ready for another 5 hours. My strategy was actually just to make this go so long that Metaphysics Mike will never have enough time to watch the entirety of it and
react to it.
Yeah, and I will just claim victory by default.
I love that we have like some of the hardest hitting stuff at the end too. Like, okay, where do we leave off in the super chats? Would all you need to ask?
Yeah, I didn't really follow this question.
Yeah. So if I'm dealing with Mike, if I just ask how a monad can personally create something distinct from itself and also recognize and love something other than itself. Wait, Xander, if you're still in the chat, can you explain what you mean by this? You did pay $5. I do want to.
I guess, is he asking something like, here's the way you would argue against a Unitarian?
I think so.
Them, like, how could a monad create something distinct from itself and then recognize and love something other than itself? But I'm not really sure I follow why this is I'm not sure I get.
Sorry, Xander. I thought these were just some funny comments. Blake said Mike's making up problems we don't have in his opening. Yeah, because we believe the Bible when it says that the Father, the only true God. Mike admitting that the Word became incarnate was the biggest blunder.
Yeah, that was weird too. Yeah, at the end, it's just like, we talked about I think I texted you about this or something, but yeah, yes. It's like at the end, it was sort of like, okay, so his Word became incarnate, and
but it's like not distinct.
Yeah, like it was a distinct. Yeah, if he says it's a distinct thing, then it's like, well, did God always have his word and wisdom? Like, then that sounds like Trinitarianism. I mean, like, or like, did he create it? Because that would be like, there was a time when God didn't have any wisdom until he created it
without wisdom.
I don't know how he created it if he didn't. Yeah, and like that
would, he's not wise.
It's just like, well, it's not. Yeah, they're not distinct. But then it's like, but if they're not distinct, God is not distinct from His Word, and His Word became incarnate, and that just means God became. God the Father,
God Himself,
incarnate, like as Jesus. So, which actually I think is what some like oneness Pentecostals. I think it's like Jesus is just like the Father incarnate. So maybe he could be a oneness Pentecostal.
Silver Ogre said, I think Xander meant how Mike talks about his Unitarian self-loving God. I still don't follow it.
No, but it's loving something other than himself and creating something. I don't know. Yeah, maybe he can elaborate.
His metaphysics are filthy rags before God. Hey, man, I know exactly what you're asking for, Adam.
Righteousness has been filthy rags before God, Daddy. That's going to send you straight to hell, amen.
Amen.
Yeah, I try to tell the sola fide people, this is very simple. Your works without faith is filthy rags. Your faith without works is dead. You need both.
Right.
Bada bing, bada boom. Hundreds of years of Reformation theology refuted. The Mamba says need Dr. Branson book list.
Is this like books I suggest you read, or like books that I
for life
am in
theology?
Speaking of books, Father Stephen is on here. Father Stephen and I have a co-authored contribution to a 5 views book. We've expanded beyond 4 views to 5 views. And my favorite part about the 5 views book,
guys, please pay attention to this.
I did not mention this, but I just find it, I just think it's fitting. So it's Father Stephen and I did the Orthodox, and I don't know, some guy I didn't know. Anyway, there's a chapter on Orthodox, there's one on Catholic, right? And then there's 3 different kinds of Protestants, because you really can't just have someone do a chapter that's like, I'm defending Protestantism. So there's like literally 3 different flavors of Protestant. Well, I just thought
you don't know what you'll get.
Fitting. I mean, that's kind of makes sense. Like, you can't really have a chapter defending Protestantism because, whoa, I mean, yeah, what would that mean? Yeah. Anyway. Actually, the guy, I mean, the idea of the book was actually Stephen Nemish's idea, and he did liberal Protestantism.
Oh, okay.
And I think there's, I think there may be some skepticism on the part of some of the authors as to whether that's even Christianity or not. So anyway, I thought that
liberal
was including some of the Protestant author, right? The classical Protestant authors. It's not. Anyway. I think we expressed some skepticism ourselves about this.
Effectively.
Yeah.
Was there any invective involved?
No, I don't think. Well, no, actually, as I recall, I think that was. I think Father Stephen had the phrase something. It was something like, "To be honest, we were expecting more Hegel." I think that was
Hegelian.
Our response to him. Yeah. But anyway, I'm looking forward to that coming out. I don't know what's going on with it at the publishers or what, but anyway.
Yeah, Mamba, if you're still in the chat, what specifically this is objection overbroad. Xander, your super chat was ambiguous and vague, actually. More ambiguous than vague. Would all you need to ask is how a monad can personally create something distinct from itself and also recognize and love something other than itself? I don't know what that means.
Like you're saying, this is what you would ask a Unitarian, like to challenge them, or like ask, I don't know, what's the idea?
Yeah. Book list for Trinity stuff, talk Branson, and the first 2 chapters of Religion of the Apostles and Boyarin, and honestly, Father Stephen's Apocrypha book. I feel like this one is kind of slept on, but it's basically like all of his research notes for Religion of the Apostles. So it's like, it's just more in depth on what a lot of these documents say, like for Esdras, his notes on Enoch, like the connections that he made, all the citations are there. Like, you see this in Enoch, you see this in Revelation, you see this in Enoch, you see this in Matthew, you see that, and it's like almost worded identically, even. Like, it's pretty crazy. It's also worth it just for this canonical list for Saint Nikephoros in the back. Is it there's at the very least some basis in the Orthodox tradition that this was like preserved, and Orthodox Christians were encouraged to read this in the 800s, which in my mind, I was like, there were Orthodox Christians in Byzantium in 800 reading the Book of Enoch. Like, it's just like hard for me to think of, because I am just imagining like Second Temple Jews walking around Judea or Galilee speculating about Enoch.
Yeah, it is interesting because you sort of think like, well, these were just like lost, and then we found it. But I mean, think about things like I forget if it's second Enoch or third Enoch, but it's like the Slavonic Enoch. Like we call it Slavonic because like it survives just in like Slavonic translations. But what that means is, and I think that's the one most people think actually was originally written in Hebrew. But anyway, like would have been translated from Hebrew to Greek, would have been preserved in Greek monasteries and libraries, and then would translate it into Slavonic after the conversion of Russians and the invention of also and so even though it died out elsewhere, whatever. I mean, like it had to have been, like it had to have been pretty widely copied and read to end up surviving in the Slavonic copy.
Yeah, and like only in Slavonic, which is like the only. It's strange to think that the only reason we have the Second Temple Jewish text is because some Slavic monk somewhere in a monastery.
Yeah, kept it around.
$5 from Pastor Pompu. Don't have a question. I just want to see Branson on your channel again. I'd love to have him. He's giving me a run for my money here. 6 hours.
I totally so my wife was like cooking dinner, and I was like, oh, I have the stream, starting at 7, and she's like, oh, this is like on this slow case, it's gonna take like 2 hours. And I was like, oh well, I'm sure it's not gonna be more than 2 hours. And that's like, I just went to use the bathroom, like she's got the door closed. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning, she's just already asleep, and she'd be getting ready for work in the morning by the time. Anyway, but now I'd be happy to come on.
Yeah, I'd love it. King executing a criminal would not personally wield the axe. Yeah. I forgot when this comment was made. It was very relevant at the time. But Yohanan, historical body of Christ, identical to the word? I mean, what do you mean historical body of Christ? He still has the same body today. I don't know. What do you think, Doc Branson?
I don't know. Identical to the word.
It's a loaded question.
I don't really know I'm not quite sure really what the question is.
Is the flesh of Jesus, is the flesh that the word took on identical to the word?
I mean, I wouldn't say I'm identical to my flesh because
you're more than that.
Yeah. So no, I wouldn't think that. I wouldn't say he's identical to his flesh.
There's a false premise interweaved into your question, Yohanan. In the filth, $5. Thanks to you both. I can feel a new wrinkle forming on my smooth brain. Dr. Beebe, what brought you to Orthodoxy? Wow, you asked.
Well, actually,
a very simple question.
Speaking of this book that Father Stephen and I did together, I was really glad to have this opportunity because, I mean, apostolic succession was a big thing, big part of it for me, and it was a big thing for me, and there were at least one person or a few people early on when I converted to Orthodox that I kind of tried to, I was corresponding with and try to kind of explain it. And I wrote some stuff up at one point, and that's been like 30 years ago. And I never have had the chance to really write it all out in a polished form or whatever. And this kind of gave me the chance to anyway. So if you read our opening chapter, it's basically stuff on apostolic succession. I got some advice from Perry Robinson about like he suggests like Felix Serlot has this good book on apostolic succession. So there's kind of new stuff that, you know, like I hadn't really thought about before, but a lot of what we put in that chapter is just kind of like what. So I guess I'll just say I was really into like Messianic Judaism and stuff like this. I tried to learn Hebrew when I was like 14 or 15 or something like that.
That's
and I
pretty
did
wild.
like a couple of years, but
Just a wee lad.
yeah, I was trying anyway, but and I got interested anyway. So it was at this like kind of
If you don't mind me
heretical.
asking, were you into like what was that guy, like Perry Stone? Was that his name? Yeah, he
No,
was like these like end times prophecies kind of. They're
oh
like
yeah,
always into Hebrew stuff.
no, this was kind of a weird, basically heretical little group of people. I
We
mean,
all have a phase.
most people would have. They had some anyway. They had some kind of weird, but they were good people, and they given free Hebrew lessons. There was one guy in particular just like really knew Hebrew like super well, and every now and then he would have what he called a golden cow day or golden calf day. And it was basically just meant like he would just like get on a rant about some particular verse in the Bible that like everyone reads it this way, and like they just put, you know, like all of this doctrinal weight is put on just this one verse, and he'd look at it in the Hebrew and he'd be like, well, if you look at it in the Hebrew, like look, this could be read this way, and like this word is kind of ambiguous, but in these other contexts, and he'd kind of go through it and show how like you could interpret it in this like pretty different way, and the whole theological system that's built on it would collapse, and you know, like, but everyone, that's their doctrine is like their golden calf, their idol.
Yes,
but it really did make me aware of like how, like just how malleable language is, like how you can't really have sort of one-to-one translations between, and just how much it hinges on interpretation and the actual language. But anyway, in the process of all that, David Stern has this Jewish New Testament and Jewish New Testament commentary and stuff, and had this book, a Messianic Jewish Manifesto. And one in his commentary on the verse in Matthew 18 or whatever, where it's the key, you know, binding and loosing, right? I'm giving you the power to bind and loose and yada, yada. Yeah. In his commentary, he's like, well, a lot of Christians take this to be about like binding and loosing demons or, you know, whatever. And he was like, this is just rabbinic terminology for like creating halacha, like they judicial judge-made law, right? So like when a case comes up that's, you know, there's some question, well, okay, you had rabbis who would have a bet din, house of judgment, and they would make a judgment, and then depending on who, you know, if it's that or the Sanhedrin or whatever, like that decision then becomes precedent, right? And so like that creates what they call halakha.
Like a common law system.
Halakha means like to walk to get. So when Moses says, or God says to Moses, you know, you'll tell them when they have this case, you'll tell them the way they are supposed to go. So that's halakha. And basically, so he was just saying, look, what all that's going on is Jesus is giving the disciples the power to issue halacha for the Christian community.
The church, yeah.
When he said, and when Jesus says, you know, do what the Pharisees do, don't you know, do what they say, don't do what they do, because they sit in the seat of Moses. That's rabbinic terminology. They have this. They basically have apostolic succession from Moses. They're not from the apostles, but. So basically, I mean, he went through all that, and actually in his Messianic Jewish Manifesto, he goes into more detail on it, and he's like, this is actually one of the biggest, like most pressing issues facing the whole Messianic movement is like, we need rabbis who have simicha is the term for like laying on of hands, right? So
my chat is familiar with it.
Oh yeah, okay,
ever since I debated Aaron Gallagher, I've been spamming that word.
So yeah, so that was, and yeah, he was very like, you know, we need to find some like actual Orthodox rabbis who have simicha, and they can, you know, if they'll become Messianic, then we can start having Messianic rabbis. And up till then, well, what do we do? And that was like a big thing for him. I was like, yeah, I mean, you have to have, and I was like, gosh, I mean, Jesus gave that to the apostles, and like, it just died out. Like, where'd it go? I mean, like I just thought, like, man, I mean, that's to Constantine came along and killed all
Constantine.
that's something.
It's
But
always
I mean,
Constantine.
and I knew nothing about church history, so I mean, I just kind of didn't really take the Catholic Church seriously. But so because it's the whore of Babylon, and that was how I grew up, the whore of Babylon and all this kind of crap. But anyway, so and I was kind of just, I mean, I don't know, I just was kind of disappointed with all the kind of Christianity that I knew in the first place.
Yeah, real quick, Vulpus asked, modern rabbis don't have a historical.
Yeah, no, they don't, and right? I did not at the time. I did not know that, and I mean,
it was intentionally snuffed out around 400.
Yeah, in the 4th century.
Yeah.
But at the time, I didn't know that, so I was concerned about that, and I kind of didn't. Having learned a little Hebrew and started kind of reading it. When I went kind of back to the New Testament. I was just like, that's not what's going on. Like the Christianity that I was familiar with, I was like, that's not really what's going on in the New Testament. Like I couldn't quite piece it all together. I got really interested in the Kabbalah and all this stuff too. And I started kind of trying to read the New Testament in a sort of Kabbalistic way. And I was like, I think
there's applying different lenses. Yeah.
Yeah. I was kind of like, I think there's something kind of here, but I don't really, didn't have the knowledge, the tools to figure it out. But anyway, I was like on the verge of converting to Judaism. I started going to a synagogue in Nashville when I lived near there. And it's funny. I mean, it was exactly the opposite of what I expected. Like the Orthodox Jewish synagogue in Nashville with these like 2 Hasidic like rabbis, like they were super they were the friendliest, like most, like they're like, yeah, you want to come in and study Talmud with us? Sit down. Like I'm, and like one of them was even, kind of like, we need to read the Talmud in a Kabbalistic framework and everything. And I was kind of like, I'm pretty sure as a Gentile, I'm not really supposed to be here, but they let me
shouldn't even be here.
Yeah. They were super nice about it. And then like the conservative synagogue there was kind of like, you're here, but you're not Jewish. Oh, okay. And like the Reform synagogue was just like, what do you do? Like it was like you kind of would think like maybe it'd be the opposite, but anyway, I was really just seriously considering like I'm going to convert to Judaism because at least that has this like actual continuity, and I thought they had Sibachah at the time, and I will just quietly still believe in Jesus, and like I don't know how that's going to work with like I'll have to talk with the rabbi about that, but that was kind of like what I was really pretty seriously considering doing. And then one day I was in a bookstore with a friend of mine who's Episcopalian, and there was a copy of the Philokalia, the first volume of the Philokalia there, and he's like, oh, hey, you'd be interested in this, you're interested in the Kabbalah and all this like spirituality stuff and whatever. And I was like, what's that? And he's like, oh, he's like works from it's from the Orthodox Church. I'm like, who's the Orthodox Church? He's like, oh, well,
what even is that?
And he was like, yeah, it's these writings from these monks, in the early centuries and whatever. And I was like, we have writings from monks in the early centuries of the church. Like, what? Why did we not read this? And so I got a copy of it. And when I just started going through like the first volume, reading through some of the stuff, like I was saying, I was kind of trying to read the New Testament, like sort of like tie it into Kabbalah or whatever. But I kind of didn't really know, what I was doing, like what to make of this. But
yeah, I'm not going to lie, Doc Branson, that sounds pretty providential.
But yeah, I mean, when I started reading through it, I was just like, this is it. This is what I was thinking, and I could recognize, like, yeah, that was what I was thinking. Christianity probably really originally was supposed to be like. It just, and
it would probably sound more like this.
Yeah. And so I was like, well, I guess I'll go to an Orthodox church to see what it's like. And and then I found out, there's this whole thing called church history, and like, and I mean, like a lot of people, right at that point, I got a copy of the Apostolic Fathers, and I was just like, you mean to tell me like this whole time that I've been a Christian? I mean, I was like 19 or 20, and I was like, but you mean like there's these writings from people that literally like knew the apostles or like they're from, like they lived during the first century, and we have writings from them, and I mean,
no one told me.
I do not understand why I'm just now hearing about this, you know, like I mean, and it is to this day. I mean, it's just, that's crazy. Like
this is like when I read about the Nomina Sacra in the book, I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, like why are people not talking about this?
Yeah.
And I went back to my old like Baptist church, and I was like, guys, there's people from the first century, and they wrote stuff, and they're like,
and we have it.
And yeah, no, like, and then like a lot of people, I had all this, you know, like, why y'all got all them old idols up in there? You know, why y'all worship that Mary? You know, you're not God. And I had all those other kind of things.
That's
but I
familiar.
went to it was one of these like used to, you know, the evangelical Orthodox things, and people like one of those churches. So like literally everybody there was like a former Protestant. So that was the first place I went to an Orthodox church. And yeah, no, when I actually this kind of ties into the thing with Mike, like. When at that point, I was kind of done with Protestantism anyway. But like if there had been something good, I would. Anyway, I just was kind of, I don't know what I'm doing, right? And I was really going to become Jewish, and so I was sort of like going back to Christianity and looking at it from almost from like an outsider perspective. You know, I was just kind of like, I don't really have a dog in the fight here. You know, I don't really care who's right or wrong. And when I read St. Ignatius of Antioch and all this stuff with like the bishops and the Eucharist and all that, like many people, that was it. Because when I came to it, here's what happened to me. I came to that passage, and I started reading that, and I just sort of like set the book down. I was like, look, I know this is not like news, you know, like it was, you know, just a hot off the press. Like, I know this has been around for a while. I know that Protestant scholars must know about this, and I'm sure there are Protestant apologists who have an explanation and a way to kind of. But honestly, like if I didn't care, I didn't have a dog in the fight. Like if I just read this and I was just like, I don't care. I just want to know what are these. How would I really read that? I would read it as saying Ignatius thinks that the Eucharist is literally the body and blood of Christ, and that you have to have a bishop, and you have to be in communion with your bishop. And if you don't, then Eucharist isn't valid.
If you follow schismatic, it's basically a one-way ticket to hell.
Yeah, that's what it looks like it's saying. And I was like, I'm sure Protestants have a way of like interpreting it away, but like.
Or like James White, you can just pretend like St. Ignatius doesn't exist.
Yeah, but basically that was the deal. I was just like, I'm sure there's different ways to interpret this, but like, if I don't know what my motivation would be to interpret it in some other way, even if I could. Like, it just that seems like and that's kind of what it's kind of like what I'm trying to get at with some of the stuff with Unitarian arguments. It's like, I'm sure there's a way to interpret this text that just flat out says Jesus is God, has the fullness of the God. Like, I'm sure there's a way you can interpret that so that it's Unitarian, but like, why? What's my motivation? Like, and really the thing, I've kind of tried to carry this with me to like, I just try not to care too much. Like, I just, you know what I mean? Like, I want to read a text like from the perspective of I don't care. Like, I don't care if this supports my belief or not, or what. I don't care how I'm attached to it. I just want to know what this says, right? And then I'll ask myself, can I really believe that, right? So mine is a lot of times it seems like what's going on is it's like, okay, the Bible needs to turn out to be true regardless of what it says. So this thing could be telling me to kill babies and Jesus is the devil but it's whatever it's got to turn out to be true, right? But of course, what that means, okay, I've already decided the Bible's going to be. I haven't even opened the book yet. It's going to turn out to be true. Of course, psychologically, what's going to happen is I need this thing to turn out to be true.
Yeah,
and it's saying a lot of stuff that is not familiar to me, and it's hard to understand. So I'm going to take what I already believe, right? And I'm just going to try to see if I can't interpret it in such a way, because that's what I think is really true.
Yeah.
Right. It's whatever I already believe is true. So I'm going to try to interpret the text to fit whatever I already believe. But like the whole like if this is a divine revelation, the whole value, like I already believe the stuff that I already believe.
Yeah.
I don't need a divine revelation to tell me like the stuff I already believe, right? The whole value of the thing is to change my belief system. Like that's the whole value of a divine revelation is to get me to believe something different, right? So if I'm starting with what I already think is true and using that to interpret the text, right?
Yeah, that's a
I'm
problem.
the whole I'm
self-defeating,
squeezing out the whole value of the whole thing, right? So what I want to do is say, I'm not going to make that assumption up front. Like first, I just want to see if I just read this like any other text, what would I think these people are saying? And of course, I want to be charitable and like think, well, I'm going to try to interpret them in a way that could possibly make sense. But
it counts for cultural context and
but like they could be saying something crazy, or they could be having a worldview that's kind of internally coherent, but I don't think is true, or think science proves it's false, or whatever it might be. So my approach is like step number one, forget about how I want this to turn out or what I think should be true or is whatever. And just read it. Here's what I think it says. Maybe it's crazy, but then turn around and ask myself, well, yeah, that's what they're saying. Is that something that I think is believable? And so I mean, so frequently it's going to be saying something very different from what I believe, and I'm just going to be asking myself, well, is this something I could adopt? Or I'll change my belief. I mean, to me, that's how you read the text, and it still has some value, and also it's just more honest. Like I'm not trying to. And I mean, of course, everybody says that they're, I'm approaching the text and, with no bias. I mean, I know I, inevitably have biases that I don't even know.
Yeah, but you can tell, and like this is the thing in litigation too, is that like the most effective way to advocate for your client is just like stick to the truths that help you, and don't try to like mischaracterize things, because people catch on to that. And it's just, it's better to just disregard it altogether if you're going to end up mischaracterizing it in some way. Like, sure, there are things you have to acknowledge and be like, the other side is going to say this, and that's true. But what you have to remember is, then you just like pummel them with the like true statements, like things that you can believe in. And like, you can tell in your heart, like, this might not be the most reliable way to measure things, but like everybody knows when they're they're stretching it on.
Oh yeah. And that's the thing. That's my thing is, I mean, just like you read St. Ignatius, like I'm sure you can interpret this to where, you need a bishop means you don't need a bishop, but really I just like, I don't know, unless I'm really invested in Protestantism or whatever it is, like I don't know why I would read the text in that way. And that's the same feeling that I get when I listen to Unitarian arguments left time. It's just like, I guess you can interpret all these texts as meaning that Jesus is God in the sense that he's not God. But I don't know.
But on its face, it strains the text.
Yeah, I don't know what my motive is for wanting to read it that way.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And the Phil says, thank you for the thorough answer. So that actually reminds me of a time at catechism. There was one of the catechumens brought his like charismatic Pentecostal friend to catechism because he's like trying to get him into orthodoxy or something. And he like tried to debate my priest. And my priest was like, I see you have questions, like with his Romanian accent. I see you have questions. Very good. Keep on asking more questions. He's like, that will lead you to orthodoxy. I think it's kind of the summation of this. Just keep asking questions, right?
Yeah.
Oh, there was a clarification from so this was from Xander, had that one earlier. He's saying if God can't actualize his love, then it implies the world is necessary. Yeah, that's the getting towards a modal collapse argument.
Well, yeah, some people I think would, I mean, basically, like if God doesn't have a son to eternally love, but he like has to love something, right? Then he just would necessarily have to create, right?
An eternal creation, yeah. Yeah, I think that's I think it's a valid critique. Yeah. $2 from Henry Favela. Thanks. Epic stream. It is my pleasure. I wonder if Dr. Branson is familiar with Father. Yeah.
Yeah, when I first went to an actual Orthodox church, like he had some there were some little like pamphlets and things that he wrote, and it was interesting for me. I mean, I'm not actually Jewish. I just was kind of interested, but yeah, it was super interesting for me, and I did appreciate a lot of the stuff that he wrote.
The prompt, thanks for the 1 month, man. Do you think modern debates on the Trinity are often distorted because Western theology lost the participatory metagrammar from Cappadocians and Maximus?
I'm not quite sure what participatory metagrammar means exactly, but
sounds cool.
What's the Trinity?
I mean, they're missing out on a lot by, with their strict Thomism, I think, or Scotism.
Yeah. I just think a lot of, I think that over time, like the way people talk about the Trinity and like just the language that they use to formulate it has kind of changed. And I think people aren't really aware of how it changed, and so they kind of don't know what some of the words mean. Like you brought that thing up, like where man is a rational animal, or so like when you say you can say man is a multitude of hypostases, like in that sense you say God is trihypostatic, right? But nowadays people I think have forgotten that that's this archaic language that persisted, right? And now they think like what that means is that this guy named God is also 3 dudes who are named God or something, right?
Yeah. The social
like
Trinitarianism.
like the word Godhead, like I cringe because like Michael Heiser a lot of times would say like, see, there's this idea of a Godhead, like, and that like as though Godhead means like Trinity or something,
some
like
abstraction.
It literally just means Godhood, like the property of being divine. So it's like, yes, Judaism has a God. I mean, is a Godhood, like God is divine, so he has Godhood. Like there's I found something the other day, from like the 1600s or something, where someone's saying like Jesus is perfect in his Godhead and in his manhead, because that was just old. That's just head is just hood, like that's just an old fashioned, like people used to say father head and monk head, like it's just head is just hood. It's just but in these, like in religious contexts, a lot of times people like sort of preserve archaic language, even though the rest like language has changed. But in these religious contexts, like they want to keep the old fashioned. So people say Godhead, even though they've moved on and say fatherhood instead of fatherhead. And then they forget what's going on. And then now they just think it's this like special word that means something, who knows what. I mean, like Mormons do this, like they think, I mean, I think they use the word Godhead to mean just kind of like whatever they believe, but it's like it's just a word that just means Godhood, the property of being God, like being divine, like but yeah, so I think there's lots of things like that where like the language is shifted in ways that like people have just kind of forgotten what they originally meant by these words, right? And now it creates all this confusion, and then you get these movements like Unitarianism where they like focus on the weird language, and then, you know, when people like your ordinary Joe who hasn't like made a, you know, I don't know, a career or monumental waste of time, whatever it has been, but they, you know, they haven't like just spent their life, you know, trying to figure this thing out. Like it's just like, yeah, this language is really weird. And it doesn't really make any sense to me.
Ericoda sent $10. Way behind, but when you're talking to Metaphysics Mike about nature, does Mike not realize the essence nature that God has is only called such analogically? It's a good thing to remember. The divine essence or nature is utterly apophatic. That's a good point.
It's just saying like that we call it the divine nature, but it's not really like a nature the way any or yeah. This is true, and I think I think that does get lost in a lot of these debates. Like, but
yeah.
The thing about the apophatic, I mean, what in analogical predicationalists, like the thing that gets me is just like how anthropomorphic, like a lot of these maybe Unitarians and like evangelical Trinitarians get. Well, like with the propositions, like can God sit there and think like I am the Father, and it's just like really like I
am not a man.
Yeah,
like you are a man.
Like God is just a dude up in the sky thinking.
Well, you know, Nick Fearless Truth debated Black Hebrew Israelite Captain Tarmac, and he said that he thinks the Ancient of Days is a literal, actual description of God, and he thinks that he's a black man sitting on a throne with woolly white hair in heaven.
Oh, is the Ancient of Days black? I did not know that. But
according to the Black Hebrew Israelites, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, yes. Fair enough. Yeah.
What are the metaphysics of the Black Hebrew Israelite doctrine of God?
I remember when I was a kid, I had a friend who insisted that Santa Claus was black, and I was just kind of like, he's not real. It's just like, I don't know what this means. But anyway.
Metaphysics Mike, you're back, dude. You know,
nice.
In my debate with Jim Bob, he said the opposite, that God equals the nature. You can use the term God to refer to the nature in a different sense.
I can say the honey badger is the most fearless animal in all the animal kingdom. And then I'm talking about the nature, right? But if I said like look at this, the honey badger just crossed the street, like that's a particular hypothesis, right?
Yeah. So then 3 consciousnesses. Why are you speculating about God's consciousness? You don't even know a bat's consciousness.
Yeah, that's the thing.
It's like very obviously an equivocation fallacy, Mike.
Smells like equivocation.
I mean, when you say a mind implies a consciousness, that's like definitionally equivocation. From JVS Gamer, a question for Beau Branson. What are your thoughts on George Hunston Williams' book on the history of the Radical Reformation and Socinians, if you know of it, or St. Florensky and Florovsky's works?
Yeah, I don't know about this book, but you reminded me of Socinians. That is what I was trying to think of earlier with like the big Unitarian guy from the Reformation, whose interpretations of the like it's kind of like, I don't know, a lot of his interpretations are just like legendarily weak, like they're just like weird interpretations. Anyway, I forgot now what I was trying to say. That was who I was thinking of. But no, I'm not familiar with that book. But as far as what was the question about Florovsky and Florensky,
I think just some having to do with the history of the Radical Reformation.
Well,
Socinians.
Well, Florovsky, I mean, yeah, I think I have a handful of volumes of his stuff, and I'd put that on my reading list. He has some useful stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Mike says, "What do you think about William Lane Craig's view? It's trash." I'll say that. I don't know how far Doc Branson would go, but he called it instead of the social
Socialist
Trinitarian
Trinitarianism.
model, he called it the socialist Trinitarian model.
Yes, that is my
in this book. Yeah.
He was a good sport about it, though. No, I was talking to some friends the other day, like after church, about this. That just like the thing that gets me about William Lane Craig is like you read his stuff about like the cosmological argument or like the historicity of the resurrection and stuff, and it's like he's got like, these really great arguments for just like theism in general and like Christianity in general, right? And so like they're good arguments, and like you like, yeah, this is great, and like you get the impression that he's this really conservative, evangelical Christian guy. So you'd think like he's Protestant. So if you're not Protestant, whatever, but you think like generally speaking, he's going to be really conservative and Orthodox and so on. But as soon as you get past just like general theism or like Christianity, just like Jesus rose from the dead, into specifics about theology, like the Trinity and Christology, it's just like every heresy known to me. Like it's just like, oh, the Trinity. Here's an old heresy I can just pull up.
Literally every single thing you can find a heresy on, he does.
We were talking about like Neopolitan. I still don't know like what is neo about the Neopolitan. Like it just sounds like it's just Apollinarianism, and he's just. So yeah, it's so frustrating because he has this kind of image of like he's gonna be really conservative and Orthodox and solid, but it's like no, like as soon as he gets into like specific Christian theology, it's like, I mean, he rejects the Nicene Creed,
yeah,
and he rejects the first, all the ecumenicals, like. To me, I just like if your views about the Trinity are like not compatible with the Nicene Creed, like you're just rejecting it. I don't know what it means to call it Trinitarian. Like I don't know what we could mean by talking about the doctrine of the Trinity. I mean, this is what we started the stream with, I guess, was like in such a way that the actual 4th century doctrine of the Trinity is not Trinitarian, and your view is, but it is not even compatible with that. Like I don't know what we're talking about at that point.
Yeah, and on every single controversy throughout history, you side with the bad guys. Like every single one. Like there's not even one where he sides with the good guys.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I hasten to say I like William Lane Craig. I mean, he's a million times smarter than me, and absolutely he's a good guy. He's a good, he's a sincere Christian, so yeah, I mean, I do like, I mean, I think anyone in their right mind like appreciates stuff that he has written on like the historicity of the resurrection and these kinds of things. Like
and I think didn't he debate like the new atheists when like nobody else really would?
Yeah, and he just I mean, I think he just pummels everybody he debates. So I mean, he's a good debater.
Yeah. Anthony Apologetics, question from Anthony for Dr. Beau. What is the justification for counting attributes and persons within God by identity, but gods by division?
Yeah. So, so you're not really counting them in a different way, exactly, right? So it's pedagogically, right? It's easy to say like, okay, here's one piece of paper, right? They're two because they're divided, right? They're like spatially divided. And if that was really how you defined it, right, then you'd have to be like, well, properties and sets and all these things can't be spatially divided. So now we're kind of switching to something else. But strictly speaking, like the way Aristotle actually formulates things in the categories and whatever, he would say like the question he would ask isn't like, is there space between these things? The question he asked is, do they share parts or boundaries? right? So if X and Y share a part, then they're one. Or if they share a boundary, like they join at a boundary, then they're one, right? And if not, right, if they don't share parts and they don't join at a boundary, then they're two, right? And so properties like, I have, like attribute, like I have the attribute of being brown haired and blue eyed, right? Attributes don't share parts and they don't join at a boundary, right? So they're two, right? But what happens then is just they're, I mean, if so, everything shares a part with itself, right? So if X and Y are identical, they're one, right? But they might not be identical, but still be one because they share parts or boundaries. But distinct attributes don't share parts or boundaries in any sense, right? Persons don't share literally like parts and boundaries and things like that. So it just kind of ends up that when you're talking about sort of abstract things like counting in that way ends up being equivalent to counting by identity. But when you're talking about like things that can overlap, right, then if you're talking about sort of concrete things, then you might end up getting different counts. One thing that ties into this, right, is well, maybe the terminology, I guess the terminology is there in Porphyry. But anyway, so at a certain point, people start making the distinction between terms of first imposition and terms of second imposition. So the idea is when Porphyry's like commenting on Aristotle's works, logical works, basically he says the category, it's like, think about it this way, like once upon a time, human beings went out and they're like, oh, look, there's horses and cows and trees and all these things, right? So they give them all names, right? So all these things that just exist independently of language, like they give names. Now that we've given names to all these things like horse and cow and whatever, now we can step back and say like, hey, there's also words, right? And so now we start giving names to the names, right? Like, so these are nouns and verbs and whole propositions and syllogisms, right? So that's like this second stage of creating language, right? Terms of second imposition. So Porphyry's view of Aristotle is like the categories, that treatise is really about terms of first imposition. So God would be a term of first imposition, right? God exists independently of language. You need a name for him, right? Logical terminology and like a lot of metaphysical terms and things are terms of second imposition.
Wow.
Right?
So you can read the whole categories and
so one view is like categories about the first imposition. And then once you get to like the topics and things like this, now he's talking about terms of second imposition. But anyway, this is a way that some people later, like some of the Arabic speaking Christian apologists talk about with Muslims, is they make that distinction and they say, so, the way you would count terms of first imposition would be the way it says in the categories, like, do these things share parts or boundaries? But if you're talking about terms of second imposition, then those you would count differently because they aren't going to be like physical things that could share parts in any interesting sense. But even actually, I've been looking at this because I'm trying to write, theoretically, I'm trying to write a book but really I'm just doing 7-hour-long streams on YouTube. But anyway, the distinction really is already there in Aristotle himself, because Aristotle has a part in the metaphysics where he says, just like he says, being is said in many ways. And of course, everything that exists is one thing and everything that's one thing exists. So they're kind of coextensive. So he says also one is said in many ways, right? And he goes through and he does kind of tease these out. It's not exactly in the terminology that people later use, but like if you think about it, right, this is why Aristotle talks about counting. You know, if these share parts, then they're one. If they don't share any parts, they're two. But also Aristotle does things like he counts 10 categories, right? But the categories are not physical things that could share parts or, you know, overlap spatially or exist within. I mean, they're just ideas, right? So how do you count ideas? So he counts them as 10, right? And he does say at one point, if he goes into this and says like, okay, if you're talking about like a definition, then what it would mean to like share parts would be something like, well, if this definition has some terms in it that also this definition has, right? And so he actually does say things like, you know, a horse and a cow can be one in genus because the natures or the essences have definitions, what he calls definition, and the definitions would share like mammal or whatever, you know, in common as a genus. So he does say things like they're one in genus because they share that part. So he does kind of go through different senses in which you could talk about like parts and wholes, and so different senses of one and many and counting. Later on, there's a couple good papers that talk about Thomas Aquinas, just further kind of clarifies this as he makes this distinction between mathematical number or arithmetical number and transcendental number, which is not what we today mean by transcendental number, which is, you know, pi or whatever. But what he means is like there's a category of quantity which applies to like kind of first level, you know, terms of first imposition, these kind of low level things. And then there's this like different kind of sense of number where you can count things like categories and whatnot. But anyway, yeah, bottom line, when you're counting in those other ways, it ends up being equivalent to counting by identity, even though it's anyway. So it's, yeah, that maybe that's enough to say. I don't know if I'm just rambling and repeating myself after 7.
Nixie says, is Dr. Branson's credentials good enough for Gavin to debate, or does it have to be a catechumen? That's what we say about Gavin here.
What is that?
Are you aware?
That? Say what?
Well, are you aware of that? So basically, you know, Ruslan had this conference called the Bless God Summit. Ruslan blesses God at his summit. So he has this panel. It's Orthodox Christian, Protestant, and Catholic dialogue. Okay, he gets for the Protestant, Gavin Ortland. So like the top Protestant guy on YouTube. For the Roman Catholic, Trent Horn, like the top Roman Catholic guy on YouTube.
Oh no.
For the Orthodox position, he gets a catechumen that like nobody has ever really heard of in the apologetics world. His name is Joshua Nadeau, who I had on my stream and is a nice guy and is not a dummy, but he's not received into the church.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, honestly, like, you know, so Stephen
They should have
Nemish,
invited you,
like,
Doc Branson. They were talking about justification.
Stephen Nemish invited me to write the chapter in this like 5 years because it was kind of his idea originally, and then because he wanted to write one of the chapters, he couldn't be the editor, so he kind of handed it off. But I was just uncomfortable with the idea of me like representing Orthodoxy, and that's one of the reasons I asked Father Stephen. I was like, "Would you want to like do this together?" And because I just feel like I was just like, I mean, I'm the layman. I don't like. I just
priestly credential.
And I'm a philosopher
next to you helps.
Kind of like I like to read the. Well, I've got my St. Vladimir Seminary. I'd rather be reading patristic. I mean, I'm a fan of the Church Fathers. I like to read them, and I do ancient philosophy. But I feel like that's kind of weird. But wow, like I mean, like someone who's like just not actually even, you know. I don't know. Wow. I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean,
and then
not to say he's dumb or whatever. But I mean,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it is kind of a strange choice to.
Predictably, this elicited backlash out of the Orthodox community.
Can imagine.
Jay ended up like doing a diss track on Ruslan and like calling him a coward and like everything you'd expect. Ruslan came after me at one point, even though I was trying to mediate. I sent out like a big tweet, like a Twitter, like, there was like 600 likes on it. I was like, because Ruslan complained to me that ortho unspecified ortho of unnamed usernames of unknown places or times apparently were memeing about his wife and kids, and they're not public figures, they're private figures. So I said, guys, keep families out of it. If they're private figures, you know, don't do that. Next thing I know, Ruslan's going around telling everybody that I'm bad faith. I don't know. I don't know how this works, but anyway, ended up being a big thing, and Ruslan won't debate Jay because Jay would destroy him.
And what is Ruslan's
he's a non-denom evangelical who grew up Armenian Orthodox, Armenian Apostolic.
Wow. Huh. Okay.
So he like knows about Orthodoxy because he like Samuel Farag. Are you familiar with Sam Farag?
I don't think
he's
so.
another like Bible church Baptist apologist who's like, I grew up Coptic, so I know all about this Orthodoxy stuff.
Oh, Benny Hinn was, I think.
Did he?
Yeah.
No way. I didn't know that.
I think Benny Hinn is like from Israel, you know, like from the Holy Land. It was Greek Orthodox, I think. Anyway.
Interesting.
But then,
yes, Benny Hinn grew up within the Eastern Orthodox tradition.
Yeah.
Born in Jaffa, Israel, to parents of Greek, Palestinian, and Armenian heritage, he was baptized by the Patriarch of Jerusalem and raised in the Greek Orthodox
but
faith.
not baptized with the Holy Spirit, and he didn't start speaking in tongues. And so
with his 9-person Trinity.
And now, you know, he's.
Did you hear him say that about the 9-person Trinity?
I'm aware of the 9-person Trinity. Yes, that got him in
he said
with
like
cult watch people from.
Yeah, we're like body, soul, and spirit. So that's 3, and because there's 3 persons, they also have body, soul, and spirit. So that's like 9.
Yeah. But why stop there? I mean, let's say 27. Let's go on to 81. Like, why can't it? I mean, it just needs to go.
That's a good point. Why stop?
3, and that's 3, and that's 3. I mean, you know, it's just an asymptotic curve towards multiple hypostases.
It's an infinite hypostasis.
Yeah, why stop there?
I just wanted to acknowledge my friend Warren Idol Killer, who was in the chat earlier.
Oh,
second, yes,
I'm familiar with it, but anyway,
yeah, he does a lot of anti-Calvinist stuff.
Right? Yeah. I think he did a stream. My godson Tyler Fowler on
oh, he might have
what's it called, Faith Unaltered or whatever. Anyway, yeah, about during the whole whatever it was called, Bail Gate or like Baby Killer Gate. Anyway,
yes, James White meltdown classic.
Yeah, okay, yeah. No, I'm familiar with it actually. Yeah, good to see.
Yeah. Second Actuality asks, Dr. Branson, your thoughts on the orthodoxy of the expression of monarchia and the post-apostolic fathers, i.e. Tertullian, Justin Martyr, etc. I feel like you intermittently answered this, but maybe we can put it all in one place.
So I guess I would say, so I guess on the surface, I would say it looks like a lot of, now I do think like Irenaeus is just like weirdly Orthodox, but yeah, it looks on the surface like you've got people like Tertullian that sort of have this, so you've got a mind and an idea that are really homoousios, if you think about it, right? And then they'll connect the I mean, just like when God speaks the world into existence, right? That's like the logos coming out of the mind and out into reality. And so they sort of connect the begetting of the logos with the creation, right? And then that's when the nous becomes a father and the logos becomes a son when he's like born, right? And so if you think, but that's sort of incoherent, and God's substance is changing and maybe has parts and whatever, right? So you can look at it as like people finally decided like, well, that's not really coherent. And so you got to kind of go one way or the other. The Orthodox Christians wanted, I mean, this is kind of what I would say is like I don't think this is all right, but a surface level look at it, right, would be like, well, the Orthodox wanted to keep the idea that they're homoousios, right? There's one substance, and they don't really care about begetting being a temporal process, right? So they're going to make the begetting this eternal relation, right? So it's kind of static, right? So you keep the homoousios, but you have to kind of modify begetting, right? And the Arians want to keep the begetting and that whole story, right? But you don't want change in God, right? So the only thing, and there's not a second substance out there that would violate monarchia, right? There's to be two first, right, uncaused things. So Jesus just ends up being a creator. I mean, he's just straight up ex nihilo creation. They try to massage it and whatever, but that's what you get, really. Like he's just. So you might look at it like initially, you might kind of look at it as like, well, you just kind of, this early view didn't work. It's kind of incoherent. So you got to go one way or the other and just kind of just preserve different parts. That's kind of a surface level thing. But I would say, if you look at it a little bit more deeply, think about this idea of begetting. So if you think about it like, well, okay, early on, okay, the pre-Nicene view, the logos always existed, right? And it's in the mind, right? The nous, which has always existed. And of course, there's a sense in which, if they both exist, there's a sense in which minds are dependent on ideas are dependent on minds in a way that minds don't depend on ideas, right? So it kind of makes sense that the mind is in some sense more fundamental, right? And it generates this idea, whatever, like, right. Okay, and then begetting on that paradigm just is this like speaking out into the world, right? And then you might think, okay, well, but then the Orthodox guys kind of change it to this eternal begetting thing or whatever. But the thing is, like, even the Orthodox fathers are going to say, well, yeah, I mean, God, like, at some point creates, and like Maximus talks about like the three thickenings of the logos. So like creation is the first like thickening of the logos, and then like I think it's the giving of the Torah is like next. And I'm wrong about that, but anyway, like the incarnation is right, like the final thickening, right? But anyway, I'm it's like 7 hours in, so I'm probably just brain farting now. But anyway, I had a thought.
The foolishness, the foolishness of Doc Branson is wiser than the.
Well, man, I don't know, but the word begetting so what ends up happening, right, is the word begetting in both paradigms, right, in the Arian and the Orthodox views, like the word begetting starts to have to do with like, where does the logos come from? Like where, how do you explain its just existence, right? So for the Arians, begetting is when this is the logo coming into existence, right? And for the Orthodox, like, well, no, he's always existed. He's always kind of depends on the Father. There's this eternal begetting, right? But in the pre-Nicene view, begetting doesn't have anything to do with coming into existence. He already existed. The logos already existed, right? It just has to do with going from being inside to outside, right? So if you look at it a little bit deeper level, what really happens, I argue is just that people start using the word begetting differently, right? So initially, it's not about the Logos coming into. None of the pre-Nicene fathers thought the Logos came into existence, like Arians, right? That's the that's the big hall. I mean, the big hallmark of Arianism, right, is you think there's a time when the Logos comes into existence. None of them believe that. Not a one, right? And also, he's outside the substance of the Father. He's coming into being ex nihilo. None of the pre-Nicene fathers believe that, right? They all believe that the Logos just always existed from the beginning, right? And is in the nous, in the mind, right? So he's homoousios. The Logos is homoousios with the nous, right? And it's always existed. And the nous is always generating this idea, right? So it's Nicene. I mean, right? It's just that, and when they talk about begetting, well, then there's this begetting, and so he became the Father, and then that's how creation works. Like that's just, I mean, they're using the word begetting to talk about something different, right? Begetting comes to be about like coming into existence, or do you always exist, and what's this kind of dependency relation or whatever. So I would just start. What I think, what really, if you think about it, what really happened. Also, there's this distinction between the Logos in the Athetos, like this internal Logos idea, and the Logos prophorikos, the spoken Logos, right? And it's kind of this interpretation. John Romanides talks about this. Like it's a matter of interpretation. Like, do you think that these are supposed to be two different entities, or is it just when you're talking about the internal Logos, you just mean it before it's spoken? Like it's the same Logos, just whether you're talking about before it's spoken or after it's spoken, right? And if you interpret that as just it's the same Logos, right, just being spoken out or whatever, then you don't get a creation of a Logos, right? Even in the pre-Nicene fathers. So I think you can argue that really there's barely any difference actually between the Nicene and the pre-Nicene views. That a lot of it just comes down to people started using the word begetting differently. They started, instead of talking about this thing that's always existed and it's homoousios with the Father, and begetting is just about creation, right? When the Logos gets spoken out, that's the creation. That's the begetting, right? But when you start using the word begetting to be about the origin of this thing's existence, okay, well now we have to say that it was eternally begotten, right? And then spoken out, at the creation, thickened or something, right? But like, it's actually the same view, right? It's just that's how you have to modify the way you put it. Once those words change their meanings, you just have to formulate differently. So after I kind of thought through it, I thought, like, I don't know if there actually is well, I mean, there's a difference, but like the Tertullian thing where Tertullian really does think about. I mean, I think for Tertullian, God really is a big ball of Play-Doh. I think he has a weird view, but like, I mean, that's just his. I mean, it's because he was a kind of a Stoic, and Stoics just that everything has to have a physical body and whatever. But other than that weird aspect to his particular formulation, I think, yeah, once you kind of really look at it, it's like, well, really, it's not clear that there's even a difference at all necessarily between kind of pre-Nicene and post-Nicene views, rather than just like the terminologies change, so now the formulations change. Don't tell Metaphysics Mike that I said that. If he's on the stream, somebody, because I'm saying I'm blaspheming that there's not really actually any significant development at all. But anyway, he can have a stream where he says.
I think he's gone, but I do have one comment from him that we'll get to in a second here that I thought was nice. A Crypto Crusader, question: are all the Protestants nominalists?
Yeah, I mean, so I know there are a lot of Protestants who will say like, "We're not nominalists, we're not nominalists," but and there were these like there were early on even Protestants that were like kind of scholastic Protestants, and that, you know, so they accepted a lot of scholastic philosophy and whatever. But I mean, it even if you're not actually a nominalist, like, I mean, you're accepting an account of justification that is kind of fundamentally nominalist, even if, I mean, like, that's how it works, right? It's just this forensic declaration that you are righteous and just and whatever, right? And God can just do that as if he just says it, right? So that's nominalism, right? Even if you then go on and say, yeah, but I do believe there are universals, they exist, right? But I mean, cool, they exist, and maybe they're important to determine the truth values of other statements. But in this scenario, like in this instance, like the view is just the same as what a nominalist would say. So.
Ortho News, when I was a Protestant, it was a Beau Branson stream that introduced me to the monarchy of the Father.
Nice.
Yeah, I remember Jay would have Doc Branson on, and he'd be like, "This is Dr. Beau Branson. He's going to tell you about hypostatic properties."
Right. Nice. Well, yeah, I'm always happy when I hear stuff like that. And yeah, I don't know. I'm always kind of surprised too. I tell people, like, you know, I always heard like only, you know, there's only 4 people who will ever read your dissertation, you know, like your dissertation committee. And then I get these emails like, I just read your dissertation. I'm like, I thought no one was going to read this. I would have tried to make it better, but no, I'm very happy to hear things like
that. Appreciate the work you and everyone else in this space does. Alex, raised Baptist by a pastor, so it's been tough to reevaluate my views, but your videos helped. Much love. Well, thank you, and you're welcome. Craig was really influential on me as a teen, says Metaphysics Mike. His book, On Guard.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, I mean, like, I feel like everyone kind of, you know, I do find it's interesting that Mike said this. I mean, it's just like, yeah, like there's stuff about him, like, it's awesome, like everyone likes it, but then like then you get into some of it, it's just like, oh, what happened here? But
yeah. 4 a.m. apologetics. Boy, isn't that fitting? Alex, you should debate me. I'm Arian. Should be easy, right? Yeah. You believe there's a triune structure to God?
I mean, some like Jehovah's Witnesses kind of have like an Arian theology. I don't know if they like to put it that way or not, but
yeah. $2 from Schoolboy. Thank you for the donation. Is Ray 14? Have you heard the modalist argument that if relations are perfections, it somehow leads to the persons being each other? What does it mean for a relation to be a perfection?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of wouldn't probably buy that premise in the first place, but yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard this argument. I'd be curious to
know. Be a learner always. Dr. Branson, do you have any thoughts on the Christological controversy surrounding Chalcedon?
Yeah, it's funny. I think I remember saying this like to Tim Paul a long time. I was just like, the Christological stuff is like, that's really difficult. Like the Trinity is easy. The Christology is really gets complicated. And I think he thought that was kind of funny, but like, I really think that's like the Trinity stuff is. I mean, because the Christological stuff all builds on the Cappadocians stuff on the Trinity, you know. But anyway, any thoughts on the Christological controversy surrounding Chalcedon? I mean, I mean, I guess I can say this. I don't know really what the question is like wanting to hear about, but I do think that so I think like a lot of the debate between like Nestorians and Miaphysites and Chalcedonians kind of comes down to like, how do you interpret the Cappadocians when they're talking about persons and natures and this and that? And I mean, basically, I think the Chalcedonians interpreted them correctly. Like and that's not something like it's not like I approached it from the point of view of Christology and like I kind of ignored Christology and, just focused on the Trinity. And I kind of had a view about, well, here's what I think Gregory of Nyssa is saying. And here's what I think Nazianzen is saying. And here's their views on universals, whatever. And when I later kind of started looking more into the Christological controversy, that became pretty clear. And I was just like, oh, I mean, it maybe not surprised, but anyway, I think it's pretty clear. Like the Chalcedonian they're interpreting Gregory of Nyssa and Gregory Nazianzen correctly. And I think I'm less familiar with Nestorianism, but like the Miaphysites, like Severus of Antioch and these guys, Philoponus and these guys, like, I think they're just taking kind of a standard sort of Neoplatonic metaphysics that would be what you would study in schools at that time.
Oh, that's interesting.
And just assuming that that's what the Cappadocians are doing without modification. It's not. I think it's just clearly not. And that's what. And so there's a lot of theologians. And I have to say this. I know there's a lot of like bad vibes from the ortho bros about Miaphysites, but I am not one of those. I'm not in that camp. I mean, I very much like I would absolutely 100% love if like Ethiopian Orthodox and Coptics and Armenians could all figure out, how
that'd be awesome.
Our different, and come into community. Like, I think that would be fabulous. 100%. I'm on board if that's possible. And there's a lot of people who have this view that like, well, the differences are really like terminological. It's just a different, and like it's just kind of semantic disagreements. And the problem I have is like that kind of talk, people who make those sorts of arguments, it seems like they assume there's nothing but like there's substantive theological disagreements, like kind of ground level theology, like Jesus is divine, he's not divine, like that's what and then there's just like semantics and that's it, right? And I think they're ignoring metaphysics. Like metaphysics is not just about your semantics, and it's not like this kind of ground level thing, right? It's kind of in between. And I think that what really is going on is that there was a disagreement about the metaphysics, and the metaphysics has to do with how do you interpret the Cappadocians. Everybody took the Cappadocians by this time already is like, these guys are gospel, this is the gold standard, we're gonna, we all kind of agree that on their authority, right? And I just think like the Miaphysites, like that interpretation of the Cappadocians is not right. And as a result too, here's also what I kind of think, like at the end of the day, I do think like there's a way that I could sort of like redefine terms and this and that and sort of like work things out. So like, well, really we have the same Christology, like we're really doing the same thing or whatever. But the problem is that by the time you do all of that, the Miaphysite position ends up being tritheistic, when you go back to the doctrine of the Trinity. So my view on it is like, if you want to sort of work the definitions out, you can get things set up to where you'd have the Cappadocian doctrine of the Trinity, but you've got the Christology all messed up, right? Or you can set it up to where, like, well, the Christology were really kind of on the same page, but then you'd be tritheistic, which is actually what Philoponus just was. It was tritheist, right? And I mean, that's the problem. So anyway, I mean, I know that's kind of just saying stuff without going into detail, but it would take a long time to go into detail.
Well, Craig Truglia made a video recently that you could argue, well, I think like you have, that just, well, that's a little more specifically than you have, Doc Branson, but among like the ancient churches, like the Roman Catholics and the Coptics and the Ethiopians and the Armenians, that the Holy Orthodox last week or this week.
What about the Ethiopian church? Because I would, yeah, I mean, they
have a weird structure.
Yeah, but I mean, they would have had to have had a whole system of bishops, and I wouldn't think, I don't know. I
think, actually, I don't know. So instead of somebody clipping me and saying something stupid,
I'd have to look at that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. $10 from McMix. Don't be surprised, Doctor. Despite naysayers, more seek out information online, so I think your work will be fruitful for years to come. Also curious what you had come across re-animal resurrection. This is a good question. Yes.
Glad you asked. Yeah. At some point, I'm thinking maybe I'll try to put something out about this, but the thing that I'm like pretty definite about at this point is like the arguments against animal resurrection are bad. Like they're all of the ones that I have come across, like, are just thoroughly bad. Like they're just really, really bad. And I don't think you get, I mean, I'm not really one for like an a priori argument, but the more I go through like so I'll say this too, like there's, I mean, pretty uniformly, like mostly like the Jewish and Christian traditions just deny that animals will be resurrected. Like, so that's mostly what you see. There are some hints though here and there. I mean, there's some weird things that some people say that it's like there's I think it was Sadia Ben Gaion that's like he's a Jewish, he's a rabbi in like the 9th or 10th century or whatever. And like, I mean, I think he maybe says animals won't be resurrected, but he also says that he talks about like animals that like suffer when they're being slaughtered for the benefit of human beings. And he says like, well, God does not let any good deed go unrewarded. So we believe that those animals will be rewarded for their, the suffering. And it's like, well, they die. You're talking about animals that got slaughtered and were suffering when they were slaughtered. Like, how do they get rewarded? Where do they win? What is that? How does that work?
What even does that mean?
Right,
yeah.
Like, what is going on? But he doesn't really like elaborate on it, but it's like, well, that's weird. People, there's a passage in Irenaeus Against Heresies that people will point to, and I would love to say that he believes in animal resurrection, but I don't think that's what he's saying at all. I think it's just he's making a different point. But the more that I go through like the Bible, like the scriptural, I don't know, like just symbolism and things that are explicitly like, the more it just looks like it just looks very much like the animals will be resurrected. Like I'll just give a couple, like the church is the ark of salvation, right? Noah's ark, like
boom.
Well,
Matter
I mean,
settled.
the whole, and I mean, it's in the New Testament too, like that's this symbolism of baptism, right? He's baptized in the waters of the flood, right? And baptism is in turn a symbol of death and resurrection, right? So I mean, like this is it's supposed to be a symbol of like, the new creation, right? Like Noah's being preserved from this old world that God's going to destroy, and then he kind of comes out at the other end of it in the new creation, right? And it's like it's it's a really weird story and really weird symbolism. Like if the idea is that people will be resurrected, right? And in the new creation there'll be animals, but okay, I mean God's just going to create a bunch of new animals, right? He's not resurrecting them. Then why isn't the story that Noah just made a little ark for him and his family, right? And the humans are preserved through the flood, and then afterwards God creates a bunch of new animals, right? I mean that would be, if that's how it works, then that would be how the symbolism would make much more sense, right? Rather than it's just exactly the same, right? It's like humans and animals, and it's the same humans and the same animals from the old creation in the new creation, right? And that, it just, the symbolism doesn't really work. And similarly, like with the Red Sea, like the Exodus is another symbol, like crossing through the Red Sea is like baptism. And it's also like, this is like death and resurrection, right? They're going to the promised land, they're going to the new creation, right? And it's the same thing again, like after the eighth plague, like the first couple of plagues, Pharaoh's magicians can replicate, and Pharaoh's like, these people is just magic tricks. And then finally, it's like stuff that his magicians can't do, and he kind of goes back and forth between like, so what? I still don't care, and like, okay, you can go, just stop this plague, and then he stops the plague, and he's like, no, you're not gonna go. So, and then finally, by the eighth plague, Pharaoh finally is like, okay, you can go. No takesy backsies this time. Promise you can, the Israelites, the children of Israel, you can go do your sacrifice. Cool, no problem. But he starts like trying to bargain, right? With Moses. He's like, but who exactly is going to go, right? And Moses says, old and young, sons and daughters, flocks and herds. All of us, like old people, young people, men and women, flocks and herds, all of it, right? So the animals, he's putting the animals in with the community, like that's part of the community, right? I'm not saying like he would, they're on an equal footing, animal rights people, but they're part of the community, right? And Pharaoh after the eighth plague is like, no, only the men need to go as the sacrifice. The men are the priests, right, of the family. So the men can go, leave your women and children and your flocks and herds behind. And Moses says, no. And after the ninth plague, Pharaoh says, okay, you can go, you can even take your little ones, but leave the flocks and herds here. And Moses says, there shall not be one hoof left behind. Like we're gonna go, all of us. So I don't know why the symbolism isn't like. So Moses said, okay, good, yeah, good deal, yeah, you can keep our flocks and herds. We'll just get new ones when we get through the Red Sea and into the Promised Land or wherever. Like God will just provide us with new animals, right? But it's not. It's the same old animals, right, that are in their community. Go with them through the Red Sea. And Moses is emphatic. And again, it's not that they're like on an equal footing because they're taking them so that they can make sacrifices, right? So you're not going to sacrifice your women and children and stuff, but right. So I'm not saying that, but it's just like the symbolism is just weird, right? And then there's all these other things that, people like, it just says like God saves, that you, O Lord, save man and beast. And it's the word save is the word for salvation. You save man and beast, right? There's all kinds of other things too. Like God's tender mercies are over all of his works. Like there's all these kind of things. And if you look at like the word for tender mercy is frequently paired with these texts that we normally read as like resurrection texts, right? But also just, I mean, yeah, a lot of like the arguments against animal resurrection are just so weird. Like animals don't have souls. This is the dumbest argument I've ever heard in my life. I mean, number one, it contradicts the Bible and all the church fathers. Like nobody in
Yeah, it says they do.
Yeah, no one in antiquity would have said animals don't have souls. Like
I think in Ecclesiastes expressly it says they do.
Yeah, well, that's another thing. So this is another thing, right? I mean, in Ecclesiastes it says they have souls, but also, I mean, it's very detailed and explicit. It's just like there is no difference between men and animals in this way. Like man has no advantage over animals in this way. They all go to the same place. And there's even this like, who has ever seen if the spirit of man goes up and the spirit of animal goes down? Like, in other words, people would say something like that. And Solomon's saying like, no one's ever seen this, right? Like, no, like, and he's just like, look, everybody just dies, and it's men, animals, like it's the same thing. We all go to the same place. There's no advantage, right? But also, yeah, I mean, a wise man cares for the soul of his beast. I mean, it's all, and also this is just standard. Like, the soul is just whatever explains the motions of animal bodies. So it's just, I mean, it's just by definition, animals have souls. I mean, and anyway, it's all over the church. I give you a million church fathers who say it presupposes. But you just think about the idea, even like, let's say cats don't have souls. Okay, great. I want my cat back, right? I want God to resurrect my cat. Well, sorry, your cat doesn't have a soul. Well, great. That makes it even easier.
That's good.
That's one. Yeah, I mean, that's just one less item on God's to-do list.
That makes it easier.
Because my cat was able to do all the things that cats do, and he was like an undead vampire. I guess he didn't have a soul the whole time, but without a soul, he's able to meow and purr and like jump around and eat. I mean, he does all the things that cats need to do, without. So I'm not asking God to like add some new feature to him that he never had before. Like just get him at the way he was, right? It's the same as he was before, right? And it's just one less thing on God's to-do list. I mean, it makes zero sense, right? As an argument that you couldn't, right? The argument that like animals don't have immortal souls is sort of better. But what you have to do is you have to say, okay, animals do have souls and they have to have souls in order to live, but their souls aren't immortal. So when they die, their souls just vanish, right? But even then, like, which I don't know why this is true, but even assuming that is true, you still don't really get the conclusion that like God couldn't resurrect an animal, right? You have to also assume that what makes an animal identical over time, like identity over time, is like attached, it's associated with the soul and not the body, right? But there's a whole interesting development of like, early on, people like Theophilus of Antioch and other people, like pagans challenged, Christian, like, how's God, like there's a cannibal objection, or like the animal, right? Like suppose this dude gets eaten by cannibals, like, and now God's got to resurrect them both. Well, what does he put is the cannibal ate this guy's, arm, or like, where does this matter go? Does it go to the first guy, or like suppose someone gets eaten by an animal and then a human eats that animal later, like where's the flesh go? And here's the thing, you might think their arguments are good or bad or whatever, but like from Theophilus of Antioch all the way up like through St. Augustine, Christians take those arguments seriously. Like they take that as a real challenge to the doctrine of resurrection, and they think they have to give answers, right? So they have to say, well, okay, here's how God's going to divvy up that matter. And, maybe God can just kind of get you some new, or like, there's all kinds of different response. And the same thing in the Jewish tradition. There's this whole tradition in Judaism of the Lutz bone, like it's this almond-shaped bone, like at the bottom of your spine, that's indestructible. Like which is not really true. But anyway, that's this idea that like there's a part of the body that is indestructible. So there's always going to be this little part that God can use as like a seed, you know, to like grow your whole body back. And that would be, but the point is, like, all of these views assume that the criterion of identity is your body, right? And later on, you get Thomas Aquinas switches it to the soul, which is the form, right? So it doesn't really matter if God puts the same matter back to you. It's, you have this immortal soul, which is a form. And so even if you lose all the matter, like, as long as the form still exists, because it's immortal, that's a whole Aristotelian thing about why the agent intellect is immortal. But yeah, the matter stuff doesn't really matter. Like, I don't really have to answer this cannibal objection. So Jews and Muslims just keep answering the cannibal, like they keep taking it seriously, and Christians up through that point, like, always took it seriously, right?
Interesting.
But if you do, then what that means is for to be the same person or the same animal is to be the same body, right? So let's suppose your cat's soul is not immortal. Whatever, God puts the body back together and just breathes life into it again. It's the same cat, right? So I mean, it's you still you have to make all kinds of assumptions to make these things work that look like it's not really the Christian view. Like, so anyway, I'm pretty definite on, like, the arguments against animal resurrection are just not good arguments.
They suck.
And I mean, the other, also just think about this, right? Like, think about what a bold claim it is to say God himself, Almighty God, could not possibly bring your dog back from the dead if you want. Like, God doesn't have the power to do that. He's omnipotent, but he could, I mean, it's a bold claim, right?
I just
mean,
think
like,
it'd be a good point that, like, I feel like resurrecting a human would be a lot. Not that, like, God experiences effort or something, but, like,
yeah, but it
would be much more
trickier,
complicated to bring back a
right.
human than a dog
Yeah,
or a cat.
And here's another thing. I mean, like, the stuff with, I mean, if you want to try to say, well, it's just metaphysically, it's intrinsically impossible for God to do this because the soul dies, whatever. Okay, here's what that means. Right? It doesn't just mean like, well, God can't bring the dinosaurs back to life. What that means is 2 seconds after your dog dies, right? Like, if Jesus came along and put his hand on the dog's head and was like, you know, like, arise or whatever, like, no, can't do it. Can't happen. Souls
They don't have souls.
It's like, I mean, you know, he can bring a little girl back from the dead, but not, you know, a puppy or whatever. Like, I feel like he probably could.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like, if he wants, and like, or if you just say like, well, but then it'd have to be a new soul, and so that's not really the same animal. Like, I feel like if your dog died and Jesus brought him back from the dead 2 seconds after he died, and it's
got to be the same one,
and it had the same brain and acted it wagged its tail. I mean, I think we would just say it looks like that's the same dog. He was dead for. And here's another thing. It's weird, right?
All right, lock in, chat. Lock in.
We can bring animals back from the dead.
That's a good point.
Like, we have brought pigs back from
within some limits, yes.
Dogs, right? I mean, so they can be clinically dead, right? And we can, you know, do that thing clear, and then
the
different, and they're
defibrillator
again. So I mean, like, what? I mean, I don't know. I haven't done any studies of this, but I assume that animals don't just have like radically different personalities after that or something. You know, like, you intuitively you just think.
I was gonna say, in the filth asks, what if the resurrected dog had a different accent?
Yeah, different accent. Well, yeah. Then maybe I'd think, well, it's a new soul. I guess it's a new animal. But intuitively, it just seems like, no, that would be the same dog. It's just alive. I think the problem with animal resurrection is almost the same problem others have. That which he has not assumed, he has not healed.
Let me do you one better. I mean, we are saved through our connection to Christ, right?
Right.
And the animals, the pets, they have a connection to us.
Which
they
actually,
live their whole lives with us.
Yeah, I was talking about Father Stephen about this, and that was kind of something that he said. And also, I think that fits with the I mean, the symbolism of Noah's Ark, like how do the animal? I mean, Noah builds the ark, right? I mean, in that sense, he's kind of a Christ figure in that, right? He's saving everyone, but how do the animal and his wife and children and everything sort of looks like the church, and right there by their connection to Noah, they get saved. What about all the animals? Well, it's by their connection to the humans, right? And same thing with the animals in the Red Sea. Like, why do those animals? And also, by the way, and with all the plagues, this also happens. Like, God punishes the animals of the Egyptians.
That's true. The
And
cows
saves
die.
the animal, right? I mean, he sends a plague for one that kills a bunch of their animals, but it doesn't kill the Israelites' animals, right?
Yeah.
And then with the actual Passover, the slaughter of the firstborn, it's very clear in that passage. It's like, all the firstborn of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh down to the firstborn of the servant girl, at the well, and the firstborn of all their animals.
Yeah.
Right. And he kills the firstborn of all their animals, right? But
yeah, and that's connected. That's
like
like
the blood of of their doorposts, and so the angel of death passes over them. He doesn't kill the firstborn of their people or their animals, right?
Yeah. Well, that's like Christ is our Lord.
There's this connection between the animals are, again, like, I'm not saying equal footing with humans or something, but they're part of the community.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and if like Christ is our Lord, and like I think it fits well with that Egyptian, with the example of Exodus, right? It's like the people are the lords of the animals, and then like
the
animals of the bad lords were punished with their lords, and then
also, by the way, FYI, something interesting with after the flood.
Yeah.
Right. God makes this covenant. He says, I'm making this covenant with you, with Noah, and your sons and their wives and all of their descendants, and also all the animals that you brought with you. Like, God explicitly said, and like 3 times it repeats, like, I'm making this covenant with you and with all the animals, everything in which there's a breath of life, right? So the covenant with Noah is not
Noahic
just
covenant,
with Noah, it's made with all the animals, right? I mean, it's explicitly what it said. And also in like Hosea or whatever, like it says in the future, right? I will make a covenant between you and the animals. Like, God says, I'm going to make it so that you'll be at peace. You can live. There won't be wild beasts attacking you. So I'll make this covenant between you and all the wild animals so that you can live in peace, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, not a topic I've seen many talk about in the past, and usually take the negative. Father Nazari took the positive. I saw he posted, there was a video circulating of him on this, like 3 months or so ago, if I remember correctly.
Is this your priest, or is this someone?
No, he's on the fake Roots of Orthodoxy. He's a real canonical Orthodox priest. But Roots of Orthodoxy is a Roman Catholic who grifts off this like Orthodox aesthetic.
Yeah.
I'll
have to look that up. But yeah, no, I understand that. Yeah, most of the church fathers say like this. Yeah, there's animals don't get resurrected or whatever. But like, but the thing about that is, I mean, I tend to kind of just look at the church fathers as like evidence. And if you, anyway, I don't want to go into a whole lecture on Bayes' theorem, but basically I guess the bottom line I would say is like, I think I have a story to tell as to why all of the church fathers basically would end up thinking, well, no, animals aren't going to be resurrected. That doesn't have anything to do with like the apostles actually taught this, or right, because it just they're cultural. I mean, like Aristotle has, I mean, basically the way Aristotle's psychology works is animals have a kind of soul that perishes that dies when they die, and humans have a kind of soul that can live even after death. Like, he talks about the agent intellect. So, and this is what you get later in Thomas Aquinas. It's kind of a weird idea, but it's just because the human mind is able to abstract universals, it has this like active thing, so it has to be sort of substantive, like it's got this power to that. Everything about like the imagination and all this stuff that you have in animals is all just stuff that can be generated by like the brain or the body or whatever. Like it's just kind of, so once that dies, then it's gone. But anyway, I mean, that like there were these kind of ideas, and like these ideas in Greek thought that like there's this big distinction between humans and animals because we're rational, and you get all of that sort of talk in the church fathers. And so I think you can, I mean, I think, well, you probably can just explain the reason why they thought this is just it's because that's culturally what would have made sense to them, right? But I think when you go back and look at the Bible, like that's really not how the Bible is talking. And I also think, I mean, it makes sense to me that the apostles just wouldn't really have said anything one way or the other about this because it doesn't have anything to do with our salvation, right? So I mean, it kind of it's really not. Which also, by the way, brings another pet peeve of mine about these arguments, because you'll hear, I don't know if the same people do this, but you'll hear like these arguments about, well, here's why animals can't be resurrected. That's not going to happen. Then at the same time, you'll hear people say, well, the church has no official position on this, right? And it's kind of like as though it's kind of like up in the air. And it's like, well, is this up in the air? It's all just up for grabs. No one knows. Or
if it is, maybe we should grab it and make a case for it.
Yeah, like, I mean, it's kind of a little bit of a tension, right? Like,
yeah.
Anyway, this is
Father Nazari, who seems he agrees with us. So
if our pets will go to heaven and will we meet them there?
Pets are innocent. Animals are innocent. So in my mind and my belief, I mean, they absolutely go into a better place. I love animals. I absolutely, especially dogs and cats. I mean, like that's just gracious beings, and all of their misfortunes is because of us. I mean, all of their misbehaviors is because of us. So absolutely, I don't know if we'll see them in a form that we want to see them, but I have no doubt that all of them are in the presence of God, and he is covering them with his grace and embrace, and perhaps he will bless us to be with them. If only we be kind of like them in this world, that would be blessing as well.
I wonder what kind of like theological framework he has going on back there to, you know.
Well, notice like the question is like, will dogs be in? I think, did they ask, will they be in
heaven?
Yeah.
They didn't talk about the resurrection.
This is what I realized. Like the only real way to make sense out of this argument about, well, animals don't have souls, right, is if you really don't, you're really not talking about resurrection, like the physical because if you're talking about a physical resurrection of the body, great, yeah, cats don't have souls, so you don't need to. Great, it's just one less item on your to-do list, right? But the only real way to make sense out of it is you're not really thinking about resurrection. You're thinking about the Hollywood, like you go to this like ghostly spiritual paradise or whatever after you die, right? And that's what the afterlife is, where you just exist as a soul. So if animals don't have souls, then yeah, they can't go to this like nebulous ghostly afterlife where they're just a disembodied soul if they don't have a soul. Like if that's your picture of the afterlife, then these arguments again about animals don't have souls make sense. But if your picture of the afterlife is a physical bodily resurrection, what do I care if my animal didn't have a soul? Then it wouldn't matter if he didn't have a soul.
That's right.
Anyway.
Yeah, Sincere Hypocrite says, I trust in God that he will save animals in a fitting way. What I say might sound controversial, but I think animals have some sense of moral virtues, even if they aren't purely rational creatures.
Well, that's part of what I was getting at. Like God makes covenants with animals in the Bible, right? And he also gives them commandments. So he says, be fruitful and multiply, right? And he says, I've given you, like he gives them the green herbs of the field for food, right? And you're supposed to be fruitful, multiply. The earth brings forth animals after their kind. We talked about this before. We mentioned the thing with the animal apocalypse and bestiality and everything. So there's there are there's two cases in the Torah where you execute animals, right? And I mean, that's, I don't know that means that the biblical authors like conceived of them as rational beings or something like that. But anyway, however it works, I mean, it has God in some sense, giving animals commandments, and he expects them to follow those two commandments, which are basically, reproduce after your kind. Don't try to reproduce with humans, which is not a different kind, right? And you can't kill humans. You can eat the green herbs. You can't eat people. You can't kill people, and I'll require them, right? So it does treat, and also, I mean, there's a lot of other stuff too. I mean, there's all these Psalms where it's like we're invoking, the sun and the moon and the wind and the rain and the hail and the animals, right? Let everything that has breath praise the Lord, right? And animals. This is another thing. So here's another. All the words, like all the Hebrew terms that are used, like ruach for spirit, or the neshama. Everything that is said about humans is said about animals, right? Like animals have a ruach. They have, I think, at least in one verse, have the neshama, the breath of life. They're living, a living nephesh, a living soul. Like all the same language is applied to animals. So, and like I said, and like in Ecclesiastes, there's no advantage over them, right?
Yeah.
So, what was the thing? What was it? There was something else I was going to say, and I kind of...
Moral virtues appear if they aren't purely rational creatures.
Yeah, I guess that's what. Yeah, just that. Yeah, they are in some way treated. And the other thing. So yeah, if you think like Balaam's ass, right? Balaam's donkey. Yes. He's trying to, So the angel of the Lord comes down. He's going to kill Balaam, right? But the donkey sees him. And he keeps trying to get away from him, and he crushes Balaam's foot on the side, and Balaam starts hitting him. Stupid donkey. The interesting thing, the way that it phrases this, is that God opened the mouth of the donkey. It doesn't say like he magically gave him the ability to be rational and have thoughts and whatever, right? It's as though like just the only difference is that the animal's mouth is closed, like it just doesn't have the ability to speak.
Like Elisha's servant, when his eyes are opened and he can see the host around them.
It's just he just opened his mouth. And if you read what ensues, like it's not like God is speaking through the donkey. The donkey is saying things about, like the donkey
what it wants to say. Yes.
It says like, look, what are you?
That's so weird.
Why are you hitting me? Right. Well, you crushed my foot. Look, and it says, look, you know me. You've been riding me my whole life. Is this the sort of thing that I would do?
These are good points.
It's the donkey talking. It's not God speaking through the donkey. It's God just opens his mouth and allows him to
say what he wants to say.
And I mean, think about it, like your pets. Like if you got very close to a pet, like they kind of have a personality. Like I constantly did this thing where, whatever my cat was doing, like I would just kind of like provide the dialogue, like I would say to my wife, I'd be like, I would just start speaking like this is his thoughts, like, because you kind of can tell, like, this is sort of what he's thinking right now, right? Just maybe not in rational, like not in language or whatever, and that's kind of the way that it's presented, is like God just opens their mouth so they can speak their thoughts.
In the Filth found our new apologetics angle. Save your pets, become Orthodox.
There you go. Yeah.
The second actuality says,
thing I was going to say, by the way, like so how he was talking, is that Father, what's his name? Not
Nazari.
Nazari. Well, I'm sure they're in the presence of God right now and in his embrace and all this stuff. Like another thing I was going to say is like, suppose animals don't have an immortal soul.
Mm-hmm.
At most, what that gets you is that they just wouldn't have the intermediate state.
Oh, there's like no journey.
Right? So we have
Yeah.
this idea, you know, you die, your body's gone, but your soul is still there, and you can't repent or do anything, change it, but it's still there, and you're kind of conscious and aware of something, right?
Yeah, and it's still
And
you.
that's the
Yeah.
intermediate state, right? And you're awaiting the resurrection and what all happens. Well, if you don't have an immortal soul, okay, so you don't have an intermediate state. So like right now, your pets just don't. There's nothing going on, right? But why couldn't God just put? Here's another thing, right? So the Ezekiel's dry bones, right? How does that present resurrection? God doesn't say to Ezekiel, like, hey, Ezekiel, do you see all these disembodied souls? But no, I don't see them. They're disembodied. They're invisible. That's right. But anyway, I'm going to take these disembodied souls and slap a bunch of new matter onto them, right? He says, do you see these dry bones? Yeah. Can these dry bones live again? I don't know. You know, like, well, watch this. And he says, I'm going to put all the bones together, right? And then I'm going to put flesh on the bones, and then I'm going to cover them with skin. And can they live again? I don't know. You know, well, prophesy to the spirit, prophesy to the ruach and the four ruachot, and then the spirit comes and right, and then they start up again. They're alive again, right? But he doesn't say like, I'm going to get their spirits in particular, which are still around in a weird disembodied Thomistic state, right?
Yeah.
It's the bodies that he puts back together.
Yeah.
Right. And then he just breathes life into them again. Right. Just like he did with Adam, breathed life into him. And now he's a living being. Right. I'm going to breathe life into these bodies. Right. Doesn't matter if they're, it's a little bit like, you know, the funny noise that my car makes. Like that funny noise doesn't need to keep on existing. Right. If you put my car back together and start it up, it's going to start making this funny noise, and it's the same funny noise because it's the noise from the same car. My spirit's going to be the same spirit. It's just the spirit it's the breath that's in my body. So that's my breath so it's just a matter of like what did you trace personal identity to? Do you trace it to the soul or to the body? But really the more authentically Jewish and Christian view is it's the bodily, and that's why we believe in a resurrection and why that's important, right? So anyway, that's just
ND Extreme Pro says this might explain the monks eating mostly vegetables. How will we explain eating animals to them later? Well, times were different. We had a dispensation. I'm sorry.
It's actually, I think, one reason to think like, okay, maybe animals don't have an immortal soul and don't have an intermediate state, right? So like you slaughter an animal, then you can eat. It's not going to feel anything, right? You know what I mean? Like it's so eat it, right? Partly I think that has to do with the fact that humans are in the image of God. So it's not right. It is not good for animals to eat humans because humans are in the image of God. And that's, it's like letting them eat an icon of Christ, right? It's like that's no, or humans doing that, right? But animals are not, and it is. It is presented as a condescension, like in Genesis, you know, that originally humans were just given, you know, herbs and seeds and fruits to eat, right? It's only after the flood that we start to eat. And there's all there's all sort of stuff in the Talmud about like why that is, but anyway. I've kept you up till 3 a.m. We've had an 8-hour-long stream.
I'm 2 minutes away from 8 hours.
Yeah, we should just go ahead and like we'll
I
just
have
keep
some
going.
super chats and they paid, so I feel like I have to. You don't have to.
Yeah, no, let's do it. Let's go for it.
K Canoni says logical box is the best meme against the Muslim metatard. Thanks. Mick Mix $10 says don't be surprised. Oh, I think we already did this one.
Yeah.
Theos Thinker $5. John 5:26. Jesus is given self-existent life by the Father. Okay, John 5:26 says, just as the Father has life in himself, thus he has granted the Son to have life in himself. How does this relate to aseity? Can aseity be coextensive with eternal divine life? All three ase?
So that verse is part of what like motivated Calvin to want to say that the Son is ase, but that he's ase because the Father gives him aseity, right? I mean, think about it like it's. I mean, okay, his life in himself, but it's because the Father has given him, right, to have life in himself. So if you do want to,
if you need it,
say what?
I have the Greek if you need it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So for just as the Father has life in himself, thus also he has given to the Son to have life in himself. Right. So yeah, I mean, the idea of giving aseity to someone is sort of contradictory. I mean, Calvin's thing is to distinguish between the aseity of the nature and then personal or hypostatic aseity. I don't think the nature is ase. I kind of mentioned that before, but so I mean, I really don't read that as aseity. I think life in himself is just kind of means something about the divine nature. Like he has life, energy in himself, nature. But even if you wanted to make it aseity, like you know, you end up with this thing where Jesus is being given his aseity, so it's not. I mean, it wouldn't really be totally aseity, right? And there's got to be some because if you're ase, just absolutely nothing is given to you from anyone.
Right. $5 from Metaphysics Mike. I look forward to checking out this review. All 8 hours of it.
Yeah.
And getting Dr. Branson's critique. Hope he went easy on me. I think you were very mild.
Well, we'll edit out the part where I was cursing and, you know, drawing down.
I'll take that part out, Dr. Branson. But not any harder than you'd be on any of your students.
Sorry?
Not any harder than you'd be on any of your students, I'll bet.
Yeah, no, not really. But you know, I do want to thank Mike for being cool and coming on and being nice. Yeah, and I I will say I will say this. I mean, I do wish that the debate had been more polite and congenial. I mean, I guess I'll just say that. I mean, I guess I don't know. I mean, whatever. Maybe it's the culture on YouTube, and you guys were. I mean, you know, you were respectful and nice at the end, but like, you are both icons of Christ.
This is true,
right? Whether you like it or not, right? And like, probably on both sides, some things were said that you probably wouldn't say to Christ.
I'm sorry I called you an idiot, Mike.
Yeah. So I mean, you know, I mean, I mean, I say that, and I am painfully aware of how hypocritical it is for me to say that. But it was just something I kind of thought, like, going through. It's just like, yeah, it would be nice if. Yeah. I mean, for Christian, I mean, I don't know, for Christians, right? Like, we kind of we should be able to disagree even very vehemently about things that are important, and it's difficult. I mean, it's tough. I've had a tough time. I mean, I've had a tough time not being upset at like veterinarians lately that were, you know, like I think you could have been doing more. I mean, but anyway, it is. I mean, this is something that we have to think about, right? I mean, human beings are made in the image of God. We are all icons of Christ, and I'm hypocritical in saying that, but yeah, I mean, we have to think about that.
Get piety ratioed, Alex. How sweet. Yeah, it is a delicate balance because it's like It is combat.
Calling someone a moron and trying to respect them. No, I'm joking.
A debate is combat at the end of the day, but like,
yeah. No, I do this in my head, and I've realized it more recently too, like what a judgmental jerkwad I am. But a lot of times it's just in my head. But in my head, I'm just this idiot and what. But yeah, anyway, it's. Yeah.
Even Jay was upset that he lost his temper, against the Sola Scriptura. Did you watch that? Did you have anything? You know what happened there?
What?
He debated this independent fundamental Baptist on Sola Scriptura, and his argument was that the Bible, per John 1, the Bible is the Word of God,
and is God.
And therefore cannot be broken.
Okay.
He thinks the word of God was. So imagine Jay in this debate. Basically made it through for like 4 hours. It was like at the end of the super chats where he had enough, and he left in anger, I guess, by his own description.
Oh.
But he did show some remorse because he came onto my stream right after to like recap the debate, and he was like, I lost my temper.
Wow. I'll have to look at in the beginning. So in the beginning was the Bible.
Yes.
The Bible was with God, and the Bible was God.
The 4-person Godhead. Yeah. He also added a 5th person known as the divine voice. So how he knows his how he knows his interpretations are correct.
Yeah, wow.
The way he knows whether a book is canonical or not is whether he hears the divine voice in it.
Okay, good to know.
10 pounds from Big Mouski. Good morning from the UK. I am impressed by the grind you two on. Well, Doc Branson is very smart, and he's more mature in the faith than I am, and he's read more philosophy than I have, and better looking than I am. It's a pleasure to honestly, it is a blessing that in the Orthodox community, it seems like everybody's pretty open to talking and collaborating, and there's so much experience from you guys. It really is a blessing, and I think everybody in the chat probably feels the same way. So I was going to save it for after the super chat, but thank you, Doc Branson, for coming on. I do really appreciate it.
Of course, yeah.
Mike Misner, what's the deal with the goats?
The deal with the goats.
I don't know what is the deal with the goats. Are there goats in the thing? I don't know. Last one, $2 from Crypto Crusader. The fathers insult heretics, so it's a balance. Here's the thing: is I have also considered this, that look at what Jerome says to Helvidius, or what Jerome says to Vigilantius, or what Athanasius says about the Arians. That said, I am not Jerome, and I am not Athanasius.
Well, something else I will say about that too is, I think people do this with the Old Testament, like atheists do this with the critiques of the Old Testament stuff, is you have to think about the differences in the cultures. So the Old Testament was basically like a power fear culture. So a lot of stuff about, God will say stuff that's just, I'll put the fear of God, and he'll say this stuff that's kind of crazy, scary, and sounds like abusive father talk, or so, from our perspective. But then it is saying, a verse later, it'll be saying because God loves us, right? But in a certain kind of culture, that is how you show love. I mean, it's not abuse. It's if you live in a culture where you could be attacked by bandits or what at any moment, you don't you're worried about defending yourself, right? Your whole community has to come together and act as one, and people aren't normally good at that, right? They disagree. So you kind of have to have one powerful figure in your community that displays his power and just frightens everyone, right? Everyone's afraid of them, and so they just obey them. and that gets everybody on the same page. They work together and they're able to defend themselves, right? And that's actually how you save your community and show that you love them, is by making this display of power and instilling fear into them so that you can get them to all act as one in a unified way. That's so to us, we don't worry about that, right? So for us, it would be weird to, it does seem like abusive dad talk. I mean, because it would be in our context, right? But in that context, that is how you show that you love people, right? So it's not like there's a new, different, weird God. God was a real jerk back then, but now he's kind of mellowed out. It's in different cultural contexts. This is how you show that you love people. In an honor culture, it works differently, right? So in an honor culture, like it's sort of like the broken windows phenomenon, right? Like if you see a building with broken windows, nobody cares about this. No one's taking care of them, right? In an honor culture, you have generally a good military and defenses against external enemies, but you don't necessarily have a good way of policing crimes within the community, right? So the way that you kind of defend yourself is you defend any little hint, right? Like any just disrespect or anything, right? So you have a reputation, right? That's your honor, right? Your fame, your reputation, right? Like I don't take what from anybody, right? And if you insult my wife, I'm gonna kill you, right? Like I don't like, and that's why your honor is so important, and in some cases more important than your own life, because like if I don't defend my honor, or I don't defend my wife's honor, right, people will think they can attack me. And so it's better for me. I would rather die defending my honor and the honor of my family than, right, and then people at least know, I don't know, maybe someone else is going to defend it now. But it's, you can't just let people disrespect you, because then they're going to commit whatever crimes, right?
And try to take advantage of you all the time.
And also, and so the church fathers were in an honor culture, right? So intuitively and instinctively, if you say something that they take to be blasphemous against Jesus or something, right? The way they're really feeling about it is I have to defend his honor, right? And like I have to defend the honor of the church, and I have to defend the honor of the Virgin Mary and like my bishop and what, right? Like I'm defending people's honor. And we don't live in an honor culture anymore. Like that's not, so we don't do that. And if we don't do that normally, like I wouldn't be talking in a certain way because you stepped on my toe without realizing it, or you said something not super respectful about my wife or my kids or my mom. I mean, if culturally that's not how you would react in those situations, then it doesn't probably really make sense for you to take that attitude into like theological arguments, right? Like the reality is the reality is in all these, it's just in different cultural contexts. This is how you show that you love someone. And it's weird. Like I remember reading this in Irenaeus, like he says, really strong things about all these heretics, calls them all kinds of things. But there's a passage in there where he's very like, I'm saying this to you because I love you, and it's like, it's kind of like, to us, it's like, well, I thought he was, ortho bro, and he's like trying to, but it's like, no, it's that's how you should. And also another thing about this kind of like hurling insults at heretics and stuff. If you actually read like so we tend to read texts from like later in a theological controversy, because that's the point by which the terminology has gotten clarified and people are making arguments that are more precise.
They're obstinate. So
when like if you want to first start reading, about whatever, like oftentimes we look at the late writings, right? And a lot of times by that point, this person has already officially been declared a heretic, right? But if you read like the minutes of the ecumenical councils and things like that, like
the blessed Nestorius, yes,
yeah, because that's his honorific. Like, and it's hilarious. I forget if it was Ephesus or Chalcedon. I was reading, like, noodling through at one point. It's just like, someone like accused a bishop of like assassinating their friend. It was just like his holiness had my friend murdered. It's like, just like the idea, like calling him his holiness, but that's what they did, right? Until he is officially, canonically, like had his bishopric taken away, and like, it's your holiness, your highness, and people, my littleness apologizes to your greatness, and all, and that's how they did it, right? So it's not just kind of like, we're like, the fathers are just like hurling insults at people, and they just felt free to do that, because if you don't, that just wasn't what was happening. Like the blessed Nestorius, his holiness murdered my friend. I mean, they were very respectful. And in cases where their language seems disrespectful, it's really because they felt like, I'm defending the honor. Like, if you love someone, you defend their honor. And so if you feel like Jesus is being blasphemed, if you love Jesus, then you're defending his honor. But anyway, I mean, point being, this is not our culture. This is not how we talk in our culture. That's not how we express love in our culture. And so I feel like people, and the reality is, I mean, I think we all know that, like, it feels good to, I mean, you can really get addicted to like righteous indignation, like you're really just being angry, and you're in like an anger addict, right? But like, it's cloaked behind this religious thing that like makes it all kind of okay or whatever. And anyway, I just think that's it's just a danger, for us to be cognizant of. And I mean, as Christians, we can do better. It's not to say you can't, you don't need to, I mean, to disagree and like state your disagreements clearly, but
forthrightly, staunchly. Mike Misner, I think he's clarifying his earlier one, said something like, what about all the goats? The goats in scripture, and the ones, are you talking about like when the sheep and the goats are separated?
Yeah. I mean, I think literal goats, could be resurrected. I don't know.
$5 from McMix. Sleep schedule destroyed. Mind vigorously employed. Thanks again, Dr. Branson. My emotional motivations aside, great arguments presented. I assume for animal resurrection. Spit on the West gave me five gifted. Guys, okay, no more super chats.
That's Gnostic. That's
what?
That's Gnosticism.
That's nasty.
Gnosticism.
Appreciate that very much. I'm freed from the golden handcuffs. Doc Branson, upcoming projects, things that you want to plug. Where can we find your stuff?
Oh gosh. So my website, beaubranson.com. You can go there. Most things that I have written and published, I think, are up there in some form at this point. If you're interested in the Four Views book, I guess you'll have a link or whatever. It's pretty good. I think I haven't read the final responses in this book that Father Stephen and I are in, and I don't know when it's going to come out, but I guess beyond that, it will be called The Faith Once Delivered.
That's nice.
I think it'll be fun. I theoretically, I may not today because I will need to sleep and my whole schedule will be ruined. But theoretically, I'm trying to write a book that'll just basically be about Gregory of Nyssa's Trinitarian theology. So largely, like, a lot of it'll be, probably half of it'll be my dissertation. I'll write some stuff about counting and number and all this stuff that I've kind of thought about in the meantime. But that's kind of what I'm working on as of
Yeah.
now.
This is my longest stream.
Is it? Yeah, I bet it is.
Officially.
This is the longest stream I've ever been on too. So,
The second place is 7 hours and 26 minutes and 31 seconds, and this is like a pretty solid beat on that. So
nice.
Thank you, Dr.
Right.
Beau Branson. Thank you for being so generous for your time. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Love you. Bye-bye.